Wichita's new sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM, KKGQ, Newton. Jayhawk fans, for the latest news and information on your Kansas Jayhawks, there's not a better place to go than the all-new KansasNation.com. Interviews, news conferences, feature articles, daily and weekly shows, podcasts. It's all at KansasNation.com. Daily and weekly shows with an all-star lineup, including Sean Kellerman, Daniel Courtwright, Ryan Haney, Brandon McAnderson, Chris Harris, Greg Gurley, Nick Schaefer, Nate Bukaty, Pat Strathman, and many more. KansasNation.com.
It's the rivalry you know and love. The Hawks and Cats do battle on Saturday, October 25th, and ESPN Wichita is putting on an epic watch party. Join us at Union Station for giveaways, drinks, good eats, and the big game on every TV, both big and small. Kickoff is scheduled for 11 a.m., but the event begins at 10:30. It's brought to you by The Depot, Una Vida Tequila, and ESPN Wichita. Join us for the watch party on Saturday in downtown Wichita at Union Station.
Hi, this is Brian Davis with Davis Liquor Outlet. My father, John, started this thing almost 50 years ago. The team at Davis Liquor Outlet is always ready to help you out. From cookouts to planning a wedding, we are here for you. Looking for a special product or have a special order? Visit us online at davisliquoroutlet.com. You can sign up for monthly emails and find our coupons. Don't forget to download the Davis Liquor Outlet app and check out our inventory. Davis Liquor Outlet, Wichita proud, family owned, and in your neighborhood. Davis Liquor Outlet, each store is independently owned and operated.
Selling your house the traditional way takes time, agents, showings, repairs, fees. It's a hassle. But what if you could skip it all and sell your home for cash fast? At House Buyer Network, we buy homes in any condition. No commissions, no closing costs, no cleaning, no repairs. Whether it's inherited, outdated, or you're behind on payments, we'll make you a fair cash offer within 24 hours. Close in as little as 7 days. Thousands have sold the easy way. Now it's your turn. Call 833-719-5877 for your free no-obligation cash offer. That's 833-719-5877. House Buyer Network. Real cash, real fast. That toll-free number once again to call, 833-719-5877.
Offers are typically below market value in exchange for speed and convenience. Call for details.
If you're living with diabetes and using insulin, you know the pain of pricking your fingers over and over again. By wearing a small remote device called a continuous glucose monitor, or CGM, you can reduce the pain of pricking your fingers right away. If you're testing your blood sugar 4 or more times per day, injecting insulin 3 or more times per day, or using an insulin pump, call the Diabetic Health Hotline today and learn about the latest CGM technology. A CGM can immediately reduce pain. It's accurate, easy to use, and helps you make better diabetes treatment decisions. And if you have Medicare, you can get a new CGM at little or no out-of-pocket cost. Plus, get free shipping, and we'll bill your insurance company for you. Call now to receive your new continuous glucose monitor at little or no out-of-pocket cost.
Paid for by U.S. Medical Supply.
Call 800-611-6638. That's 800-611-6638. Again, 800-611-6638. That's 800-611-6638.
Hi, Olympic gold medalist Misty May Trainer here with Bugs Bunny and Daffy Duck, reminding you to get moving every day.
Get up and play an hour a day, Doc. Check out how to be a player at letsmove.gov. A message from the Ad Council and HHS.
Wichita's new sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM, KKG. Who's ready for a weekend filled with football? Get excited, football fans. It's time for Red Friday with Chance Lebo on Wichita's sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Welcome in, TGIRF. It is Red Friday here on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM. Thank you so much for spending your Friday morning with us here on ESPN Wichita and streaming across all of our platforms. We'll tell you how to listen and how to watch us here in a little bit. I'm your host, Chance Lebo. I'm here every Friday from 10 to noon during football season, giving you the best coverage, giving you the best insight, and all the analysis you could possibly ask for during this football season. So appreciate you for joining us, and be sure to set your reminder. If you're a first-time listener, set your reminder. Going forward, you need to be here every Friday from 10 to noon because you will not want to miss the insight you're going to get on these shows every single week. Producing today's show is Dylan Brett. He's running the ones and twos and chiming in on occasion. If you would like to listen to this show, any of our shows, you can always listen on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM, Wichita's sports leader. You can set that as your preset favorite in your car or at home. You can also listen live on the ESPN Wichita app. There's a Listen Live tab there. It is the most convenient and tech-savvy way to listen to us. It is gone so viral. So be sure to download the ESPN Wichita app. It gives you easy access to all of our content in one place. What more could you ask for in an app? We also have streaming platforms. You can stream us on your favorite social media app, on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter. We are streaming across platform on all three of those. So you can watch us on all three of those platforms. We encourage you to do so. Follow us on social media. Follow us on our YouTube page because we put out a lot of great content on there, and we want you to be able to indulge on that content. We're also encouraging you to contribute to the show. This is a collaborative effort between myself as the host and the listener yourself. So we want you to send in your text, whether it be a hello or a hey, thanks for listening. We want you to text us. And if you want to win something, and who doesn't want to win something, if you consider yourself an avid chef, cook, or a pit master, you can text us your final score prediction for the Chiefs and Commanders game. And if you get the closest to the final score, if you get closest to the actual final score of the Chiefs and the Commanders game, you will win a bucket of spices from our friends at Real Life Kitchen, where you can spice up your meals with 100% natural, no sugar, no MSG, bold flavors that are better for you. You can go to Real Life Kitchen on Facebook or reallifekitchen.com. So if you want to pay for that product, you can absolutely do so. And I would encourage you to do it because they have some great stuff, an assortment of different spices for any kind of meat or savory dish you might want to cook up. They have everything you could possibly need. But why pay for it when it is so easy to just text us your final score prediction for the Chiefs and Commanders game? And if you're closest to the final score, you'll win. And if you're not closest, well, you can participate next week. It's very simple and easy to do. Just text us 316-247-0923, your final score prediction of the Chiefs and the Commanders game coming up on Monday Night Football. All right, here is the show for you today. We are going to recap what was a total just dominant effort from the Chiefs on Sunday afternoon against the Las Vegas Raiders. 31-0 that final score, but I don't think that punctuates it near enough. We'll get into the nitty-gritty, the details of that game, the return of Rashee Rice, and much more, what we had to like from that game, and a very short list of what to be concerned about from that matchup. At 10:25, we will get into the Commanders game coming up on Monday, I beg your pardon. We'll get into what the Commanders are going to provide. The Chiefs currently sitting 12.5-point favorites, a heavy favorite against a banged-up Commanders team coming in at 3-4 that could see their playoff hopes die out before even hitting their bye week. We'll get into that in a little bit. And then we'll get into the injury report brought to you by PHP Law. We will also get into the Colts Corner and other NFL games to watch. We'll also take a look at the MVP race, some of the futures odds in the NFL. I'll give you a hint. The Chiefs are despite beating the brakes off of Las Vegas on the field this weekend, the sportsbooks very much like Kansas City coming into this week, and in a lot of different areas. We'll tell you why and how they like them coming up at 10:45. And then in hour number 2, we'll set up the showdown once more. We previewed it just a little bit last week on the show. We gave you a little bit of the tail of the tape between KU Tech and between K-State and TCU. Now we dive right into the matchup between K-State and KU in the Sunflower Showdown, and we'll tell you about how you can watch that game with us at ESPN Wichita. We'll tell you about that coming up in hour number 2. And if you're watching on the live stream, you'll know who I'm rooting for, and I'm not going to, give you any hint. Those of you who listen to the show obviously know where my interest lies in this game. But if you want to see a really good-looking quarter zip, you can absolutely check out the live stream on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. Then at 11:25, we will sort through the contenders, the pretenders in the college football playoff and the Heisman races. We'll look at who is up in the top of the odds in both the Heisman race and the college football playoff race. Do those teams truly deserve to be there? We'll tell you if they should or if they shouldn't, because last week was separating the wheat from the chaff in the college football ranks. Miami goes down. Texas Tech goes down. Ole Miss goes down. Texas gets tested. Texas A&M gets tested. A big week across the board in college football. Personally, my favorite sport, and there's nothing I love doing more than sorting through the contenders and the pretenders in any given college football season. We'll do that at 11:25, and then at 11:45, it is the final week of the high school football regular season. We'll get you some of the games to watch, listen to, and check out tonight, because guess what? We will be having a game tonight. It will not be on your traditional airwaves, as we have a bit of a difference in schedule because of the fact that we have KU basketball on tonight. We also have World Series Game 1 on tonight. So we've adjusted our schedule to suit the listeners of high school football and made it very easy for them to listen to us on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM or on the ESPN Wichita YouTube page. So coming up tonight, we will have KU pregame starting at 6 o'clock. We'll have KU in Louisville coming up at 6:30 and exhibition basketball at 6:30 p.m. Then we'll have World Series Game 1 at 9 o'clock. That'll be joined in progress. So we'll get to that game in progress between the Dodgers and the Blue Jays. And then tomorrow we'll have College Game Day with Danny and Stan starting at 9 a.m. KU pregame at 9:30 a.m. with Brian Haney and the crew. KU K-State beginning at 11 a.m. with postgame to follow. Then that evening, we'll get into World Series Game 2 between the Dodgers and the Blue Jays. That'll be at 7 o'clock first pitch there. On Sunday, you can get a ton of NFL action coming up on Sunday, beginning with Chiefs Tailgate, covering you from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. Then it'll be ESPN until we get into 11 o'clock, where it'll be What Are the Chances, or more recently rebranded as What Are the Chaunceys with the Chauncey Billups scheme. That will be coming up from 11 a.m. to noon. We'll be giving you the best bets across the NFL board. And then we'll have Giants and Eagles at noon, Cowboys and Broncos at 3:25. And then, of course, the Chiefs playing on Monday Night Football, so we'll have Chiefs pregame coming up on Monday. All right, that is the show. That's also what's coming up after the show here this weekend. Let's get into the Chiefs and Raiders game as the Chiefs win 31-0. That game was never close against the Raiders, an absolute dominating effort from Kansas City against the Raiders. The Chiefs had more points than the Raiders had, the Chiefs had more touchdowns and the Raiders had first downs. This was a game in which the Chiefs never looked back in this one. The Chiefs forced a punt on the first drive of the game. The Raiders would get a couple of chunk plays, but were failed to convert on 3rd down and 17 as they would be forced to punt to the Chiefs. And a great punt by A.J. Cole pinned the Chiefs inside their own 10-yard line, but it was no match for the Chiefs as they hit some chunk plays, 7 yards to Kelsey, 9-yard run for Kareem Hunt. They would get a 44-yard pass to Travis Kelsey as he turned back the clock a little bit, a 28-yarder to Noah Gray, and it would all be capped off with a Noah Gray 2-yard touchdown. Not Noah Gray, Rashee Rice 2-yard touchdown pass, catch, whatever you want to call it. It was a little pitch pass to Rashee Rice as he scores on the first drive of the game for the Chiefs as they lead 7-0. And the Chiefs could have gone into cruise control at that moment, and honestly, they actually might have, as they led 7-0, forced another punt by the Raiders, and then went on a 17-play, 84-yard touchdown drive. It was a conversion on a long 3rd down on that drive. On a long 3rd down on that drive, they got a 3-yard conversion, or a 3-yard run on 4th down and 1. The play where Mahomes says this never bleeping works on the hard count coming out of a timeout, and obviously they convert with Kareem Hunt. And then later on the drive, capping off a 17-play drive, it was Hollywood Brown with his touchdown, 8 yards on 2nd down and goal. Still don't love the red zone play calling for the Chiefs offense, but nevertheless, they get 6 on the board thanks to Hollywood Brown on the pickup. The Raiders would then go 3 and out, leading to another just surgical 16-play, 94-yard touchdown drive from the Chiefs, 11-yard runs for Mahomes Pacheco. Then a 17-yard pass to Brashard Smith, who we are starting to see more and more of after the Kareem Hunt injury in this game. I think that bodes well for not only the Chiefs' explosiveness in their running game, but also this passing game, starting to be a little bit more versatile, using different faces in this passing game. Mahomes would convert a couple of nice runs here as well as they continue to just shove the ball down the field. A 12-yard pass set them up at the Raiders' 4-yard line after a pair of incompletions and a pass interference illegal contact penalty at the goal line. Mahomes would set up Rashee Rice, a back shoulder ball to Rashee Rice for a 3-yard touchdown. All right, so let's talk about it. This is something I didn't exactly like in this game. The red zone goal-to-go play calling. We brought it up after the Jaguars game because it was an issue in that game. Was not an issue in this game, was not an issue in the Lions game. But let's talk about it. The Chiefs had goal to go on multiple occasions in this game. The Chiefs had a the Chiefs had a first down and goal on their first drive from the Raiders 7. They got a 1-yard run from Pacheco, a 2-yard pass from Mahomes, and then an incompletion to Juju Smith-Schuster that was nullified because of a defensive holding penalty. So that set them up with a touchdown on that play. So they had a touchdown that was sponsored by a flag. I mean, it was helped by a flag. And I'm not going to go full conspiracy. This is more so just my angst with the play calling for the Chiefs. I don't think this has anything to do with the officiating. It's more so you usually don't get 5 opportunities on goal to go. That's not what most teams are offered the opportunity at. The Raiders are a very undisciplined unit. And I think that is something that we've seen from from the Raiders time and time again. And this Chiefs offense continuing to struggle in goal-to-go situations is another thing I don't exactly like. On their second drive, they also had a goal to go. They were able to convert. But then on the final drive of the first half for Kansas City, they had first down and goal at the Raiders' 4-yard line. They lost 2 yards to Brashard Smith on a pass, then an incompletion, back-to-back incompletions were nullified because of an illegal contact penalty on Jeremy Chin, which made it automatic first down, half the distance to the goal, and then a 3-yard pass to Rashee Rice. So then again, the Chiefs get 4 plays on goal to go to be able to convert. 2 third down and goal penalties keep drives alive. I think the Raiders are one of the more undisciplined teams in the entire NFL, especially when they're playing the Chiefs. It's an all-out effort. I do not trust them on a game-in, game-out basis. When you look at this season, the Raiders have 45 penalties this season. It is something to keep an eye on going forward for the Raiders because they are not a team that does very well between the whistles. The Chiefs on the other side have just 47 penalties. So it's a very different team when you look at the two in the mirror. But having goal-to-go penalties, holding and illegal contact, not exactly great for the Chiefs in that, or not exactly great for the Raiders, great for the Chiefs, obviously. But were the calls correct? I would say so. I was kind of viewing it at an angle at the sports book down in at Kansas Star. But just I don't love those penalties continuing drives. I'm not saying they were the wrong calls. I'm just saying the Raiders kind of were hurt by that, obviously. It's a 13-0 game going into the break instead of 21-0, which even then feels like the same deficit to a Raiders offense that managed just 3 first downs all game. I'm not saying that's why the Raiders lost the football game, but I'm saying that the Chiefs need to be a hell of a lot better in goal-to-go situations going forward against teams that are actually looking like they have an interest in playing the game of football. The Raiders then would have to go to take it to half. It was 21-0, and the Chiefs got the ball to start the second half. They were surgical once again, converting on a 3rd down and 13. They had a 3rd down and 1 conversion, and they got all the way to the Raiders' 7-yard line before Isaiah Pacheco punched it in. The Raiders, with too many men on the field, declining the penalty, Andy Reid made it 28-0. The Raiders just looked lost in this football game. They did not look like they were interested in playing the game of football. They looked like they had no preparation whatsoever for this game. They looked like they spent the entire week practicing their Kermit impersonation because they didn't look like they wanted to play football against Kansas City. Raiders then lost 3 yards on 3 plays in their next drive, giving it back to the Chiefs, who went 66 yards, 9 plays. A 39-yarder to Tyquan Thornton made it put the Chiefs in field goal range, and the Chiefs were able to get a 38-yard field goal from Harrison Butker. And then the Raiders offense just continued to shoot itself in the foot. The Raiders had just, in this game, the Raiders had, I believe, let me pull up the box score here. The Raiders had in total 95 yards of total offense. If you take penalty yards and force it and make that yards lost, the Raiders in this game had a net in this game of 27 yards, whereas the Chiefs had a total of 394 yards, 396 if you take away penalty yards and nullify them. So this was a very, very outmatched Raiders team. They didn't have Brock Bowers. They didn't have Jacoby Myers. The defense has been bad all season. I've been on the record of saying it the last 2 seasons. I think the Raiders are the worst team in the NFL. This team is about to say for the 3rd straight season. I kid you not. For the 3rd straight season, we're going to have to talk about a Raiders team saying, we need to reset. We just need to reset everything. The Raiders are on their 5th coach in 5 years since John Gruden was fired in 2021. This is the worst team in the NFL. I don't care how you can say the Titans are the worst team in the NFL, and I wouldn't argue with you. But at least the Titans have a franchise quarterback in Cam Ward and some pieces you can at least buy in on. This Raiders team has nothing, nada. I don't think they care about winning. They care more about just making sure that they get their paychecks cleared, because this is a team that has no interest in playing the game of football, and the Chiefs absolutely dominated them. Mahomes was 26 of 35 for 286 yards, 3 touchdowns on downfield passing, 10 or more air yards, 7 of 10 for $165 and a touchdown. That is a direct result of Rashee Rice being able to maneuver in the short to intermediate game and allowing a Tyquan Thornton or an Xavier Worthy or a Hollywood Brown to be able to take the top off of a defense. Hell, even a Noah Gray, who got open on a wheel route earlier in the football game, he was able to push this team into the red area. Isaiah Pacheco and Brashard Smith both played very, very well. Brashard Smith, 14 carries, 39 yards, 5 catches for 42 yards. Rashee Rice in his return, 7 catches on 10 targets, 42 yards and a pair of touchdowns. The offensive line, they were without Trey Smith for most of the football game. They were without Josh Simmons for the second straight game. Mike Caliendo had an 86.7 PFF grade. Jalen Moore allowed just 2 pressures on 40 pass block snaps. Max Crosby, who I said the only reason the Chiefs would not be able to maneuver offensively, would not be able to find a rhythm, was because Max Crosby just plays with his hair on fire. Max Crosby, 0 pressures on 21 total pass rushes. He was not even a factor in this football game. I'm not sure you could watch this football game and point out Max Crosby on the football field. In total, he had just 3 tackles, none of them in the backfield, 0 pressures on the quarterback. And the Chiefs were able to just maneuver their way offensively down the football field. Surgical offense from Kansas City. Defensively, they were about as tuned up as they could have been. Chris Jones had a TFL and a sack, 3 total pressures. As a defense, the Chiefs missed just 5 total tackles. I'm not sure if that is a really hard thing to do. And we talked about it last week on the show. Ashton Jeanty is one of the best NFL running backs at forcing missed tackles. They had just 5 total missed tackles. Jeanty had just 21 rushing yards in the entire ball game. Geno Smith, 10 of 16 for 67 passing yards. He had 2 total first downs through the air. This was an all-out effort for Kansas City. I don't think that the Raiders ever felt like they were competitive in this football game. At the end of the day, the Chiefs are now 4-3, and I went back and looked. Patrick Mahomes in his last 4 ball games, 71% completion, 1,100 yards. That's 282 per game, 11 touchdowns, 1 pick, 125 rushing yards, and a pair of touchdowns. In a full season, if he were to play at this rate, the Chiefs would go 13-4. He would have 4,800 passing yards, 47 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, 531 rushing yards, and 8 touchdowns. That is an unreal number for Patrick Mahomes. He's only averaging 1 sack per game. This is the biggest reason why the Chiefs are winning football games and why Patrick Mahomes is in the MVP race, because he's playing some of the best football of his entire career. I would say since the 22 season, that's the best 4-game stretch that Patrick Mahomes has had since the 22 season, since Tyreek Hill left at the very least, because they are setting things up so easily for him in the passing game. He's finding guys, the diversity of the passing attack. We're now seeing a fully healthy passing attack for Kansas City. If you look at the receivers, Rashee Rice operated mostly underneath. He was not targeted on very many downfield passes. That's kind of what he did a lot last year. He was kind of a between-the-sticks merchant. And then you look at Tyquan Thornton. He had a 39-yard catch. Juju Smith-Schuster had 33 catches for 35 yards. Xavier Worthy had 3 catches for 35 yards. Hollywood had a touchdown. The thing that the Chiefs struggle with in the passing game over the last 2 seasons is the fact they were asking guys like Xavier Worthy, who is a true, deep vertical threat, maybe more of a shallow crosser, after catch guy, gadget player. They're asking him to be an intermediate possession receiver, and that's just not his game because they didn't have guys on the roster that could do that. They were asking Hollywood Brown to be a guy that gets yards after the catch, that is able to run routes towards the middle of the field. I'm going to break some news for you guys. Hollywood Brown does not like getting tackled. He's kind of, I don't want to use the S word. I'm not going to say he's soft, but he doesn't like getting hit. So he's a guy that's going to run a lot of outs, a lot of crossers that get him out of bounds. They were asking a lot more than that of him last season. And Rashee Rice, they're now getting him in the passing game where he's able to do a lot more between the sticks, between the numbers, in the middle of the field, which opens up the vertical passing game outside of the numbers as well. That's the one thing they have not had this season, that having Rashee Rice back, getting Xavier Worthy back, it's allowing Patrick Mahomes to be more versatile in the passing game. He knows what he wants to get to. He knows that he can have confidence in guys doing what they do best because they're not asked to do more than what they do best. That is the biggest thing that I've noticed in this Chiefs offense, especially in the game against the Raiders. They said, play to your strengths. We will work around your weaknesses, which is one of my favorite coaching strategies and what Andy Reid does better than most coaches in the NFL. And I think the great head coaches in the NFL are super just focused, laser focused in on what do you do exceptionally well. It's why Cooper Kupp, who is a intermediate, in and out, between the numbers, working in the slot kind of receiver, that's why he was able to have a triple crown season, offensive player of the year type of season with the Rams. That's why Puka Nacua is having an exceptional season with the Rams. That's why Daniel Jones is not being asked to do very much for the Colts because they're playing to his strengths. And now that the Chiefs are able to have their depth and their reliability back at receiver, they're saying, Xavier Worthy, we don't really need you to run a 10-yard dig route because Rashee Rice can do that, because Juju Smith-Schuster can do that. Take the top off of the defense. Have a couple of bubble screens. Line up in the backfield for once or twice. They don't need you to do that much. And that is what makes this passing attack so much more dangerous, is because they are able to diversify everybody in the passing attack and make sure that they can do what they do best. And the other thing that I really like in this game, and the one thing that the Chiefs in the past, the reason I was hesitant to bet them in this football game as 12.5, 13.5 point favorites, is the fact that they just in the past have not been able to just take an opponent and suffocate them and grind them away, take away their will to play the game of football. And they did that against the Raiders in the entirety of the football game. And I get it. This is a game that is personal to Kansas City. It's personal to Vegas. It's a rivalry football game, so it's probably a little bit easier for them to have a real effort in this football game to absolutely decimate your opponent. They've not been able to do that in the past. When you look at the seasons past, when they face teams that are not in their, I would say in their stratosphere, especially in 2023, it's a reason why they struggled so much in these last two seasons. It's just putting bad teams away. I mean, this Raiders team, last year they beat them by final scores of 19-17 at Arrowhead and 27-20 in Vegas. Now, the Vegas game was not as close, but other games against really bad football teams, I mean, the Broncos game early in the season, they didn't dominate them. They needed a last-second kick from Harrison Butker to beat the Panthers late in that season. When you play bad football teams, and in 2023, when you look at that season, they didn't do well against some of the worst teams on their schedule because they were not laser focused. It took them some real efforts to get guys down in those games. So that's the one thing that I think that I took away the most from this game, is that this is not the Chiefs team from the last 2 years where they're able to just play with their food a little bit, and at the end of the day, they come away with an 8-point win. They are going to strangle you, and they are going to take you out to the back and take you out to the back alley and beat the hell out of you. That's what the Chiefs did in this game. And other things that I really liked in this game, Jalen Moore and Mike Caliendo were tasked with a lot more than they usually are. And they played very, very well. They handled their business more than I expected them to coming into this football game. And I don't really have many concerns. My biggest concern is, did the Raiders really try that hard to win this football game? I don't think that's a very good football team. I think it's the worst team in the NFL in terms of power ratings. I know they beat the Titans, but that was a Titans team coached by Brian Callahan. I think the Raiders are the worst team in the NFL. I would have the Jets favored against them on a neutral field. I think they're awful. And so I don't think they're very good. And I think that at this point of the season, we see the Chiefs just absolutely dominate the Raiders. And I think they have an even easier opponent coming in to Kansas City on Monday. And we'll preview that game when we come back. You're listening to Red Friday on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
More football analysis coming your way. It's Red Friday on Wichita's sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Pay heed, all who enter.
A swat on one end, a poster on the other. What a
sequence. Join the Jayhawks all season on the hardwood.
He hit it from way downtown.
The legacy continues right here on your home for Kansas Jayhawk basketball.
The Jayhawks play here all season long. Don't miss Kansas and Louisville tonight at 6:30 on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Red Friday is brought to you by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Bud Light is the official beer sponsor of the Kansas City Chiefs. Please drink responsibly.
Four Seasons RV in Abilene is your premier destination for the highest quality travel trailers, fifth wheels, and toy haulers in Kansas. If you travel for sports, tailgates, or like to kick back at the lake, now is the time to check into kansasrv.com for the best selection on closeout deals. ESPN Wichita listeners can save an additional $500 by mentioning ESPN. Check out kansasrv.com for the best recreational vehicles today.
In business, just like in sports, the best defense wins games. That's where Conradi Insurance comes in, delivering elite risk management and employee benefits to companies across the greater Wichita area. As the largest family-owned independent insurance agency in Wichita, we don't just talk the talk, we protect Kansas businesses like they're part of our team. Conradi Insurance, built for business, rooted in community, always playing to win. Visit ConradiInsurance.com to get in the game.
It's towing season, so that means it's time to come see the experts at Truck Stuff. Whether you're needing a hitch, a gooseneck or bumper pull, a brake controller, or airbags to level the ride, we've got you covered. We'll guide you on what suits your vehicle best so that you can have a safe and enjoyable trip. Whether you want to install it yourself or have our professional installers do it here, we thank you for shopping local at Truck Stuff at their corner of Central and Washington.
Tricked out, check us out, Truck Stuff.
Hi, this is Brian Davis with Davis Liquor Outlet. My father, John, started this thing almost 50 years ago. The team at Davis Liquor Outlet is always ready to help you out. From cookouts to planning a wedding, we are here for you. Looking for a special product or have a special order? Visit us online at davisliquoroutlet.com. You can sign up for monthly emails and find our coupons. Don't forget to download the Davis Liquor Outlet app and check out our inventory. Davis Liquor Outlet, Wichita proud, family owned, and in your neighborhood. Davis Liquor Outlet, each store is independently owned and operated.
Eaton Roofing and Exteriors loves being a part of the Kansas landscape. Since 1993, they've repaired or installed residential roofing on thousands of Kansas homes. And whether you've had storm damage or you're ready for a new, current, weather-hardy roof, you can trust Eaton Roofing and Exteriors for expert advice about the right roof for your performance needs, budget, and neighborhood covenants. Call the local Eaton experts today at 316-943-0600 or visit EatonRoofing.com.
Eaton Roofing and Exteriors.
Welcome back to Red Friday here on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM. Chance Lebo, Dylan Brett here alongside as we take a look now at the Chiefs and Commanders game. Before we dive too deep into what will happen on Monday night, we haven't heard much from Dylan so far today. Dylan, Chiefs picked up a big 31-0 win against the Raiders. Always good to have that in your back pocket. What were some of your takeaways from the game or things that you kind of observed?
One was just wow. Nice to finally see the Chiefs just take care of business and have it be a stress-free game because tailgating in the parking lot for Chiefs games usually everyone's just wanting to.
Were you there?
No, I wasn't. But in the past, when I have been, wouldn't it be nice if we just ran away with this one? It was just a lot of fun, and yada yada yada. And turns out shutouts are a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm.
Makes for a stress-free game, and it was great to see Rice back. The receivers look great as a whole. You mentioned it earlier, just guys doing what they're good at and not being asked to do anything else, and it really freed them up to do their jobs really well. So it's good to see that. And, I mean, what is there to say? We won 31-0. Some of the stat lines of that game were ridiculous. I mean, the 29 plays for the Raiders and 30 first downs for the Chiefs. I think that says a lot.
Yeah, it was start to finish effort for Kansas City. And I think that while that game was definitely personal for a lot of the Chiefs fans, how much they don't like the Raiders, they have an even weaker opponent coming into town this week, mostly based off the fact, I wouldn't say even weaker. I think I should give Washington a little bit more credit. This was a Washington team that made the NFC Championship game last year. And I was on the record as at one point last season, I was adamant that this team would not even make the postseason. I was betting against them like I had, my life on the line, because throughout the Cliff Kingsbury experience, and remember, Cliff Kingsbury is the offensive coordinator for the Washington Commanders. Throughout the Cliff Kingsbury experience, he is one of the worst coaches in the NFL after November. During November and after, once the weather gets a little bit chilly, he's one of the worst coaches in the NFL. At one point, they were 7-2 last season with a win against the Giants, and then they lost 3 games in a row and they were 7-5. But they were able to turn it around. They won 7 straight games before losing to the Eagles in the in the NFC Championship game. But if you look back at last season for that Commanders team, a lot of one-score wins. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They had 9 wins of 1 score or less last season for the Commanders. And the law of averages says at some point that will turn around. And this season it has for the Commanders. Now, I think you could also say injury luck has not been in their favor. Jaden Daniels, it looks like he's going to miss his 3rd game this season. He missed the last half of their game against the Cowboys, a game in which they lost 44-22, giving up a ton of offense to the Cowboys. The Marcus Mariota experience is not exactly what they expected it to be, as they come into this one at 3-4, and they are entering a pretty tough stretch heading into their bye week for the Commanders. They are now looking at a potential 4-7 team going into the 4-7 team going into the bye week, because they've got the Chiefs coming up on the road on Monday Night Football. Then they have the Seahawks, who look really, really good on Sunday Night Football next week. Then they have the Lions before heading on the road to face the Dolphins before the bye week. They could be 4-7 going into the bye week before they get the Broncos on Sunday Night Football, a really tough Broncos team. Then going to Minnesota, to New York, hosting Philly, and then going to Philly and hosting the Cowboys. So this is a Washington team that could be in the 7-10 range this season, because of the fact that they have been banged up this year. Jaden Daniels could miss his 3rd straight game. Marcus Mariota this season and filling in has not been great. 35 of 58, 426 yards, 3 touchdowns, 2 picks. He's run for 94 yards in the 3.5 games this season. The bright spot for this team has been big bad Bill Krosky-Merritt. 73 carries, 377 yards, and 4 touchdowns with a 60.3 success rate this season for Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. Big bad Bill Krosky-Merritt, the former 7th-round pick coming out of Arizona, while also coming out of the University of New Mexico. The 24-year-old tailback has been a bright spot this year for them. He has been one of their best offensive players this year because of the fact that they just have not been healthy at receiver. Deebo Samuel and Zach Ertz are the only 2 players this year for the Commanders that have more than 10 catches. 34 for Deebo Samuel, 23 for Zach Ertz. Zach Ertz did not practice yesterday for the Commanders. And so there is in all likelihood, a possibility that he does not play, Deebo Samuel does not play, and Terry McLaurin does not play in this game this week, or in this week's practice. As we take now a look at the injury report brought to you by PHP Law. Since 1985, PHP Law has been seeking justice for personal injury and medical malpractice victims. Head to phpattorneys.com for a free consultation or call 316-683-9080. If we take a look at the Washington injury report, and we'll do so first, they were without Sam Cosmi, their right guard, Jaden Daniels, Zach Ertz, Jonathan Jones, and Von Miller, Daron Payne, and Laramie Tunsil, all in practice. Now, the only ones that were injury-related were Cosmi and Daniels. Jonathan Jones was out with a personal reason. Miller, Payne, Tunsil, and Zach Ertz are all old, so they didn't practice because of rest. The injuries are starting to turn in their favor, as Terry McLaurin and Deebo Samuel were both a full participant in practice on Thursday for the Commanders, and Bobby Wagner was also a full participant with a thumb injury. So it's looking like the Commanders will be with their some of their best pass catchers. But very interesting to keep an eye on that, as they have not had a full array of pass catchers. And even if they do have them, it's not like they are going to have a great quarterback passing them the football. That is the reason why they have struggled this season. They just have not had anybody that is a threat on the perimeter. Now, the offense has still been successful. They're top 10 in success rate and EPA per play offensively. The offensive line is a solid unit. Laramie Tunsil, Sam Cosmi, Tyler Biadasz, Chris Paul and Josh Connerly Jr., that's a talented bunch, and Connerly is a guy that they are high on coming out of Oregon, a first-round pick for that team, but he has not lived up to expectations yet this season, struggling on the right side of the offensive line. But I think this is an offensive line that the Chiefs might have some issues getting to the passer with. Marcus Mariota did get pressured a little bit last week in his outing against the Cowboys last week. So maybe the Chiefs are able to pressure him a little bit. The Cowboys were able in that game to at least have some kind of a pass rush, something they have lacked all season long. But when you look at last week's game against the Cowboys, it's kind of a one-off for the Commanders because of all the injuries they had at receiver and because of the fact that Jaden Daniels left with an injury. Mariota was pressured on 58% of his dropbacks and was blitzed 58% of the time. Under pressure, he was 0 for 5 with 2 sacks as well. So if the Chiefs can get pressure on Marcus Mariota, this could be a really easy game for them to win. But it's just been a defense that has not gotten pressure this often this season, because even if you look back at the Raiders game, they really didn't pressure Geno Smith that much. They just had everybody blanketed on the perimeter because the Raiders don't have very many willing pass catchers on the outside. So this could be a game in which the Chiefs' weakness of pass rush meets a weakness in Washington that is passing under pressure. So that is the offense for the Commanders. Defensively, this is a defense that is not very good this season. They are 24th in EPA per play. They are 11th in success rate allowed, which translates to this team is not good at preventing explosive plays. They are tied for the second worst team in the NFL in explosive plays allowed of 15 or more yards. The Cowboys are tied with them at 31st in the NFL in passing or in explosive plays allowed. The only team worse than them is the Miami Dolphins, a team that is 1-6. So this is a defense that the Chiefs absolutely can expose. Former Jayhawk Dorrance Armstrong is their best pass rusher, although Von Miller is a willing comrade as he's got 17 pressures this season with 5 sacks. I just think that this is a matchup that the Chiefs are going to potentially not have a letdown, but there was so much going for them last week emotionally with Rashee Rice coming back. It's Raider week. The Chiefs are at home again, coming off of a blistering effort against the Detroit Lions, their third straight home game this week against the Commanders. I just have a feeling that the Chiefs are really going to have a big-time game against the Commanders on Monday Night Football. I don't see much of a scenario in which they do not perform well in this matchup. This is their 4th home game in their last 5 weeks. I think they're going to be rocking at Arrowhead Stadium. Monday Night Football is a big deal for them. I'm really excited to watch it because I do enjoy the Monday Night Football broadcast. I'm a big Joe Buck fan, not exactly the biggest fan of Troy Aikman, but for the Chiefs, in terms of their injury and availability report at practice on Thursday, Josh Simmons did not practice. Kareem Hunt did not practice. Trey Smith did not practice. So those 3 guys did not practice. Charles Omenihu was full go, as was Christian Roland Wallace, Brashard Smith, and Jawan Taylor, and Jerry Tillery. Jalen Watson and Xavier Worthy were both limited in practice. But the way it's looking right now, Josh Simmons, I would say, is not going to play on Monday. I would probably list it as that. Kareem Hunt, I think he might have gotten Wally pipped this last week with how well Brashard Smith played in his absence, although he was a full go with a toe injury in practice on Thursday. This is a game where the Chiefs are pretty fully healthy. I think that they might struggle to run the football here because of the fact they will be without Trey Smith more than likely, and Daron Payne is a really good interior pass rusher. You even have Bobby Wagner, who's a great run-stuffing linebacker. I think this could be a game in which the Chiefs start out slow, but eventually come around and pull away late because of the fact that, this is not a very good Washington Commanders team without Jaden Daniels. And I would even argue they're not that great with him because of the fact that they just don't have that much top-end talent on both sides of the football. You are really relying on Jaden Daniels to play if you're Washington and want any kind of opportunity in this football game, and it's increasingly looking like he will not go on Monday against Kansas City. Dylan, in this game on Monday, number one, are you going? And number two, kind of what's the biggest outlook for you in this football game?
No, I think I'm doing the post-game show again. And I think after watching the Commanders' defense against the Cowboys last week, I think the Chiefs are more than capable of putting up a similar performance. Cowboys scored, 45 points? I
44.
mean, I know one was on a pick six.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, Mariota's playing again. You mentioned that. And I agree with a lot of what you said. You know, the Commanders have not looked great this season, and the Kingsbury thing. And I have a lot of hope that the Chiefs offense can come in on Monday night and put on a show.
And everybody's thinking that they will. They are 12.5-point favorites right now over the Commanders, and that could continue to creep up when Jaden Daniels' availability becomes even more clear. The only other thing to keep an eye out on, this could be a potential look-ahead spot for the Chiefs, as they have both the Bills, a bye week, and the Broncos on the docket. This is a really tough 3-game stretch coming up for the Chiefs after the Commanders game. They go to Buffalo, then a bye week, then they go to Denver before a game against the Colts that is scheduled for noon. I believe that one probably would get flexed potentially with how well the Colts are playing. And then you have the Texans, the Chargers, before a road trip to Tennessee. It's going to be a tougher stretch. The Chiefs have had the benefit of having some teams that are licking their wounds when they play them. You look at the last 5 games they played. Giants aren't great. Ravens are a disaster. The Jaguars, while they did lose that game, the Jaguars have fallen off the boat here recently. The Lions, that's a pretty solid win for Kansas City. And then the Raiders, who I believe are the worst team in the NFL, they're going to continue to get tested, especially next week in Buffalo. Potential look-ahead spot here for the Chiefs, but I doubt they overlook Marcus Mariota and the Commanders coming up on Monday night. So don't forget Monday Night Football. Don't forget to tune in for Chiefs pregame coverage starting on the channel at 5 o'clock on Monday. All right, when we come back, we'll get to our Colts Corner and take a look at other NFL games to watch, and we'll break down what looks like a 3-man race atop the NFL MVP odds. We'll get to that when we come back on Red Friday on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Wichita, where the spirit of the frontier meets the hopes and dreams of tomorrow. I'm Justin Baxter of Baxter & Associates. Since 1976, we've helped Wichita's families and business owners build and protect their legacies. We honor the history that shaped us, and we look ahead to the future we'll create together. Baxter & Associates. Time well spent, money well invested.
Call 316-652-0101 or go to money-planning.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Osaic Wealth Incorporated. Member FINRA SIPC. These entities are not affiliated.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
Are you tired of living with chronic pain? At Midwest Pain Relief Center, we provide cutting-edge, drug-free therapies to help you live a more active, full life right here in Wichita and the surrounding communities. We're Kansas' top integrated medical clinic focused on finding and treating the root cause for your pain with personalized care. No prescriptions, no unnecessary surgeries. Call 316-295-3662 today or visit MidwestPainReliefCenter.com or drop by 151 North Ridge, Suite 6 in Wichita. Midwest Pain Relief Center. Stop hurting, start healing.
Wichita's new sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
We have a lot of weapons. We have a lot of guys, and they all love each other, and they all want each other to succeed. Having him and Trav working underneath with Hollywood downfield, Taekwondo outfield, Xavier downfield, you don't know where it's coming from.
Being gone for all this time, I mean, it's crazy that he can come back and do what he did.
Wichita's home for Chiefs coverage, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Toppers Plus Truck and RV, your RV headquarters, now offers Rhino Linings Eco Coat, a spray-on roof lining to protect your RV from daily wear. It's 100% seamless, won't crack or peel, UV resistant, lasts 3 times longer than a rubber roof with a Toppers Plus lifetime leak-free guarantee. Shop in-stock accessories including sewer and electrical items, freshwater hoses, stabilizing kits, lock kits, AC filter parts, and RV decor. Get your free RV roof inspection at Toppers Plus Truck and RV, 333 Northwest Street or toppersplusks.com.
Make your truck work for you!
Since 1886, it's been the 2 words we live by and the chant we live to cheer. Be here all season as the Jayhawks hit the turf.
Touchdown, Kansas!
Join us this Saturday as the Jayhawks face off with Kansas State in the Sunflower Showdown. Our coverage begins at 9:30 on your home for Kansas Jayhawk football.
The Jayhawks play here. ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Welcome back to Red Friday on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM. Chance Lebo alongside Dylan Brett as we are wrapping up hour number 1 on the show here. As we take a look now at our weekly Colts Corner, as those of you who are first-time listeners, I'm a bit of a Colts fan, and I like to have at least a shortened segment to kind of give my thoughts on where the Colts are at. And, when we started this, I was potentially going to be talking about maybe a Colts team that's tanking for Arch Manning. The Colts are not only in the number 1 seed in the AFC, the Colts are a whopping 1.5 games ahead of the nearest team in the AFC number 1 seed standings. I mean, this is a Colts team that is absolutely dominating every team that is in its vicinity. 6-1. The team that is closest to them is the Patriots and the Broncos. They are both a game back, but the Colts have a plus 92 point differential. That is best in the NFL. The only team even close to that is the beloved Kansas City Chiefs as well. They have spanked everybody they have played except for the LA Rams, who are a formidable foe. They are 5-2 themselves and another team that is playing really well this season. The Colts are 6-1, and they look like they are one of the best teams in the NFL at this point. Now, I don't want to overreact because this is not I'm not in the overreacting business, but the Colts have a red carpet to a potential 1 seed in the NFL with games still on the schedule against the Titans, against the Falcons, against the Jags, against the 49ers, against the Texans. The Colts very well could be the number 1 seed in the AFC. I'm not going there just yet. I think if I were to bet on a team, and this is going to sound crazy, you're going to call me crazy for saying this. The team I would bet to be the number 1 seed in the AFC is going to be the New England Patriots because of the fact that they have such a cakewalk schedule coming up here recently, or they have had such a cakewalk schedule to set the foundation. They have back-to-back games after facing the Saints and Titans. They get the Browns and the Falcons, 2 pretty bad teams. They still have 2 games against the Jets. They still host the Dolphins. They still have a home game against the Giants. They still have the Bengals on the schedule. The only there are 3 challenging games left on the schedule for the Patriots at the Bucs, who have a negative point differential this year. They host the Bills, a team they've already beaten in Buffalo, and a road trip to Baltimore against the Ravens team, which who knows what they look like on December 21st. So when you look across the AFC, it is a really fun conference. The Chiefs are technically, funny enough, outside of the playoff picture because of that head-to-head loss against the 4-3 Jaguars, but I would imagine the Jaguars are going to reel when it comes into the playoff picture as they are now 4-3. But as we take a look now at some of the futures odds in the NFL, there are some really intriguing numbers here. The Kansas City Chiefs are the favorite currently to win the Super Bowl at plus 550. Second team in the odds. Dylan, could you I think if I gave you 3 guesses, I don't know if I think you'd be able to guess the second team in the Super Bowl odds right now. And I'll give you 3 guesses to guess who is second in the Super Bowl odds.
Tampa Bay.
No. Tampa Bay is, funny enough, Tampa Bay is plus 2,800. They are behind a lot of teams that I would not have them behind. But that's a good guess.
They were kind of the talk of, everyone was talking about Tampa Bay the last couple of weeks. I think they might be up there. Let me think. The Rams.
No, Rams are 6th, although I do like that guess. I like the Rams at 12-1 is some odds there. I do like the Rams a lot.
They look good.
And you can't bet against Frat Stafford.
So this is my last guess.
Yeah, last guess. It is an NFC team. I'll give you that.
The Eagles.
It's the Lions. The Lions are 7-1 right now to be the Super Bowl champion. The fact that they are ahead of Buffalo and ahead of Green Bay even has me a little bit perplexed. Some teams that are, down the board. I mean, you brought up the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They are 28-1. They are behind Seattle, behind the Chargers. They are behind the Ravens, behind the 49ers.
The Ravens one is crazy.
Yeah, I don't know if I see that.
They have to win out almost to make the playoffs, you would think.
Yeah, they have an uphill climb. They are 1-5 right now. But that Ravens schedule, it was very front loaded. They have the Bears, Dolphins. They go to Cleveland. They still have the Jets, Bengals, Steelers, Bengals, and Patriots, and then 2 games remaining on the schedule against the Packers and the Steelers. So I do see the sentiment there that they could potentially have a red carpet to the postseason, but yeah, 25-1 ahead of, but the Bucs are about as injured as anybody in the NFL right now. Mike Evans' injury doesn't help the cause whatsoever, but some intriguing things when it comes to the Super Bowl winners. The Chiefs at plus 550 are far and away the favorites there. And you want to talk about a heavy favorite. Patrick Mahomes plus 125 to be the NFL MVP. That is something that I think that I didn't see coming, especially with how poor he performed early in the season. Josh Allen's plus 360, and then Drake May and Baker Mayfield are tied at third at 9-1. I obviously have a vetted interest in Baker to be the MVP, and I've been kind of on the Drake May island. I've kind of been standing out with my flag saying Drake May. I said it last year. I said it before the draft. I said it after the draft. Hell, I even said it before he made his debut. I thought Drake May was the best quarterback in that class. And I don't know if I don't know if I go on a limb and say he is right now. He's playing very well, but he's also played some pretty pedestrian opponents. But Drake May's fourth in MVP odds right now. Stafford 12-1, Jared Goff 20-1. There's some intriguing bets here in the MVP odds. Offensive Player of the Year, it is pretty much a runaway, quite literally. Jonathan Taylor is very heavily favored to be the Offensive Player of the Year with the injury to Puka Nacua. Jonathan Taylor, minus 105 to be the Offensive Player of the Year. I think Patrick Mahomes is the MVP. I think there are about 8 players I would put ahead of Jonathan Taylor in the MVP race. But I just hate that he is not an MVP candidate when he is quite literally one of the most valuable players in the NFL. If he were to be out in a Colts game, if they were to rule him out, that is a 3 to 4 point line swing. I think that while Daniel Jones is currently 25-1 compared to Jonathan Taylor at 50-1, if Daniel Jones was listed as out in a Colts game, I think the line would move maybe a point or two. If Jonathan Taylor was listed as out, that's a 3 to 4 point line swing for Indy. He's one of the most valuable players in the entire NFL, and I love what he's been able to do this season. He has continued to have one of the best seasons in the NFL. Defensive Player of the Year odds, as we take a look now at those odds, some of the intriguing bets here. Micah Parsons is still plus 180 with Aiden Hutchinson at plus 380. You'd have to scroll a little bit to find the highest rated defensive back. The highest rated defensive back in Defensive Player of the Year odds, if you remember, it was Pat Surtain who won it last year. The highest rated Defensive Player of the Year candidate is Derwin James at 100-1. If you wanted to get him, you've also got Devin Witherspoon at 100-1 as potential long shots. Cam Curl, Kyle Hamilton, and Pat Surtain are all at 100-1. So Defensive Player of the Year, it's a pass rusher / linebacker award. Nick Bonito's having a really good season. Myles Garrett as well. So a lot of interesting names there. Comeback Player of the Year, it looks like Christian McCaffrey is one of the top candidates there. Him and Dak Prescott are the top two. McCaffrey at plus 185, Prescott at plus 100. I believe Dak Prescott already won Comeback Player of the Year. I don't know if there's a 2-time Offensive Player of the or Comeback Player of the Year champion, but I guess he has not won the Comeback Player of the Year. But when he came back from that broken leg injury, I thought that maybe that would get him the Comeback Player of the Year in 2021. He was second that season in Comeback Player of the Year voting. I don't see how he didn't win it that year. The Comeback Player of the Year was Joe Burrow that season in the year that they went to the Super Bowl. But he is the current favorite right now with Christian McCaffrey at plus 185. Lots of intriguing bets on the board there when it comes to the futures market. But let's get into this week in the NFL. I went and looked, and I know that some people are out there potentially changing the channel because they don't love the gambling talk, but it's kind of a one of the chances preview here. The NFL this weekend has some very uncompetitive matchups. I went and looked, and this is just previewing what we'll talk about on one of the chances on Sunday. And I talked to Jeff Hoos, our FanDuel representative, and our 1125 fill-in. But I asked him for some research. 8 of 13 NFL games this week. There are 6 teams on a bye. There are 13 games. 8 of the 13 have a spread of 6 points or more. The Falcons, Bengals, Patriots, Eagles, Bills, Ravens, and Colts and Chiefs are all touchdown or more favorites in the NFL this week. The only games that are within a touchdown in terms of spread were the game last night in which the Chargers won 37-10, the Bucks against the Saints at minus 4.5, the Texans against the 49ers, and the Broncos and the Cowboys and the Packers and the Steelers. There are not a whole lot of projected to be competitive games this week and 6 teams in the NFL on a bye, I would say there's not a whole lot of watchable games. But there are some. If you are, a fantasy fan or total sicko, I would say that in the noon window, there are not any watchable games. I would say the Panthers and Bills game is probably the most watchable of the 6 games in the noon window. But you'd have to wait until the afternoon when it gets to Niners, Texans, when it gets to Bucks and Saints, Cowboys and Broncos. Those games are at least going to be competitive. And then Sunday Night Football between the Packers and the Steelers. Dylan, other than Kansas City and Washington this week on Monday Night Football, which Sunday game are you most interested in seeing?
So I had 3 circled. Bills at Carolina. I think Carolina's 4-0 at home this year. And I know they have a 4-3 record. And maybe they're capable of pulling off that little surprise victory. I had Cowboys at Denver. Cowboys are a lot of fun to watch no matter what you think of them. They throw the ball all over the place, and they score a lot of points. So good matchup against Denver after their crazy win last week. And then the obvious one, Green Bay at Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
And Aaron Rodgers against Jordan Love. And that's a good night game, a good Sunday night game before Monday night. So looking forward to those 3.
Have you seen the uniforms for that game? I'm not sure how much of a uniform guy you are.
Which one?
The Steelers and Packers.
I have not seen anything different. I'm about to look at it, though.
So Steelers and Packers, this is one of the more traditional NFL rivalry matchups. I mean, I guess not rivalry, but 2 of the more historic NFL franchises of all time.
Where you can think of what their jerseys look like no matter what. You go, oh, green and yellow, white and yellow, or black and yellow.
And I think that would be one of the more appeasing games to watch in terms of their straight-up uniforms. The Steelers are going, for some reason, with a throwback uniform on Sunday Night Football, and the Packers, to make sure that there's not too much yellow, are going with their all-white uniforms. This is going to be one of the most watched games, most intriguing games this season, because it is Aaron Rodgers' first game against his former team, and it is the Packers and the Steelers. And in this game, and this is one of my biggest issues with the NBA, it's one of my biggest issues with college football, when you have 2 heavyweights, 2 teams that when they turn on the TV, the old people who don't know how streaming works know what they're going to get. You are playing in alternate uniforms that they would not recognize. I hate that more than I hate anything, especially in the NBA. There's nothing I hate more than when you have the NBA finals and they're wearing their, quote unquote city edition uniforms, where you would have to do a vaunted Wikipedia search to find out why in the hell the Denver Nuggets have 5280 on the top of their jersey. You get the Packers and the Steelers, and the Packers are wearing all white for just the second time in the franchise's history, and the Steelers wearing striped uniforms for reasons unbeknownst to man. I don't understand it, but there's a reason why I'm paid what I am and why I'm employed at ESPN Wichita, and the uniform directors at Green Bay and Pittsburgh are paid what they are and get to do what they get to do, because I don't understand it, but there's a reason why I don't. So I just cannot imagine the fact that that's what we're getting on Sunday Night Football.
It's pretty funny. The Steelers uniforms look like the fake uniforms from the Batman movie. Remember that one with they look exactly like that.
Yeah, I haven't seen that, but I think they're some of the more uglier uniforms in the NFL, in my opinion. The Bumblebee uniforms just suck for the Packers or for the Steelers. I hate them. And the Packers, at least going with some serviceable all-white uniforms. But we don't get paid to talk about uniforms here on the radio. We get paid to talk about the local teams. And KU and K-State are playing in a massive showdown on Saturday. The Sunflower Showdown coming up on Sunday. We're going to talk about that when we return. We'll break down the ins, the outs, the X's, and the O's, and much more when we come back on Red Friday here on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
More football analysis coming your way. It's Red Friday on Wichita's sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Do you need to get rid of some jewelry? Don't waste any time and stop by Phil's Coins and Bullion today. Phil's Coins will give you top dollar for any of your unwanted jewelry. Whether it's gold or silver, get the most out of the unwanted jewelry in your drawer and do it with Phil's Coins and Bullion, 9344 West Central Avenue.
Phil's Coins and Bullion. Phil'sCoins.com.
Every day is a great day at the Fairfield Inn and Suites, Wichita downtown. With over 1,000 Fairfields worldwide, they rank in the top 20% for cleanliness and service. Located at Kellogg and Main in the Waterwalk District, they are centrally located. Providing exceptional service is their thing. And make sure to enjoy a hot breakfast buffet with every stay. Let them be your home away from home. Fairfield Inn and Suites, Wichita downtown by Marriott. Wichita's hidden gem.
If you or a loved one has been a victim of personal injury, including medical malpractice and vehicle accidents, do not hesitate to call Prochaska, Howell, and Prochaska. For more than 38 years, their experienced team has helped fight for your rights regardless of your legal status. They guarantee there will be no cost until they win. PHP will be there to assist you and help you navigate the complicated legal process. Call them now at 316-683-9080 or find them online at phpattorneys.com to schedule your free consultation today.
Don't just watch a movie, experience it at Boulevard Theaters. With plush reclining seats, premium sound, and crystal clear screens, every show feels like a premiere. Don't miss any moment on the big screen for food. Simply just order right from your phone and earn points to get rewards with the Boulevard Club. Want to save even more? Check out $8 movies at the Old Town location or $5 films at Town West on Mondays. Get tickets for the next blockbuster at Boulevard Theaters at BLVDtheaters.com.
Sports fans know the best games deserve the best food, and nothing beats Booth Creek Wagyu, raised right here in Kansas. Whether it's burgers on the grill, steak night at home, or tailgating before the big game, Booth Creek Wagyu brings you premium flavor, unmatched tenderness, and a true farm-to-table experience. Stop by their location at 21st and Webb and taste the difference for yourself. Booth Creek Wagyu, changing the way America eats beef. Visit boothcreekwagyu.com to order today.
Hi, we're your friends who get super excited about the holidays.
We sure are, or this isn't the ugliest holiday sweater ever.
People think we're happy because we love peppermint lattes.
Or catching snowflakes on our tongues.
But really, it's because it's Holiday Millionaire Raffle Season. It's your best odds to win $1 million.
That's dollars, not twinkling lights, but that would be great too.
Play the Kansas Lottery Holiday Millionaire Raffle. Get excited.
See kslottery.com for details.
Sunday on Compass Media Network's coverage of the NFL. It's a Week 8 interconference battle from the Mile High City as the Dallas Cowboys take on the Denver Broncos. Hi, this is Ted Emmerich. Join Steve Berline and me for all the action as Dak Prescott and the explosive Cowboys offense take on Bo Nix and the red-hot Broncos. If it's the NFL, it's right here.
Wichita's home for the Dallas Cowboys. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. Wichita's new sports leader. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. KKGQ Newton.
Welcome back to Red Friday on Wichita's sports leader, ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. I'm your host, Chance Lebo, with Dylan Brett producing alongside. Appreciate you for joining us and spending your Friday morning with us. Don't forget, the Shane Dennis Show and the Pulse with Shane Dennis is coming up here this afternoon, as Pat is out once again today with voice afflictions. He was listed as questionable coming in today. He has been downgraded to doubtful. So Shane and Jack will have 4 straight hours of programming for you. They'll break down all the fun stuff coming up this weekend, because we do have a big weekend. And it's the rivalry you know and love. The Hawks and the Cats do battle on Saturday, October 25th. And ESPN Wichita is putting together an epic watch party. Join us at Union Station for giveaways, drinks, good eats, and the big game on every TV, big and small. Kickoff is scheduled for 11, but the event begins at 10:30. It's brought to you by The Depot, Una Vida Tequila, and ESPN Wichita. Join us for the watch party on October 25th in downtown Wichita at Union Station. Be sure to join us coming up on Saturday. I know it says October 26th on the commercial. October 26th is Sunday. It'll be October 25th. So join us at Union Station tomorrow. Event begins at 10:30. And folks, we are flexible. I know that the forecast does not look great. I was woke up last night, but by some storms. So this is going to be a fun day tomorrow, regardless. Well, I shouldn't say regardless. If K-State loses, it will not be a fun day. But the Depot is going to be hosting it. We can always move inside the Depot. They have a great bar and tap. So be sure to come out tomorrow and adjust on the fly with us, as it'll be a really fun day. Texter says, is Pat going to be designated for assignment for a radio rehab start? Yeah, I think we're going to send him down for What Are the Chances on Sunday. He'll be sent down for a rehab assignment. He'll be doing What Are the Pats on Sunday. No, I'm just kidding. It'll still be me on Sunday. But it'll be Shane and Jack, I believe. Pat downgraded to doubtful, but he's battling back. He's using the stretch bands right now to try and get himself back up and ready to go for Monday for the Pulse. All right, K-State and KU. This is the literal biggest Sunflower Showdown, at least for me, since I became a K-State fan. I would say 2011 was when I started to become a K-State fan. It's when I started to follow them. It was when my family first started getting season tickets. I remember going to my first K-State game when they beat Eastern Kentucky in a barn burner 10-7. And that year, they have waxed KU. K-State has not lost to KU since I started cheering and following football, college football as a whole. So this is the first time since 2009, since the streak started, that KU is favored in the Sunflower Showdown. K-State has gone on and absolutely dominated in this rivalry. This is a rivalry that has long been Kansas dominated. They still lead the series 64-53, but 16 games in a row for Kansas State in the rivalry. The first year this streak started was 2009 when they won 17-10, and then they absolutely waxed Kansas every year leading up to the final years of Bill Snyder. Scores of 59-7, 59-21, 56-16, 31-10, 51-13, 45-14, 34-19. And then things started to get closer at the tail end of the Snyder era, 30-20, 21-17, and then Chris Kleiman came in, and for the first 4 years, really, of the Kleiman era, it was all Cats, 38-10, 55-14, 35-10, 47-27, and Kansas has, in the last two seasons, 2022, you could argue they played it pretty tight, but K-State was holding them at arm's length for the most part in the Big 12 title year in 22. The last two seasons, they've made K-State sweat. 31-27 in Lawrence in 2023, a game in which Kansas, in every way imaginable, you could argue that Kansas should have won that football game. Rich Miller dropped a would-be pick six. A muffed punt by Trevor Wilson, recovered by Kansas State when KU had the lead. And Kansas was unable to win with Cole Ballard at quarterback in Lawrence in a night game in 2023. Then last year in Manhattan, Jalen Daniels fumbles the football. Chris Tennant hits what would be a long field goal to put them ahead, and Jalen Daniels fumbles on fourth down as Kansas loses 29-27 in Manhattan. Another game in which Kansas says they should have won, but they didn't. I think this one is, coming into the game, a game in which Kansas should feel like they should win. I don't feel great as a K-State fan. I don't feel great coming into this matchup. Dylan Edwards is out. Right tackle Gus Hawkins is out. Defensive end Toby Osunsanmi is out in this matchup. K-State has really struggled this season at rushing the passer, a thing that Kansas has done so well all season long, or has not done well all season long. They have struggled to protect Jalen Daniels in their losses, most notably in their loss against Texas Tech. K-State has not gotten after the passer that much. Toby Osunsanmi was far and away their best pass rusher. After that, you're starting to really grasp at straws when you say, well, you've got Jordan Allen. Boy, you're really grasping at straws there. What a fall from grace he has had. We thought coming into the year that the pass rush was going to be the strength of Kansas State coming into the season. Toby Osunsanmi has 4 sacks, and all due respect to Cody Stufflebean, I think he's a solid player in year 6 at the collegiate ranks, but those 3 sacks are not the same. Those 3 sacks are not the same as most players' 3 sacks. It's been mostly coverage sacks. Then you're starting to get to the Travis Bates, the Chidi Obi Izor, Jordan Allen, Damian Alalio, Kansas State this season rushing the passer has not been very good. They've not been very good. And without their leading pass rusher in Tobias Nsonmi, Kansas is going to have a lot of time to throw the football. And when Jalen Daniels has been given time to throw the football this season, he's been absolutely surgical. And honestly, all season, Jalen Daniels has been outstanding. I even as a Kansas State fan, I can say with the utmost respect and truly, I respect Kansas. I have a lot of respect for Kansas. Obviously, we cover Kansas, so I do have respect for Kansas, but I enjoy watching Jalen Daniels throw the football. He's one of the more pleasurable quarterbacks and watching him play the game. This season, he's not been as good when pressured, but when he is pressured, when he's not pressured, he's really, really good this season. I mean, the things that Jim Zabrowski and Matt Lubick as coordinators draw up for Jalen Daniels, it's really poetry in motion. And I think that's where Kansas State could have some issues slowing down this Kansas offense. Remember last week, Zayshawn Rich was not great in coverage against Eric McAllister. Did not play well. Got torched for 140 yards against Eric McAllister. And you have to imagine that he will be matched up with Emmanuel Henderson. And if Jalen Daniels has time to throw, which all signs are pointing to, he is going to have time to throw, it could be a long, long day for that Kansas State secondary. It could be a long, long day for Kansas State in the secondary. In terms of this season, when not pressured, when kept clean, Jalen Daniels is second in the country in yards per attempt. He is sixth in the country in passing touchdowns. And he is one of the best quarterbacks in the country, fifth in the country in PFF grade when not pressured, when kept clean this season. Second in completion percentage when kept clean in the pocket. He is one of the best quarterbacks in the country in terms of making big-time throws when he is kept clean in the pocket. And for all intents and purposes, Kansas State is not going to be able to get after Jalen Daniels. They're not going to be able to run the football either, something that Kansas has increasingly struggled with this season. Obviously, they gave up a bulk of yards to Texas Tech in the running game. I mean, just ran it right down their throat. But what do you believe when it comes to Kansas State running the football? The best games they've had this season running the football have been with Dylan Edwards. It's been with Avery Johnson running the football. Out of a bye week, are you really all that surprised? Would you be all that surprised if we saw a lackluster game plan, a lack of preparedness from Matt Wells and this coaching staff? I highly doubt we see 10 or more carries from Avery Johnson. I really don't think we see a big game from Joe Jackson. It would not surprise me if Joe Jackson had multiple fumbles in this football game. Ball security has been an issue this season for Joe Jackson. It would not surprise me whatsoever if Joe Jackson had a fumble or two. This is a matchup in which all signs are pointing to Kansas being the overwhelming favorite because of what they do well and also what they don't do well and what Kansas State also does not do well. It's weakness on weakness between Kansas and Kansas State. Kansas State does not rush the passer well. Well, Kansas does not protect the passer very often. Kansas cannot stop the running game. Well, Kansas State has not been able to run the game without Dylan Edwards, and he has been listed as out for Saturday's game against Kansas, as well as right tackle Gus Hawkins, who has been a bright spot for this offensive line. I do not feel good as a Kansas State fan and supporter. And if I'm a Kansas fan, I don't know if I'm not saying I would feel great, but it seems like in these games, Kansas, when things are pointing up for Kansas, you're just kind of waiting for the other shoe to drop. They have listed Le'Shawn Williams and right tackle Calvin Clements as questionable. I would imagine both of them go. Lance Leipold off a bye week, 5-1 at KU. 5 straight wins off a bye week. Chris Kleiman over the last 3 seasons since winning the Big 12 title, 2-4 against the spread off of a bye week. When given ample time to prepare, Chris Kleiman often shows up unprepared for games. You look back this season, The Baylor game, the UCF game was coming off of a bye. Yes, K-State won that game, and it was a feather in the cap of Chris Kleiman and company. When you look back at last season for Kansas State, the Houston game was off. The Arizona State game was off of a bye, a letdown performance at Bill Snyder Family Stadium. The Colorado game was off of a bye. And in 2023, the Oklahoma State game was off of a bye, a true letdown effort on a Friday night in Stillwater. And in the year before, coming off of a bye that season, it was the TCU game in which they got beat by 10 points. So K-State traditionally under Chris Kleiman has not been great coming off of extra rest. And Lance Leipold is quite the opposite. He has very much had success off of a bye week. Now, I don't think that you can say, well, a bye week this, bye week that, because they're both coming off of a bye week, so it's not like one has extra time to prepare than the other. I don't think that's the case here. But, man, I just do not see very much of a situation in which I have a tough time. When I have confidence in a team to win a football game, the most confidence I have ever had in a team winning a football game was last season when the Chiefs beat the Bills in the AFC Championship game. I had to look, what avenues does this team have to win this football game? Last year in the Chiefs-Bills game, I said the Bills could be a high-scoring game, a low-scoring game. Chiefs could fall behind. The Chiefs could play with the lead. I don't see a situation in which the Bills win that football game. And the Chiefs won the football game, and honestly, it never was sweaty. As a Kansas State fan and supporter, I see no way in hell. I do not see a scenario in which Kansas State wins this football game. It could be a low-scoring game. It could be a high-scoring game. It could be a KU lead. It could be a K-State lead. I don't have confidence in this football team to hold a lead. I don't have confidence in this team to rally from behind. I don't have confidence in this defense to hold Kansas out of the end zone. So I picked it in pick six yesterday. I took KU, and honestly, it would not surprise me if come tomorrow morning I have KU in a wager with some real cash on it. And I mean real cash. Maybe it's hedging my heart, but I just don't see Kansas State coming away. I don't see how this team, without Dylan Edwards, without their best pass rusher, with a secondary that has been exposed by everybody with a above average passing game, I don't see a scenario in which this team plays well. And I don't want to come off as a Debbie Downer, but all of the signs are pointing Kansas in this football game. I don't love saying it, but I think this is the year that the streak ends. And I think that this is going to go down as a failure of a season if it does, and a season that had so much expectation. It would be a shock. It would not be a shock to me if Kansas State loses tomorrow. There's a reason that Kansas is favored. My numbers have KU as a 3.5-point favorite. I think that's obvious. I think it's a little bit of shortchanging what Kansas does. But I just don't see what Kansas State could do to put themselves in an advantage in a football game that it is going to be haymaker for haymaker in this football game. I think both sides will have trick plays. I think both sides will have advantages they will take into consideration. But I don't trust the K-State defense. And honestly, I don't trust K-State offensively, and I don't trust Avery Johnson. 2-minute drill, 4-minute drill. I just don't trust this K-State offense to be able to play from behind or honestly even play with the lead. So in terms of my pick, I'm going to take KU. I think Kansas wins this football game, and it breaks my heart to say so. But with integrity, I cannot say that Kansas State will win this football game. I've got the Jayhawks. I've got them by a final score of 30. I'll go 30-24. Kansas wins in this one. The streak is broken. They storm the field. They tear down the goalpost. And we are talking about head coaching candidates for Kansas State coming up on Red Friday next week. Dylan, I had a pretty long monologue there. Saturday, kind of what are your feelings going into the game? I'm sure, talking to Jack and talking to some KU people, the feeling of confidence is not one that they really have, because when they have confidence, it really gets, you're waiting for the other shoe to drop. So what are kind of your feelings heading into Saturday's game?
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat as Jack and whoever else you've talked to with the confidence. I feel good about the game. I mean, KU's giving you enough reasons to feel kind of good about it, right? I mean, they throw the ball real well when they get into that groove. Running game isn't what it used to be. Granted, we lost Devin Neal. I love Jalen Daniels. Like, he's so much fun to watch. Bengali Kamara is great on defense. He's really fun to watch. But then again, that defense is it's so hit and miss. And like 2 weeks ago at Texas Tech was brutal. They couldn't stop anything. Different situation this week with Edwards out. I mean, it's one of those things with KU. Like, I believe in them. Lance has done such a good job of making them a respectable program again. But it just, in a game like this where it's kind of built up, I'll just believe it when I see it. For them to pull out a win and play a complete game, they've done a really good job of just kind of losing games and making all of us kind of just scratch our heads and going, how the hell did they lose that game? Like, what went on there? So, I mean, I'm rooting for them, obviously, and I'm actually pretty confident. I think they're going to win in a similar score to what you had, something in the high 20s.
Yeah, with the weather, I mean, the weather is also to be in consideration, and somebody brought it up, I believe, on Twitter yesterday. Chris Kleiman, traditionally, his teams are mentally unfit to play in bad conditions. Yes. Since the team built the indoor facility, which honestly is a pain in the ass because of you can't park. They built it in the middle of the parking lot. It screws up everything parking wise, but that's beside the point. But since they built the indoor facility in 2021, the team has been awful in bad weather environments. You think back to last season in the Iowa State game, a game which was blistering cold in Ames. K-State looked unprepared to win that football game. You think back to last year in the Houston game, a game in which was delayed because of a thunderstorm, and then the wind was not great either in that game. A game K-State lost as a 11.5, I believe, favorite. The year before, they lose to Iowa State in the snow blizzard, which honestly, I'll give them credit for that. That was a weird day in total, because the entire week leading up to it, it was hot. It was Thanksgiving week. And I remember I was calling a state championship game up in Emporia. The entire week, the weather was actually not terrible. It was a little bit chilly, but it wasn't bad. So it's not like you could have actually practiced in the elements that would be an absolute blizzard on Saturday. It all just hit at one time on Saturday morning. And so I'll give them a pass there, but still the lack of preparedness to win that football game. There's not been very many games I look back on since Kansas State opened up the indoor facility in 2021 that they played in bad weather and they performed well. Hell, even the TCU game in 2022 at TCU was not great weather. There's been games in the past where they have not played well in bad weather, and it looks like, I know TJ Cleveland of K-Witch tweeted out the forecast. It's all green, which is not good. It's going to rain, and it's going to be a consistent rain. So keep an eye on that heading into tomorrow's Sunflower Showdown, as K-State does not play well. There are so many things going against K-State here, and I don't want to come off sounding like I'm trying to be what is it? The golfers that say they're not very good and then end up being really good. I'm thinking of the word, but I can't think of the word. Sandbagger. Yes. I'm not trying to sandbag here, but it would not surprise. Everything is pointing wrong for Kansas State in this football game. I'm extremely worried that they might lose this football game against KU, and it would not shock me whatsoever. And for KU fans out there, I know we talked to Brian Haney on the show yesterday when I was filling in for Pat. You know, I would feel good for those people who have been a part of the program and have been fans since the days of 2011 and 12, 13, when the games weren't even relatively close. You know, if you stuck it out and watched KU football through those the dark ages, man, I'd be happy for you. I wouldn't be happy in terms of as a fan of Kansas State, but I would be happy for you. I'd tip my cap to you and say, good for you. I'm happy that you feel happy, because it is not fun rooting on a traditionally atrocious program. Giving you something to root for is always fun for KU. And obviously, for content purposes for the station, it's always good as well. But I will say this, and I'll go on the record of saying this before we even start to talk about Texas Tech on Saturday. If K-State beats KU, they're beating Tech on Saturday next week. I'll call my shot. I'll Babe Ruth it. I'll call my shot there. If K-State beats KU, if K-State beats KU, they're beating Tech on Saturday too. They somehow, some way, if K-State finds a way to turn around this season, they will beat Tech and they'll go 7-5, and they will end the year on such a hot streak. They'll be like, you know what? All the issues that were at the beginning of the season, they don't matter now. We're going to run it back, and it's going to piss me off to no end. But if you want to watch the Sunflower Showdown, if you plan on watching it, you can watch it with us. It's the rivalry you know and love. The Hawks and the Cats do battle Saturday, October 25th in ESPN Wichita. We're putting on an epic watch party. Join us at Union Station for giveaways, drinks, good eats, and the big game on every TV, big and small. Kickoff scheduled for 11 o'clock, but the event begins at 10:30. It's brought to you by The Depot, Una Vida Tequila, and ESPN Wichita. Join us for the watch party on October 25th in downtown Wichita at Union Station. That's tomorrow. Be sure to tune in tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. for pregame coverage. Be sure to check it out. We'll have pregame coverage starting for you 9:30 a.m. on the channel for an 11 o'clock kickoff. To watch the game, it's on TNT. All right, when we come back, we'll dive deeper into the collegiate ranks. We'll sort through the contenders and pretenders in the college football playoff and the Heisman races. That's all coming up next on Red Friday on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
More football analysis coming your way. It's Red Friday on Wichita's sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Red Friday is brought to you by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Bud Light is the official beer sponsor of the Kansas City Chiefs. Please drink responsibly.
Wichita, Kansas. Did your vehicle receive hail damage? Then you need to check out the #1 company for auto hail damage, FinSource LLC, the name you know. Call them at 316-400-5858 or drop by 3040 North Ohio Street in Wichita. FinSource LLC covers your deductible, on-site courtesy cars, lifetime warranty. FinSource LLC, the name you know. 3040 North Ohio Street, Wichita. Call 316-400-5858.
This football season, count on Ribbit Computers. They have 3 convenient locations in East Wichita, West Wichita, and Derby, making it easy to handle repairs, upgrades for all your tech needs. Ribbit Computers is a proud supporter of the Derby Panthers in the community they call home. When it comes to keeping your devices running smoothly, they're the trusted choice. Visit Ribbit Computers at any of their 3 locations for reliable service and hometown support this season.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
Red Friday is brought to you by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Bud Light is the official beer sponsor of the Kansas City Chiefs. Please drink responsibly.
You've got options for what you can do with your money. So asking the right banking and investing questions matters. But who you ask is just as important as what you ask. At Commerce Bank, we have 160 years of experience helping people like you get the most out of their money. No matter your questions, we have proven financial solutions and strategies that we can tailor to meet your needs. Working together, we'll find your answers. The only answers that matter. Commerce Bank. Challenge accepted. Member FDIC.
If you're craving a taco with a touch of tradition, stop by Taco Pronto. Family owned and operated for 55 years, Taco Pronto makes all their food in-house using the freshest ingredients at prices you can't beat. Drive through today and take advantage of Taco Pronto's daily specials or grab a 12-pack of tacos for only $11.99. Taco Pronto, located at 8385 West 21st Street North, or order online at TacoProntoWichita.com.
Taco Pronto, old-fashioned service.
Welcome back to Red Friday on Wichita's sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM. Got a full weekend of all things sports coming up. We're hitting the 3 big ones, as tonight we will have KU basketball coverage coming up from 6 to 9 o'clock, as we'll have pregame coverage for KU and Louisville starting at 6 o'clock, with the Jayhawks and the Cardinals in exhibition going at 6:30 p.m. here on the channel. before we get into World Series Game 1. We'll join that in progress between the Blue Jays and the Dodgers. And then tomorrow, it'll be college football early in the morning. We'll have College Game Day from 9 a.m. to 9:30 before KU pregame begins with Brian Haney and the crew, as KU and K-State will face off at 11 a.m. Then we'll have World Series pregame coverage starting at 6:30 p.m., getting into Game 2 of the World Series at 7 o'clock tonight. On Sunday, it'll be Chiefs tailgate from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. before What Are the Chances at 11 a.m. It'll be Giants and Eagles coming up at noon before Cowboys and Broncos at 3:25. And then don't forget, Monday, 5 p.m. coverage begins for Chiefs pregame, and then World Series Game 3 between the Dodgers and the Blue Jays at 7 o'clock on Monday. And I'm sure we'll have some NBA coverage going on over the next couple of weeks, with the NBA getting in full swing, KU basketball being pretty much back starting 2 weeks from now. It is all starting very soon. It's crazy to think that it's all coming up, and we are about to hit crossover season. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be hectic, but we're glad to do it here for you at ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. All right, here in this next segment, we are going to sort through some of the contenders and pretenders. Dylan and I will take a look at some of the top teams in the betting odds for the college football playoff and take a look and see if we believe they are a true contender or if we think they are a pretender, if they can really win the national championship or if not. We're going to take a look at that, and we'll start with the number one team in the country and a team that I think is head and shoulders above the rest of the teams in college football. It is the Ohio State Buckeyes. They are currently plus 275 to win the college football playoff national championship game. I'll get us started. I think this team is easily the favorite to win the college football playoff, plus 275. I would bet that, and I would take it. I think this defense is as good as any in college football. It's a big reason why I think that the conversation could be had that this team might be better than last year's team in terms of, the all-around talent that they have, the suffocating defense that Ohio State plays. They are plus 275 to win the national title. I'll come out and say it. I think they're legit. I think they are one of the favorites, if not the favorite, to win the college football playoff national championship. Julian Sand has been phenomenal. This offense is kind of not even taking it seriously just yet because they know they have the nation's best defense available to them. I like Ohio State. I think they are easily one of the top contenders. I think they're the top contender in the entire college football playoff race. Dylan, what say you? Is Ohio State a real contender or not?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they look pretty unbeatable at this point. But then again, that's why they expanded the playoffs, to give people other people chances to take down those teams that look unbeatable. So, yeah, I think they look just as good or better than last year. So let's just see how that plays out.
Yeah, and when you look at their schedule as well, they really don't have – they've got a fairly easy schedule the rest of the way. We thought that Penn State game coming up next week might be an issue for Ohio State. It doesn't look like it will be. Penn State's lost 4 in a row. They fired James Franklin. They do go to Purdue. I will say, dreams go to die. Undefeated seasons go to die at West Lafayette against Purdue. They still have UCLA and Rutgers on the schedule before visiting Michigan. So I would not be surprised if they get into the playoff at unbeaten in the regular season. All right, Alabama is the second favorite at plus 650. This team is entirely different than the team that lost to Florida State in week 1 of the college football season. Ty Simpson, I cannot think of a weakness in his game. I'm not much of like a film junkie, a guy that likes to watch the All-22, but I do follow a lot of guys. Dan Orlovsky does a great job. Todd McShay is fantastic to watch in his film reviews. I love nothing more than watching him operate at the line of scrimmage. I've never seen a quarterback at the collegiate level. I would have to go back to Joe Burrow at LSU in terms of seeing a quarterback that is in complete control at the line of scrimmage in a college football setting. I mean, I think that Ryan Grubb, the new offensive coordinator at Alabama, got to the national championship game at Washington with Kalen DeBoer. I think he has handed the keys over. I think, they have that headset communication with the quarterbacks up until 15 seconds left on the play clock. I think that there is a real confidence from Kalen DeBoer and Ryan Grubb. I think that there is a real confidence in him saying, okay, at 15 seconds, we can cut all communication out and we let him handle it. And the defense is starting to play much better than expected. The one thing we saw last week from Alabama that really encouraged me is the fact that they're finally starting to get Ryan Williams involved in the passing game when they smoked Tennessee. I think Alabama is a great Robin to Ohio State's Batman. I think between those two, they are easy. I think if you were to ask me Ohio State and Alabama or the field, I would take Ohio State or Alabama. I think that you could give me any number. I would take either one of those teams against the field, and I would take one of those two against the field. I think they're easily the two best teams in college football. I don't think anybody holds a candle to them. Dylan, do you think Alabama is a viable number 2 in college football?
Yeah, they just keep looking better and better. And I completely agree with you. They are not the same team that we saw against Florida State in week 1. And on the flip side of that, Florida State is not the same team either. That's been brutal of late. But back to Alabama, they look really good. And Simpson is a stud for sure.
Yeah. All right. Number 3 is Indiana. They are plus 850 to win the national title. I think there's a little bit of overreaction. I don't want to say overreaction, but I think we're putting a little bit too much stock in beating Oregon on the road, a game that was really fun to watch, in a 63-10 win over a then top 10 team in Illinois. I'm not buying in just yet on the Indiana hype as the number 2 team in the country. I think it says a lot about college football ad nauseum that Indiana is the number 2 team in the country. I just don't see them as a college ball playoff contender just yet. I think if they were to run into an SEC team or an Ohio State, I think they would lack the size in the trenches and lack the true NFL playmakers on defense to give them the real advantage in that game. I don't know if I would have them as the number 3 team in the country just yet. Number 2 is where they're ranked in the AP poll. Number 3, I'm not going to label them as a pretender, but I think that's a little bit too high for me in terms of Indiana playoff national champion odds. Do you think Indiana deserves to be number 3 here, Dylan?
Yeah, I mean, they look like a really good football team. They tackle. They're always good on their assignments. I watched a video on them the other day. Guys were just kind of I guess what's the term I'm looking for? They were just all about what they've seen from Indiana this year. They won at Oregon in pretty decisive fashion. They just don't make a lot of mistakes, and Mendoza looks really good at the helm at quarterback. So I mean, I'm a Kurt Cignetti fan. I think he has some really great press conferences, and his teams are really fun to watch if you go back and watch James Madison. So I think they're right where they need to be.
Yeah, and then after that, I do like Kurt Cignetti as well, and I think Mendoza is one of the best quarterbacks, if not the best quarterback in the country. That win against Oregon goes a long way for a lot of people. When you look at the next 4, there's a big cluster of 4 teams here from 10-1 to 12-1. Georgia, Oregon, Texas A&M, and Notre Dame. Of those 4 teams, the one I probably have the most confidence in is Notre Dame because, number 1, they were in the national championship game last year, and it's a team that looks entirely different from where they were at a season ago. A team in the first 2 weeks of the season, I beg your pardon. CJ Carr has played really well, had a couple of boneheaded mistakes in the USC game, but I don't think there's very many teams that can slow down this Notre Dame running game. And I understand that at 10-2 with 0 wins over top 25 teams, they're probably they shouldn't be a lock to get in. But Notre Dame looks like, in my opinion, one of the best teams in all of college football in the last 6 games for them. And so I think Notre Dame, of those 4 teams, Georgia, Oregon, A&M, and Notre Dame, I would take Notre Dame over those 4. Dylan, of those 4, Georgia, Oregon, A&M, and Notre Dame, all 10-1 or 12-1. Who would you take amongst those 4 as a team that you would bet on or you would take as a national champion?
I'm going to blindly say Oregon. I know Dante Moore's a good quarterback, and they won. I mean, this is before we knew what Penn State was going to be. That win at Happy Valley was
it's
really
not an easy
big.
place to win.
No matter what, especially on the whiteout night like they did in that fashion. Georgia's got flaws. I mean, I watched the entirety of the Ole Miss Georgia game. My younger brother went to Ole Miss, so I'm pulling for them. They're probably right outside of this conversation. They made an adjustment in the second half to limit Ole Miss in the second half, but Ole Miss was getting everything they wanted for 2.5, 3 quarters of that football game. And I don't know if I'm a huge believer in Gunnar Stockton, either leading an offense like well for 4 quarters like some of these other quarterbacks that we've mentioned. So, yeah, I might go with Notre Dame, even though I don't know much about them. I know – and Texas A&M, I'm not going with Texas A&M all night. I never will. I refuse to do it. I think they're due for a weird loss. They always kind of do that to themselves. So, yeah, I'll say Notre Dame with Georgia being a close second out of that group.
Yeah, I mean, and after that, the odds for the college ball playoff, I think that it's pretty much it's just a crapshoot. You're probably just donating money at that point. You've got Miami, Texas, Texas Tech, Oklahoma. I mean, not many teams that I would have confidence in that can actually win a national title. Oklahoma would be the one team that I would put in that position potentially, but I just don't really trust. Go ahead.
They've kind of slowed up recently. I mean, I know Mateer missed some time with the thumb and came back early against Texas, but they've struggled on offense a little bit. I do trust their defense, though. The defense looks really good.
Yeah, Mateer struggled since coming back, but yeah, I do think Oklahoma has a real shot there at potentially making some noise. I think Brent Venables is a defensive guy. I think you can have faith in him regardless. All right, let's take a look at the Heisman odds. And I don't really have a guy that I would bet on to win the Heisman. We're just going to go we're not going to go player by player here. But in terms of guys that I would put money on, I think Diego Pavia at plus 825. Man, it's really hard for me not to see him at least being a finalist. I mean, he's fun to watch. He's kind of cocky. But when you look at the games that they're going to have remaining on the schedule, Missouri this week, that's where game day's at. They go to Texas next week. They also go to Tennessee. If they go 10-2, and 10-2 for Vandy is a big deal. It should be a big deal. If they go 10-2 and they win games against Texas and or Tennessee, there's a real chance that he has a Heisman moment. At plus 825, I think it's a fantastic investment opportunity in the Heisman race at plus 825. He's currently fourth in the odds behind Mendoza, Simpson, and Sayin. There's not a whole lot of confidence I have in any of these other guys. Carson Beck was the favorite last week. He's now 55-1 to win the Heisman. As a long shot, I don't hate Haynes King at 75-1. I think he could make some noise, especially if they go on to beat Georgia in their regular season finale. But the thing he doesn't have going for him is he's not going to be in very many big games. But I think Diego Pavia at plus 825 would be my pick to win the Heisman right now if I were to actually bet on it. Dylan, do you have a Heisman pick here?
I like your pick of Pavia. He's great. He's a character. He's fun to watch. He's kind of got that. I don't want to compare him to Johnny Manziel, but he's kind of got that to him. You know, he kind of oozes Heisman, vibes a little bit when he plays too. And I saw him last week hit the Heisman pose after a touchdown.
Yeah.
So that would be kind of nice. And yeah, Vanderbilt, big game this weekend. I'm excited to watch that.
Yeah, I'm sure up there's probably a lot of talk about that game
it was mentioned quite a bit this morning. Yeah.
And you're a KU guy, so obviously you don't love Mizzou, but any feelers on that game between Missouri and Vandy?
I'll tell you what, Missouri's defense is really physical, and I like what Vanderbilt does with that speed side of the offensive line and the strong side.
Yeah, that's some Andale stuff right there. I know that you're obviously not down here, but I remember being in high school and we were scouting Andale, and I Godspeed anybody who actually has to do that. It's not fun, but
a lot of confusion.
Yeah, they break the huddle like really fast, and they sprint up to the line of scrimmage, and they have two different sides of the offensive line. That's some awesome. I think it's hilarious that they would do that, and it's obviously working for them.
Yeah, I mean, they play the cards they're dealt, and they kind of have that weird variation, and it seems to work for them. So more power to them.
Yeah, and for you this weekend, I mean, any where are we playing? Who are we coaching against this weekend, and how do we feel going into this weekend's game in youth football?
First week of playoffs.
Oh wow,
we are playing a team who beat us in the regular season. We were up 14-0, and then our starting quarterback was out to start the game, so we started our second quarterback. He hurt his leg.
Oh, wow.
So we put our running back at quarterback, and we didn't have our second running back because he hit his head on the turf, and they're very cautious with that in football.
As they should be. I think that's a positive.
Yeah. We proceeded to fumble 14 snaps in the second half from a guy who hadn't taken snaps all year, and we lost 16-14 in the last second. So I'm confident going into this game. We've played well the last couple of weeks. It'll be a dogfight, though, man. They're a big physical team. We're kind of a smaller, grinder team. It'll be a fun matchup. So 11 in the morning at Rockhurst High School, first round of playoffs, CYO football. Looking forward to it. Yeah,
I mean, obviously, Dylan just gave you the location. If you want to go root him on, I'm sure that I know there are a lot of people on the text line that love when Dylan fills in. If you want to support Dylan in the what's the team name?
We are the St. Agnes Titans.
Okay. The Titans. If you want to support Dylan and the Titans, you know where to go. 11 a.m. tomorrow. Are you going to be? I'm sure you're going to be checking the KUK State score, I would imagine.
Yeah. So I'm not. Our head coach of the team is a giant K-State fan.
Okay.
Like giant. So I mean, he'll try to dig at me throughout the game. I'm sure of it. So yeah, we'll be checking on it.
All right, that's all coming up tomorrow here in the area. But when we come back, we'll tell you what's going on tonight. High school football ranges on as we had some games in the area last night with the weather. We've got some games tonight. We'll tell you about where we'll be this evening when we come back on Red Friday on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
When storms hit, you need more than just a roofer. You need the biggest and most reliable name in the Midwest, Shamrock Roofing. Shamrock Roofing has grown into the largest roofing company in the region, with local crews right here to serve you. For nearly 50 years, we've proven our strength, our size, and our promise to you to be here for every repair and roof replacement. And every roof is backed by our lifetime craftsmanship warranty. One call does it all. Visit shamrockroofer.com.
Four Seasons RV in Abilene is your premier destination for the highest quality travel trailers, fifth wheels, and toy haulers in Kansas. If you travel for sports, tailgates, or like to kick back at the lake, now is the time to check into kansasrv.com for the best selection on closeout deals. ESPN Wichita listeners can save an additional $500 by mentioning ESPN. Check out kansasrv.com for the best recreational vehicles today.
Big or small, every project deserves a win. From updating your fireplace to creating the perfect patio, Lusco Brick and Stone gives you the strength and style to get it done right. For more than a century, Wichita families and builders have trusted Lusco for brick, stone, and hardscape materials that outlast the competition and bring lasting beauty to every project. Check out their work online at luscobrick.com. Lusco Brick and Stone, Wichita strong since 1907.
Your home's in your hands, you build it.
You can save thousands of dollars building your dream home, remodeling your kitchen or bath, making your home more accessible as you age, or creating a new garage, barn, or workshop. You Build It has been helping homeowners save money for over 30 years. Using the You Build It system, you can choose your budget, who designs your renovations, and how involved you want to be in the process. Call or text now, 316-260-2044.
Your home's in your hands, you build it.
Don't just watch a movie, experience it at Boulevard Theaters. With plush reclining seats, premium sound, and crystal clear screens, every show feels like a premiere. Don't miss any moment on the big screen for food. Simply just order right from your phone and earn points to get rewards with the Boulevard Club. Want to save even more? Check out $8 movies at the Old Town location or $5 films at Town West on Mondays. Get tickets for the next blockbuster at Boulevard Theaters at BLVDtheaters.com.
If you're craving a taco with a touch of tradition, stop by Taco Pronto. Family owned and operated for 55 years, Taco Pronto makes all their food in-house using the freshest ingredients at prices you can't beat. Drive through today and take advantage of Taco Pronto's daily specials or grab a 12-pack of tacos for only $11.99. Taco Pronto, located at 8385 West 21st Street North, or order online at TacoProntoWichita.com.
Taco Pronto, old-fashioned service.
Hey, AK, it's me, TK.
What's up, TK? It's me, AK, Andy from Andy's Frozen Custard. Travis, if you could tell people how to support your charity, what would you say?
Grab my 87 and running concrete at Andy's.
87 and Running is such a wonderful charity that we created a special treat just for the cause. It has the world's finest vanilla frozen custard, Oreos, cookie dough, caramel, and the best part, a portion of the proceeds from everyone sold helps 87 and Running.
It's a cool way to support our vulnerable youth in Kansas City and beyond.
Every winning team needs a strong defense, and so do you. Don't let the flu sideline you this season. Get your quick, easy flu shot at DAM Pharmacies. No appointment needed. With 6 convenient locations in and around Wichita, it's never been easier to stay in the game. DAM Pharmacies, protecting fans all season long. Visit them today at dampharmacy.com.
Pay heed, all who enter.
A swat on one end, a poster on the other. What a sequence.
Join the Jayhawks all season on the hardwood.
He hit it from way downtown.
The legacy continues right here on your home for Kansas Jayhawk basketball.
The Jayhawks play here all season long. Don't miss Kansas and Louisville tonight at 6:30 on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
It's the rivalry you know and love. The Hawks and Cats do battle on Saturday, October 25th, and ESPN Wichita is putting on an epic watch party. Join us at Union Station for giveaways, drinks, good eats, and the big game on every TV, both big and small. Kickoff is scheduled for 11 a.m., but the event begins at 10:30. It's brought to you by The Depot, Una Vida Tequila, and ESPN Wichita. Join us for the watch party on Saturday in downtown Wichita at Union Station.
Welcome back to the show. It's Red Friday here on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM. As we talk to you here for a little bit before we get to the Shane and Jack Power Hour. It'll be 4 straight hours with Shane and Jack as Pat has been downgraded to out for today. So it'll be Shane and Jack with you today from noon to 4. They'll be giving you a traditional Shane Dennis show and a traditional, we'll call it the Schultz with Shane and Jack, as they'll have you today. Same things they usually talk about, but it'll just be 4 hours of it. Shane will be filling in for Pat, and he'll be doing a great job. Pat recovering this weekend as he will be preparing for Monday to recap the Sunflower Showdown, of course. But tonight, we've got some really fun games on tap this evening and some that happened last night. I'm not sure if many of you have looked at the forecast. I obviously don't. But supposed to be some rain tonight in the forecast, so a lot of games getting moved from Friday to Thursday. A lot of games getting moved up to 6 p.m. tonight. I haven't dove too much into the radar. I have a communication degree, not a weatherology degree, so I'm not too deep into the weeds when it comes to what one of the Dopplers, I guess is what you would call it.
Meteorology.
Meteorology. There you go, Dylan. I'm not sure.
I'm
not sure what the hell I'm looking at when I'm looking at one of those. So when I see all these pretty colors, the red ones are always the ones that I get worried for. And it looks like we got a lot of rain in the forecast this evening, some potential lightning. So some games getting moved up this evening. But tonight we will have Goddard and we will have Salina Central on the YouTube channel tonight. It would be just audio, no video. It'll be Goddard and Salina Central. We'll have it. It'll be free to listen to. It'll be super easy. You just got to throw it on in the background. We'll have that for you tonight starting at 6 o'clock. We'll actually start around 5:50, 5:45-ish to make sure we get you all of our Four Seasons RV pregame show coverage, the player to raise the roof, etc. We'll get you that, and that'll be coming up at 5:45 this evening before a 6 o'clock kickoff between Goddard and Salina Central. Two teams coming in at 5-2, and they are playing for a playoff spot and a second-place finish in the AVCTL Division II. It would have been a potential title game in the AVCTL Division II if not for a win last week for Andover as they took down Salina Central in dramatic fashion last week, waxing the Salina Central Mustangs. So these two teams are vying for playoff position. If Goddard wins, they'll move into a tie potentially for third place with both Andover, Salina Central, and Hutch and Hayes. So a lot of intriguing positions for them to be in if they are to take down Salina Central tonight. If Salina Central wins, they will be in pole position to be the number 2 seed in 5A West. Salina Central got off to their first 6-0 start since the 2005 state championship team. These two teams will be playing for an opportunity this evening to host a first-round playoff game, as that is what is on the line this evening. But there are also other games going on this evening. Andover at Andover Central, we are potentially looking to cover that game. And then obviously there's another entity covering the game. We would have been on the roof. We were like, okay, well, the forecast, this was at this point last week. We were like, well, doesn't look like the forecast can be too bad next week on the roof. So we'll be able to cover it. That changed. So we'll be pivoting to a different game. We'll be covering Goddard and Salina Central tonight. But nevertheless, Andover and Andover Central should be a fun one this evening. Two teams that are, once again, playing for a playoff spot. Andover at 5-2. They've won 5 in a row. If they win tonight, actually, regardless, Andover has clinched a league title in that division. So that one is of intrigue. Bishop Carroll at Derby. Derby looking to stay hot as they have won 3 in a row. They took down May South last week, final score of 70-28. Bishop Carroll looking to parlay some positive momentum into an upset win at 6A Derby. Other games going on this evening. Cheney at Pratt, a game that matters a lot in 3A. Other games going on as we take a look now down the line here at the K-Preps website. Goddard Eisenhower at Wichita Northwest, another game we were potentially looking to cover, but before we landed on Goddard and Salina Central. Halstead at Lions, Hayes at Liberal. Other games down the line here. It looks like we've got Capon at Heights, in which should be an intriguing matchup. Other games, Mays at Salina South, Mays South at Hutch, a game that could docky some potential playoff spots there. Other ones down the list here, it'll be Salina Central and Goddard, like we said tonight. Sedgwick at Whitewater Remington. Rock Creek at Chapman in a massive showdown in USD 473 there. Other games down the list here, Uniontown on the road at Jayhawk Lynn. Shane Dennis's squad going to be taking a big trip down to Jayhawk Lynn. Valley Center at Hayesville Campus. Wamego at Abilene in a NCKL matchup should be intriguing. And then Wichita East at Dodge City. West at South in the City League this evening. Final score in the City League last night, 64-0, the Southeast win over North. But don't forget, tonight, head to the YouTube page right now, and you can actually set a reminder to be reminded when we go live for Goddard and Salina Central. That's coming up tonight on the YouTube page. Don't forget, the YouTube page exclusively. It will not be on the airwaves. So if you are tuning in tonight, we encourage you to do so. Maybe you can listen to two things at the same time. KU and Louisville, for all you Jayhawk fans, exhibition basketball taking place this evening between the Jayhawks and the Cardinals. That'll be coming up with pregame coverage starting at 6 o'clock tonight. All right, that'll do it for me and for producer Dylan Brett. Thanks so much for listening to another edition of Red Friday on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM. Good work, Dylan.
Yeah, we'll see you next week.
Wichita, Kansas. Did your vehicle receive hail damage? Then you need to check out the #1 company for auto hail damage, DenSource LLC, the name you know. Call them at 316-400-5858 or drop by 3040 North Ohio Street in Wichita. DenSource LLC covers your deductible, on-site courtesy cars, lifetime warranty. DenSource LLC, the name you know. 3040 North Ohio Street, Wichita. Call 316-400-5858.
Big or small, every project deserves a win. From updating your fireplace to creating the perfect patio, Lusco Brick and Stone gives you the strength and style to get it done right. For more than a century, Wichita families and builders have trusted Lusco for brick, stone, and hardscape materials that outlast the competition and bring lasting beauty to every project. Check out their work online at luscobrick.com. Lusco Brick and Stone, Wichita strong since 1907.
Get ready to groove under the stars. Windy Rock, the free outdoor concert series at Rock and Brews Casino Bremen, presents Grammy Award-winning multi-platinum legends Rose Voice. August 16th, 8:30 p.m. Get ready to dance to hits like Car Wash. I want to get next to you. I want to get next to you and wishing on a star. More details at Rock and Brews Casino Bremen, I-35, exit 231.
Hi, I'm Ben Farha with Farha Roofing. Whether it's a quick repair, routine maintenance, or
all right, you ready to do this?
Farha Roofing is ready to protect your home or business. With
you got me
decades
right
of
now. Shane's
experience
letting somebody in.
and
I'm
commitment to
updating the
quality,
stream.
we make protecting your home or business simple and stress-free. Don't wait until a small issue becomes a big problem. Call
Maybe
us
need some more
today
commercials,
or
just let me
visit
know.
FarhaRoofing.com. Farha Roofing. We're proud to be Wichita's trusted roofing experts. Local, reliable, and always rising above the rest.
Save big money on all your electrical needs at Menards. From wire, tools, testers, and more, Southwire is the perfect choice for your next electrical project. They offer innovative products to help you get your project done right. Hurry in today and save big on all Southwire products at Menards. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on menards.com for more great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM, your radio home of the Kansas Jayhawks.
I said we got an unbelievable team. From the bigs, from the guards, from the forwards. I feel like we have everything. I feel like it's time to show everybody. Our main goal is winning and showing everybody. Excited to prove everybody wrong.
The quality of the coaches is 5-star, platinum level when you look across the league. I think all of that leads to the Big 12 being one of the best basketball conferences in the country.
The Jayhawks play here. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. Wichita's new sports leader. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. KKGQ Newton. This is the Shane Dennis Show on the new ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Hey, welcome in. Happy Friday. It's episode 1083, Shane Dennis Show, here on a Football Friday. Bunch of things to get to, and we will do so, I promise. But we want you, as always, not only this show, but the Pulse with Pat from 2 to 4. We want you to be a part of the show. And we give you many ways that you can. We give away stuff all the time. We interact with our texters as much as we can. And listen up. Here are the numbers that you need to interact with me and Jack today. And you'll get plenty of us today, by the way, in case you've missed it, with Red Friday and Chance. We'll be here with you all afternoon. Hotline, if you want to call, you'll have a decent opportunity in the second hour of both shows if you want to do that. 316-669-4996. That's a hotline if you want to call. Got a question, you got to chime in, you want to win something, then that's the line you use. Call that. Text the text line, of course. That number is 316-247-0923. So shoot us a text if you got score predictions later on, if you got comments, questions, chime-ins, and you don't want to call, then you don't have to. You got a text line. You can use that whenever you want during Red Friday, this show, the Pulse with Pat, and really anytime thereafter. It'll pop up. You don't have to just wait until we're doing the show. If you got a thought or a question or a comment, just use that text line whenever you want. 247-0923. All right, here's how you can listen to the show. Smart speaker, if you got one of those. Tell it to play KKGQ 92.3. If you are on the internet and you want to stream the show through our website, you can do that. Listen live on ESPNWichita.com. You can also access all the past shows. They're archived there. You can listen to whatever, whenever, on demand. ESPNWichita.com. Check us out there. You can download our ESPN Wichita app too. That way you can take us with you wherever you go. Listen live when you're on the go if you can. And I've said this a couple times within the last week, maybe noon to 2 is not your jam, but you like the show and you like interviews and you like the funny bits. After the fact, Jack put those things up really quickly. So whenever it suits you, go back and listen to anything you may have missed. Same with the Pulse with Pat. Same with New Day with SSJ. He's on in the mornings, and the program with Seren Petro from 4 to 6 in the afternoons. If you're ever interrupted and you miss something and you hear something that's on the horizon that you're looking forward to, but you can't get to it, you can do so after the fact on demand whenever it suits you. ESPN Wichita app, ESPNWichita.com. Just search that podcast button, hover over it, click it, find it, and you're on your way. Also, you can live stream us on Twitter, on Facebook, and our YouTube. So subscribe to our YouTube channel. That way you can live stream the show. You can see us in studio. You see the bobbleheads in front of us. And you get a little bit of an insight of what the studio looks like here at Equity Bank Park. So you can live stream us on all those platforms. We are at our Equity Bank Park studio. It is October 24th, 297th day of the year, 68 days left in 2025. Headed for a high only of 63 degrees today under mostly cloudy skies. And I think just about anybody, unless you're streaming from a different state, anybody within the sound of my voice, cloud cover, rain, and fall type weather. So dress accordingly. All right, there you go. There's your numbers. We'll tell you what we're going to talk about here in just a second. But first, Jack always has what we call a moment of levity. He tries to lighten the mood and make us laugh, especially here on a Friday. Jack?
I strictly forbid my kids from watching orchestras. There's too much sax violins.
Ooh, not bad. Not bad. Only 3 days to tell you about today. two are related. National Food Day. Pretty broad. Pretty specific. National Bologna Day, or bologna, however you like. When's the last time you had a bologna sandwich, Jack?
I had a really good bologna sandwich actually about a year ago in North Carolina, actually. I want to say it might have been at an airport, but it was really good, like fried onion strings on it.
You ordered a bologna sandwich?
Yeah, it was like fried bologna and had some fried onion strings, some barbecue sauce on it. It was very good.
Wow. I hear people rave over fried bologna. If you're going to have a bologna sandwich.
Oh, it's good.
Fried bologna. Okay. And National Pharmacy Buyer Day is today. Those are the only days we have to celebrate. Born days, notable born days. The author who wrote Mary Had a Little Lamb, Sarah Hale, born 1788. Annie Taylor, born 1838. She became the first person to go over Niagara Falls in a barrel. Stunt woman, Annie Taylor. Good for her. Film director and producer of the original King Kong, Marion C. Cooper, born 1893. The former CEO of Milliken and Company, Roger Milliken, born on this day, 1915. Voice actor of Scooby-Doo, Jack Angel, born 1930. The Big Bopper, born on this day, Chantilly Lace. He's one of the guys that died in the plane crash with Buddy Holly and Richie Valens. Big Bopper, born day today. And David Nelson, actor who played himself in The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. There's a place in Hayes, Kansas, apparently has an awesome fried bologna sandwich, Texter says. Gella's Diner, if you happen to be in Hayes. Actor B.D. Wong. He's Law and Order SVU, stage, film, TV actor. He is 65 today. All right. That'll do it for today, October 24. Here's what we're going to talk about. We got plenty to get to. As Chance alluded to earlier, in case you missed it at the end of Red Friday, Pat is out again today. So it'll be me and Jack with the Pulse coming your way from 2 to 4. In the meantime, from now until 4 o'clock, if we don't talk about something you want to hear about, I'll be surprised. We are going to run the gamut on topics, opinions, guests. We're going to have a couple of those. We got some features like we normally have on Fridays and my show and Pat on the Pulse Fridays. Hang in there with us. We would love for you to listen wall to wall. If you can't, we understand. But we're going to try to inform and entertain you for the next 4 hours, 2 in this show and then 2 in the Pulse from 2 to 4. Coming up in the interim, we got an SEC referee, football that is, that's been suspended for the rest of the year. We'll tell you why and who that is coming up here in the first segment. We will get on the hotline at 12:25. We'll talk to Mike Rooney from D1Baseball.com and get his thoughts on the Tony Vitello to San Francisco Giants move. Who's next at Tennessee? Might KU baseball fans be nervous at who's going to replace Tony Vitello? There's a name from way out of left field that's interested in the Tennessee job now. And also Kevin O'Sullivan from Florida, apparently reportedly stepping away for personal reasons at the University of Florida. So a little bit of baseball talk with Mike Rooney, try to make some sense of the Tony Vitello to San Francisco move. He'll join us at 12:25. And then we got a Twitter questions brought to you by Rivet Computers. Has to do with what big game are you looking forward to this weekend? We'll give away some stuff at the end of hour 1. We'll take a look at the Midwest Pain Relief Center injury report. We'll hone in on Mike Evans, who broke his collarbone in his first game back after being on the IR for a hamstring issue. So we'll talk a little bit about a clavicle issue, and then we'll do a little whip around the NFL, some of the notable injuries that teams are dealing with on a Sunday and Monday, well, a weekend in the NFL that has a lot of teams on buys, a lot of good teams on buys. So we will talk a little NFL coming up at 1 o'clock. Our stories of the week, we've moved to 125. So Jack and I will have our stories of the week brought to you by Farhall Roofing at the bottom of hour number 2. And then Rock and Brews Casino Bremen will bring us on old Jack Young to wrap up this week's Shane Dennis show. And then I will stick around, and then we will regale you with some more fun stuff coming up at 2 o'clock with the Pulse in for Pat again today. I can tell you we'll talk exhibition basketball. KU and K-State both have tune-ups that we'll talk to you about. Fat Jack from fatjacksports.com will make his picks. We will talk to him in the 2 o'clock hour. And then a lot of the features that we have, play of the week, drive of the game, athlete of the week, buy, sell, all the normal fare that you hear from Pat on a Friday, we will bring to you a little bit later on. So we'll remind you of that as we get a little bit closer. But right now, and I don't want to try to connect any dots here. Don't misunderstand me. But considering the news that we had yesterday that we saw with the NBA and Chauncey Billups and Terry Rozier, thought it was interesting. The timing, I guess. I don't know. And the news out of the SEC that the Southeast Conference has suspended a longtime referee. His name is Ken Williamson for the remainder of the season after the Georgia-Auburn game. October 11th is when that was. And sources have confirmed to ESPN yesterday that was going on. Texter asked at the time if we saw the Kirby Smart thing. And now we will bring it to light. Texter, you were right. You were kind of out ahead of this. He said, Texter says, I called the Georgia versus Auburn officiating the day after this happened. Wish they'd refund my bet. Sorry, this is SEC thing, but did you all watch the Georgia versus Auburn game? Worst officiating I've ever witnessed. Talked mostly about the gaslighting of Kirby Smart. I was clapping. Yeah, that brings back memories from a couple of weeks ago. So here's the thing. Here's what happened. And here's what the SEC has done, which I'm honestly quite a bit surprised that they suspended a veteran referee for the rest of the year. Georgia beat Auburn 20-10. Ken Williamson, the guy's name, he was the crew chief in that game. He told the SEC officials prior to opening day, it's a little sidebar, that he's going to retire after the end of the season. So take that for what it's worth. The SEC declined to comment. The actual referee didn't respond to a text from ESPN. There were 2 pretty controversial calls in Georgia's rally to win at Jordan-Hare Stadium. Auburn led 10-0 late in the first half. Auburn's quarterback tried to score on a sneak on 3rd and goal from the 1. As he approached and reached for the end zone, a Georgia linebacker punched the football out of Arnold's arm. Georgia recovered, and officials ruled that the quarterback fumbled before reaching the goal line. And then after a long delay, replay officials upheld the on-the-field ruling, giving Georgia possession. Georgia went down, kicked a field goal, 10-3 at half. Now, I suppose this is normal stuff in the SEC. I don't want to pigeonhole the SEC, but big conferences in big football games, especially in league. But as Ken Williamson, the official, made his way to the locker room, he was confronted not only by Hugh Freeze, the coach, but the Auburn AD, John Cohen, apparently met him and had some words for him going into the locker room, which makes me shake my head a little bit, but maybe that's not out of the ordinary. Maybe I got my head in the sand and ADs getting officials' asses more times than I think. But Williamson also missed a targeting penalty against Auburn late in the first half. So 2 egregious misses, according to Auburn folk. A review was initiated by the replay crew. Williamson missed it, and Lee was ejected from the game after a helmet-to-helmet hit. So Ken Williamson missed a targeting penalty, and according to Auburn fans, botched a reach across the goal line, punch-out fumble that was recovered by Georgia. With Georgia up 13-10 in the fourth quarter, Kirby Smart ran toward the side judge and appeared to call timeout with his hands. The official stopped the clock, and then Smart argued that he was only telling the official that Auburn players were clapping their hands to mimic Georgia's hand signals, which should mean a delay of game on the defense. Then after a brief discussion, Georgia was not charged a timeout. The play clock was reset to 25. And of course, Kirby Smart explained this away after the game that, you can read my lips. I'm screaming. They're clapping. He didn't want a timeout, didn't need one. They were going to get the playoff. That was me paraphrasing Kirby Smart after the game. And former official Terry McCauley, the NFL rules guy, chimed in. Former coordinator of officials for the Big East and then the American, told the ESPN yesterday that he thought Williamson's punishment was too severe. I happen to agree. If it's bad calls that you have a problem with, then shouldn't we be suspending referees left and right? And not only in the SEC, but I'm sure you go ask any fan base. Anytime your team loses a game, and I'm not saying everybody is like this, but you don't have to look very far on Twitter to, if you go looking up, put some select keywords into the Twitter machine, you're going to find invariably people complaining about the officials and putting up video as proof. And look at this hold that they missed. And look at this catch that they overturned. And look at this illegal formation that they refused to call. And much like Jack, I think you could find Joe Buck doesn't like your team. You could probably find, if you dig hard enough, an official that doesn't like your team too. And you could dig up the stats and the penalties to prove your point. SEC is the king of the mountain when it comes to college football. Were you surprised that they suspended this long time, not a young kid, long time white hat Ken Williamson for the rest of the season after 2 calls that he missed?
Yeah, and it's deserving. I fully believe that it is deserving. Look, this is a sport, and this really should be the case in every professional sport and every level of Division I football. You need to send a message at some point, and games that are that high profile, I'm sorry, you can't have egregious misses like that. And, I wish this was taken more seriously in other sports. I mean, the SEC is the big moneymaker in college football, and when you miss calls like that in situations like that, you probably should expect a form of a punishment. And would you
accept at least them standing behind the podium, or that's not good enough for you either? You know what I mean?
Not good enough for me.
They never have to talk. So I'm saying maybe if they had to, have a post-game presser and explain some of their calls, that's still too hollow for you. You got to get it right.
Yeah, you got to get it right. I'm sorry. I know there is the human element to this. We talk about it all the time, Shane, when it comes to umpires in baseball. But with officials in college football, it's not quite the same as baseball, right? Because really, is one bad call in a game in May going to derail your season? No. But is a few blown calls and brutal misses in one SEC game going to derail your season? Possibly.
Good. Yeah.
Absolutely possible.
Especially Georgia.
Yeah, I mean, Georgia, for one, Auburn's winless in SEC play, so right. I'm not going to go as far to say their season's been derailed, but maybe for bowl eligibility, you derail it. And, I appreciate that. I like the iron fist, if you will, to show that this is not okay. Because, these officials, if you're too old, I believe I read a report that he was planning to retire at the end of the year.
Yes.
So it's not like you're suspending a young guy who can't even get his feet off the ground, right? Can't even get running as an official in Division I football. But this is maybe just a message of, hey, we don't really care who you are. You cannot have misses like that. If we have to explain to teams that, we did miss it. Right? Doesn't that drive you more insane, Shane? And maybe I sound like a hypocrite, but when they put out those reports, it's like, hey, yeah, we did miss that. Like, it is.
I think as long as you say, hey, at the time, I was confident in the call, but looking back now, I guess I take that. That's better than nothing, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's better than being arrogant and saying, well, yeah, I don't, I got it wrong. Well, it is what it is. But I feel the SEC is trying to crack down on the amount of those statements of, yeah, we blew that call there. We got to be better in that spot. And, we can't lose sight of the fact, Shane, it's Division I football. It's the SEC. It's primetime football. And you cannot have that many slip-ups.
You know what it also has to do with? A lot of money. And I'm not just talking about gambling either. Talking about college football playoffs. This team gets in, this team doesn't. This team has to go to a lower tier bowl. Millions and millions of dollars are riding on these games, man.
They are. And that's why you need the best of the best. And if you've got somebody that's not up to par anymore, you got to move on from him. Can't protect him all the time. And to make a ruling like this, I completely stand by it.
All right. Kind of a little bit of a tremor as far as the SEC is concerned. Cracking down on a couple of big misses in the Georgia-Auburn game. A longtime official has been suspended for the rest of the year. Slippery slope and a little bit dangerous, if you ask me. But apparently some people do want these officials' heads on a spit. And the SEC and maybe in some circles, the Georgia or the Auburn fans got it. Ken Williamson is axed for the rest of the year. All right, coming up here in just a little bit, we try to wrap our minds around why the San Francisco Giants would hire a college coach to be their skipper. They've done that within the last couple of days. And boy, you talk about a week that for our story of the week, you got a bunch of things to pick from. We absolutely do. And that's up there at the top of the list. We'll talk to Mike Rooney from D1Baseball.com, get his thoughts on Tony Vitello going to the big leagues to become the next San Francisco Giants manager. We'll get him on the horn here in just a little bit. We will check out the Rivet Computers Twitter question. It has to do with the big game of the weekend that you most look forward to at ESPN Wichita. Head on over there and vote and repost, will you? We'll also take a look at the injury report in the NFL, courtesy of Midwest Pain Relief Center. That's coming up at 1 o'clock. The aforementioned stories of the week coming up an hour from right now between myself and Jack. Mine's regurgitated, I'll be honest with you, but would be silly not to acknowledge the scandal in the NBA as my particular Farha Roofing story of the week. We'll recap that coming up at 1:25. I'm old Jack Young at the end of the show, and then we'll keep the fun going with the Pulse as Jack and I set in for Pat today from 2 to 4. When we return, San Francisco, why would you do this? Tony Vitello, why would you do this? We'll get on the horn and find out from Mike Rooney, D1Baseball.com. The Giants hire a college baseball coach. Talk about that when we come back.
The Shane Dennis Show will be right back on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
What do people with blindness or low vision need to live to the fullest? Just ask them. It's skill development, scientific breakthroughs, knowledge-based jobs, and the same opportunities as everyone else. When you give to Envision, whether it be your time, donations, or your engagement, you make it all possible. That's because at Envision, they don't focus on the disability. They value the ability. They choose not to envision a world without sight, but to envision a world where people who are blind or visually impaired are empowered to reach their full potential. Learn more at envisionus.com.
Hey, this is Blake Davis with Davis Liquor Outlet.
And this is Brian Davis with a great special on Knob Creek Davis Liquor Outlet Barrel Picks, only $49.99.
Plus, grab a 1.75 liter of good old Crown Royal for just $49.99.
I got Mike.
Each store independently owned and operated.
Wichita
He's a great
owned,
guy, by the
Wichita
way.
proud.
I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah.
When storms hit, you need more than just a roofer. You need the biggest and most reliable name in the Midwest, Shamrock Roofing. Shamrock Roofing has grown into the largest roofing company in the region, with local crews right here to serve you. For nearly 50 years, we've proven our strength, our size, and our promise to you to be here for every repair and roof replacement. And every roof is backed by our lifetime craftsmanship warranty. One call does it all. Visit shamrockroofer.com.
Hey, it's Jeff from American Shaman. People ask, how are you still here? We're here because we believe life is beautiful, we believe in wellness and natural solutions, and we believe your life is better with the feather. If you agree, come see us at American Shaman in Wichita and Derby and online at yourcbd.pro.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Hey, it's Sean Tarbell with Davis Moore Chevrolet. I'm excited to announce that Chevy Truck Month is extended. That means you get one more chance to save thousands on all new Silverados and Colorados. Drive off in the all-new 2025 Chevy Colorado Z71 4x4 and save up to $5,300 off MSRP or get 3.9% financing for 60 months. Together, let's drive at Davis Moore Chevrolet, located under the Big American flag at Kellogg and Tyler, or check us out online at davis-moorechevrolet.com. All offers plus tag, title, tax, and administrative fees expire October 31st, 2025.
Bills, coins, and bullion. Kansas's premier bullion dealer.
Football season is here, and there's no better time to score big at Bills Coins and Bullion. Whether you're stacking silver like a defensive line or going for the gold like a championship ring, Bills Coins has the deals that'll make your portfolio scream touchdown. From coins to collectibles, rare, historic, or investment grade, Bills is your winning play for precious metals. Don't fumble your future. Run to Phil's, located at 9344 West Central. Or visit philscoins.com. Bills Coins and Bullion. Stack smart, stack strong.
Since 1886, it's been the two words we live by and the chant we live to cheer. We hear all season as the Jayhawks hit the turf.
Touchdown, Kansas!
Join us this Saturday as the Jayhawks face off with Kansas State in the Sunflower Showdown. Our coverage begins at 9:30 on your home for Kansas Jayhawk football.
The Jayhawks play here. ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
I'm the f***ing man. Y'all don't get it, do you? Type of money, everybody acting like they know you. Go uptown, New York City, baby.
12:26 here on a Friday. Pretty much any other week, the Tony Vitello to San Francisco would be the story of the week, and it only took a gambling ring and the FBI getting involved in the NBA for this not to be my story of the week. But we jump on the hotline and talk to Mike Rooney from D1Baseball.com, college baseball analyst, former player, former coach. And now you can catch him, especially during regional time, on ESPN at the desk, doing Bases Loaded. Runes, appreciate you hopping on with me today. How are you?
I'm good, Shane. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm actually trying to at least go back and forth on the idea that a college baseball coach without any professional baseball experience can manage a big league team. I'll ask you first, I'll frame it this way. If you're Buster Posey and you're San Francisco, why would you hire Tony Vitello?
Yeah, I think it's a very fair question. I think, I like for me personally, I underestimated Tony once, and I keep promising myself I'm not going to do it again. You know, when he was hired at Tennessee, he had no head coaching experience, and he just was known as this incredible recruiter. And man, like what he's done at Tennessee is nothing short of mind-boggling. You know, that went from a second half of the SEC job to a top 3 job in the country. You know, they're putting on the final touches of $110 million stadium upgrade that, when Tony got there, Tennessee hadn't even threatened for a regional in 12 years, let alone made one. So I would say, like, if I'm Buster Posey, who, clearly is a very smart person, I think one thing that's probably interesting to him is Tony is a closer. You know, his superpower in college baseball is several, but one of them is talent acquisition. And that means identifying the right players, knowing where you can find them, and then closing the deal. And, I'm an amateur on MLB, but it does seem to me that the San Francisco Giants have money to spend. They just can't get the best free agents to pick them. They finish second or third or fourth in every free agent race. So I wonder if part of it, Buster thinks that, Tony can help there. I think the other part is that Tony's incredible with star players. If you look at his best friends are Max Scherzer, Peyton Manning, and Morgan Wallen. He's great with alphas, right? Those types of people. And so, Tony's got a lot of skills and strengths, but those are two that jump out for me where it's like, and Drew Gilbert, former Tennessee outfielder, was really apparently breathed the life into San Francisco last year during the season. So, it's a very interesting and unique choice, obviously unprecedented. But as you start to kind of put the pieces of the puzzle together, there are some things that do make some sense.
So now put yourself in Tony Vitello's shoes, if you would. Why would you go to the big leagues when you've got what you have at Tennessee?
Well, I think the fact that it took him so long to make the choice tells you that he was pretty torn. I would say that, in some ways there's nothing to lose, right? Like, first of all, there's only 30 big league manager jobs on the planet. So what an opportunity, right? Like it would be hard to turn that down and not have regrets. But I would also say that, when and if he comes back into college baseball, and I do think he will come back to college baseball. I've made it very clear to all my MLB friends that this is a rental. They're not getting to keep Tony V, because we need him back in college baseball. He's such a compelling and entertaining personality. But I would say he will have incredible opportunities coming back to college baseball. I would assume schools will be lined up to hire him, because his skill set really is perfect for college baseball.
The way baseball is right now, Runes, you and I both know at pretty much every level, the scouting, the reports are just at an all-time high. So that no secrets. The Major League Baseball banned the shift. The scouting reports were so effective. So could it be perceived, if you're a San Francisco Giants fan, that most of these decisions are already made for you anyway, so let's think outside the box and get an up-and-coming guy that's full of what and vinegar, 47-year-old, and breathe some life into this organization? You think there was any bit of that when it came to hiring Tony Vitello?
I mean, clearly we're speculating, but I think so. I think, again, if I put my Buster Posey hat on and I'm thinking to myself, okay, if the only thing this guy can do is help us be more attractive in free agency, help us, be in a better place with our star players. He's clearly very gifted in that area. And then, have our team be more connected and more fiery, like win, right? Like now, how's that sustainable over 162 games, those types of things. Clearly, one of the things Tony did when he went to Tennessee is he had incredible insight into his own blind spots. And I think that's easy to say, but I think very few humans have that. He hired the perfect staff to complement the things he's great at and to, supplement or fill in the gaps in areas where maybe he's not as strong. And now I think in pro ball for the Giants, he won't maybe have quite as much autonomy there. But, like his one of his good friends, maybe even his teammate from Mizzou, Jace Tingler, I've heard a rumor that he might be his bench coach, and that's a former big league manager. And so, again, they have the Mizzou roots in common. So I think your point's well taken. Like so much of that stuff, there's resources that you can lean on there, but the spirit of the team and the having the right mentality does feel like that's become a little bit of a separator.
And I'm glad you brought that up, because if you're just a passing Tennessee baseball fan, or just generally a fan of college baseball, and you don't know much about the Tennessee program, what you see in Tony is a hothead. That guy wears his heart on his sleeve. He's very boisterous. He says what he means and means what he says in these pressers. Sometimes the perception would be that stuff won't play in pro ball, let alone in the big leagues. I'm sure he's quite versatile, and the fact that he hires people that fills in the blanks, as you said, I think maybe would bring us maybe up to a different level of those that maybe doubt whether he can do this in the big leagues.
Yeah, and I also think, like, as you know, Shane, like I played for Pat Murphy at Notre Dame, and he was my boss at Arizona State, and he was the Tony V of his generation, boisterous, controversial, conflict left and right, and if I had $1 for every, time I heard Pat Murphy would never work in pro ball, I'd be calling you from an island that I owned, right? My wife and I would own it. And so, but, and obviously that's gone beautifully for Murph in pro ball. Now, it's different than Tony's experience because Murph, went there later in life and had 8 years in the minor leagues, et cetera, et cetera. But I do think the thing that hasn't changed about Murph is like that out of the box thinking, and that, you know, there's a little bit of conflict to his personality. You know, but I think one of the points that is maybe gets missed in all this is we have to remember that I don't have data to back this up, but my feeling is MLB, the players are younger than they've ever been. They get to the big leagues quicker. The data and the models all want younger players. And, you know, like we talk about these big leaguers like they're 45-year-old adults. They're not. Like 27 years old is like a veteran in the big leagues right now. And so, I mean, like 27 years old, like you're kind of a kid still. And so, you know, I don't know. Like I think, and Tony's 47. It's not like he's, you know, just got out of college.
Right.
So I think Major League Baseball has changed in many ways, but I think it's a much younger enterprise than it's ever been.
So will we see more of this? Obviously, it'll depend a little bit on what Vitello does with the Giants, but is this the start of something, or do you think this is so far out there that the rest of Major League Baseball is going to take a real big wait and see approach?
Well, I think yes is the answer to both parts of the question. You know, like I think it is controversial, like Buster Posey's sticking his neck out there. Now he can, right? Not every GM has the resume or quite honestly, the bank account that Buster Posey has to be able to be a risk taker like this. But I would say, like, as we've had these conversations, I have a friend, I suppose is the term, that works in Major League Baseball. And the one thing that he said becomes really critical in these leadership positions is that, number one, you need a leader who can walk into a major league clubhouse and not be intimidated.
Right. Yes.
And you also need a leader who is not going to get sped up by the speed of the game. And I actually think like the big time college coaches have advantages in those two areas. You know, like I had this conversation with Chris Burke recently where it's like, if you're in a major conference in college baseball, you're coaching playoff games from the middle of March until your season ends. Like those 3 games on the weekend, as you know, like it is, you know, it's kill or be killed. And, you know, whereas the major league managers who are clearly very bright and skilled and experienced and all those things, you know, a game in May or June or July in the big leagues is just not the same as that. And, you know, like I almost think I can make an argument that the college head coach at a big time level gets more of those crazy high pressure reps than anyone else. And, you know, of course, they're used to being the alpha and the most famous person. So I don't think they're going to be intimidated by those players. They probably recruited those players when they were 18 years old. Like it's a different relationship. So, you know, it doesn't make it a perfect model. And, you know, Tony could, you know, he could do great. He could fail. You never know. But I do think there are other candidates in college baseball that you might say, yeah, I mean, I think they have the leadership traits that maybe they can make this work.
Mike Rooney joining us at Mike_Rooney on Twitter or X. If you want to follow, it's a great college baseball follow. D1baseball.com. You can check out his work there as well. All kinds of podcasts and talk a little college baseball, kind of, as Tony Vitello goes to the San Francisco Giants. So what is the very latest at Tennessee? Fill us in on everything you know, and maybe some guys that we might have to keep our eyes open for the permanent job at Tennessee, or do you think they can build within? Do you think the next Tennessee permanent head coach is already on the staff?
Well, if I was Danny White, their athletic director, the second part of what you said is where I would lean. Now, they are doing a national search, and it's already underway. Josh Elander, who's been their number one assistant there, played at TCU, coached at Arkansas. You know, he's been with Tony the whole time as the lead recruiter. Different personality than Tony, Josh has. Josh is more, you know, like just straight ahead, you know, like kind of paint within the lines, whereas Tony is, you know, more flamboyant, you know, et cetera. But Josh is very bright. And if Tennessee does not promote him, someone's going to give him a Division I head coaching opportunity sooner than later. And, you know, like in theory, if Josh is promoted, then Frank Anderson, who, you know, is as famous a pitching coach as we have in college baseball, you know, in theory, he sticks around. And so I think that's an obvious option. Now, that said, and this is the irony for Josh Elander, is because the program's done so well, this is viewed as a top 3 job in college baseball now, especially with the new stadium upgrades. And so, like the name Kendall, our good friend Kendall Rogers has a hot board on the D1 baseball website right now, but you can imagine the name Shane, like Mark Wazakowski of Oregon, Rob Vaughn of Alabama, Skylar Meade of Troy, Wes Johnson of Georgia, Dan Fitzgerald of Kansas, Cliff Godwin, Kevin Schnall. I mean, it's a who's who. It will be fascinating, but Josh Elander's got to be candidate 1A for sure. He's really talented.
Now, when it comes to the players, this is a really fascinating chemistry issue here at work. You're already at Tennessee. You're a top 5-3-1 program, and not only the SEC but all of college baseball. And just because your head coach moves on to greener pastures, in my opinion, Runes, none of the players really, should be shopping around for another home. It's kind of a business as usual. The NIL is there. You talked about the facilities. They're there. You've got plenty to defend when it comes to this upcoming season. And you bring up Kendall Rogers. He just tweeted a minute ago that as of a little bit ago, which would be about 2 days after Tony Vitello's decision, none of the players have entered the portal. Why would they?
Yeah, I think that's fair. It's an incredible place to pay, like the facility, the fan base, I would be surprised. Now, there'll be some movement because, we know this year for the first time because of the House settlement, college baseball programs have to be at 34-man rosters on December 1st. So there'll be natural attrition there. But, as far as the key contributors, I'd be surprised if any of them left. And, and here's the thing, like, even if they get in the portal and leave, the only ones that would be eligible to play the 2026 season somewhere else are the ones that are grad transfers. Like the undergraduate players, they can go in the portal, but they wouldn't be eligible to play somewhere else in the spring. They'd have to wait. So that's prohibitive as well. And I would say this thing that Josh Elander has going for him is, by all accounts, Tennessee's 2026 and 2027 recruiting classes are just absolutely loaded, just potentially back-to-back number 1 recruiting classes. We all know that there's a big difference between signing those players and getting them to campus. But like that's another thing that I think kind of makes your point, is that, man, the program's never been more attractive.
Speaking of never been more attractive, how is college baseball in 2025? The state of college baseball as you see it, Runes, how's it doing?
Yeah, I think this probably tells us everything we need to know, right? I did your show today, and I did another Roddy Jones show yesterday, and somebody asked me, I think his co-host asked me, like, hey, how often do you do these calls in the fall? And I said, I just assumed Roddy was calling console me for my 3-4 fantasy football team. I didn't know what we were gonna, I'm kidding, but the sport is very healthy. I think the House settlement, while it's a lot of change and we're still all acclimating. I mean, it's the very first time I can remember that college baseball got treated like a major sport, and that's awesome. Obviously, now it will come with some things that are challenging. I would imagine, but. Yeah, I think the popularity's never been better. Attendance, TV ratings by any measure, scholarships have gone up exponentially in the last few years, like this year, and then you include NIL in that category. So, I think we've got a lot to be grateful for in college baseball, and still tons of room to grow. But sports in a very good spot.
And with the money that's available for these players, I feel like there's a lot more, at least potential for parity. It remains to be seen in 2026, 2027. We'll see who the guys at the top of the heap are. But you used to coach. I mean, how would you balance the transfer portal versus incoming freshmen? Because I would imagine that's maybe the toughest part of this whole thing for the coaches.
Yeah, I think every program has to make unique choices in that area, and that's no different than it's always been. I think every program has to decide, okay, what's what players are the best fit for us and how do we acquire them. But I think, you know, that is a disappointing part of this whole world that we're in now, is that, you know, high school recruits have never been less attractive. And they, you know, like it's interesting. There's a famous player, or, you know, a freshman on the West Coast who's at a fairly famous school that, you know, but not like a power conference school.
Yeah.
And I asked the coach, like, gosh, how'd you get your hands on him? And he's like, he's a high school outfielder. It's kind of like not a very popular demographic right now. And I'm like, a switch hitting high school outfielder from Southern California is not a popular demographic. Holy heck. But, you know, like that's the transfer portal. And so I think it, to your point about parity, it does allow for creativity and ingenuity. And I think that's what makes coaching and sport really fun. But, you know, I think everyone's fairly, in mostly in agreement that the older and more experienced your team is, the better it's going to be. But I would say if your aspirations are win the national title, all the national titles are being won by teams that have a core group of kids that have been there through, you know, since high school. So I think that's the balancing act people are trying to figure out, is how do I get old and stay old, but not, you know, but still have some star players that are the heartbeat and really the soul of my program.
College baseball has come a long way, hasn't it, Runes? From 11.7 to no fall scrimmages against outside competition. Whatever has happened to relax some of these rules and to reward some of these players, certainly been a long time coming. And there's a little bit of satisfaction having gone through it in the old days, isn't there?
Oh, totally. I mean, the fact that we have so many programs with 34 full scholarships now, when it was 11.7 literally last year, is just awesome and mind-boggling. And again, like when I say the 34 full scholarships, not like that's only the SEC schools. Like, you know, you can find programs all over the country that are doing this. It's not a million of them, but it's enough where you're like, goodness gracious, what an awesome turn of events that is.
And it only took this long for the NCAA to allow it to happen. But that's probably a story for another time. Runes, really appreciate you taking some time. Before I let you go, maybe shed some light on Kevin O'Sullivan, the head coach at the University of Florida. The Royals fans here in the area know about Jack Caglione coming from Florida, and Jonathan India, of course, too. But what's the latest with Kevin O'Sullivan and his stepping away from the Florida program for a while?
Yeah, I don't know anything more than the listeners do, as far as like, you know, kind of out of nowhere, Sully, as we all refer to him, you know, put that statement out. And, you know, like your first instinct, I think for all of us when we read these things are, man, you know, just thoughts and prayers going out to Sully and his family and whatever they're dealing with. You know, you just, you know, that's, life happens to all of us, and that stuff's so hard. And that, you know, whatever it is, we're thinking of them and praying for them for a positive outcome. And, you know, I would just say it does cause you to reflect. And in a similar way to like Tony Vitello really became synonymous with, you know, Tennessee baseball, Kevin O'Sullivan is that for Florida baseball. It's not like they weren't good before, but Kevin O'Sullivan took Florida baseball from a solid program to a top 5 program. I mean, you know, like for the 2010s, the program of the decade was either Florida or Vandy.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, that like from 2010 to 2020, Florida went to Omaha 7 out of 10 times. I mean, that's like insane. Like it's not, Kevin O'Sullivan's teams are 9-1. Baseball, and they're 9-1 in those weekends. So it's really incredible what Sully and his staff and his players have accomplished there. So, you know, we hope for the best outcome here, because college baseball is better when Kevin O'Sullivan's a participant.
Mike Rooney, my guest from D1Baseball.com, college baseball analyst. You can see him on ESPN once the regionals roll around. Mike, great to catch up. Good to talk ball with you. Have a great weekend.
You too, Shane. See ya.
All right, Mike Rooney, there he goes. When we come back, we need to get to the Ribbit Computers Twitter question. We got 4. Well, there's more than 4, but we got 4 really big games this weekend across the different sports that you can bear down on. What are you the most excited about? Which ones? Ribbit Computers Twitter question is next.
The Shane Dennis Show will be right back on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Booth Creek Wagyu invites you to an evening of Wagyu brought to you by Booth Creek, bringing Wagyu to the Wichita community event happening Thursday, October 30th from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. at their Wichita store, 9747 East 21st Street North. They'll be sampling out their Wagyu beef, and you'll have a chance to win a $100 gift card. And don't forget your costume, dress up, and get free chopped and formed Wagyu jerky just for having some Halloween fun. That's Thursday, October 30th from 5 to 8 p.m. only at Booth Creek Wagyu in Wichita. Elevate your beef.
Caring for aging parents can feel like a second full-time job. Kansas PACE eases the burden by taking care of all your parents' medical needs, including dental, vision, and hearing. And Kansas PACE does the driving to appointments, even provides help at home with reliable home care aids. Their welcoming PACE centers add social activities and a safe place your parent will look forward to. While they receive expert, compassionate care, you can focus on your own family, work, and life without guilt. Kansas PACE is your partner in caregiving. See how they can help your family today at kansaspace.org.
What do people with blindness or low vision need to live to the fullest? Just ask them. It's skill development, scientific breakthroughs, knowledge-based jobs, and the same opportunities as everyone else. When you give to Envision, whether it be your time, donations, or your engagement, you make it all possible. That's because at Envision, they don't focus on the disability. They value the ability. They choose not to envision a world without sight, but to envision a world where people who are blind or visually impaired are empowered to reach their full potential. Learn more at envisionus.com.
Why choose AR Roofing? For over 30 years, they've been serving Wichita families with roofs built to last. While other companies come and go, AR Roofing is here to stay. Right off Kellogg and West Street. They're not just building stronger roofs. They're protecting safer homes and giving you peace of mind. AR Roofing. On your side today, tomorrow, and for decades to come. Check them out online at arroofing.com. AR Roofing. Stronger roofs, safer homes. Always here in Wichita.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code COOL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Jayhawk fans, for the latest news and information on your Kansas Jayhawks, there's not a better place to go than the all-new KansasNation.com. Interviews, news conferences, feature articles, daily and weekly shows, podcasts. It's all at KansasNation.com. Daily and weekly shows with an all-star lineup, including Sean Kellerman, Daniel Courtwright, Brian Haney, Brandon McAnderson, Chris Harris, Greg Gurley, Mick Schaefer, Nate Bukaty, Pat Strathman, and many more. KansasNation.com.
Whoa, whoa, yeah. Sometimes we laugh, sometimes we cry, but I guess you know now.
It's Drake's birthday today.
Baby.
Know what Drake sounds like?
You'd be correct.
All right, cool. It's all Drake all the time today, at least on the Shane Dennis Show. Shane and Jack with you for another hour or so, leading you into the Pulse coming up from 2 to 4. A couple things to get to here in this segment, Twitter question, or X question, if you prefer. It's brought to you by Rivet Computers. If you got a cracked screen, dead battery, a battery not charging, whatever it is, and if you live in and around Wichita, Rivet Computers has you covered. They've been Wichita's go-to for fast, affordable phone repairs for over 20 years. Most fixes are done same day. Walk-ins always welcome. Don't wait days and don't spend a fortune either. Hop into Rivet Computers and get your phone back up and running today. All right, the Twitter question today, or X, or whatever, at ESPN Wichita is where you go. We have one every single day during this show. It's up there for a day, sometimes longer. So if you're scrolling around, please vote on our on our polls, our questions. Today's question is, what are you most excited about this weekend? KUK State, World Series starts, Ole Miss versus Oklahoma, or Washington versus Kansas City. Of course, NFL Monday Night Football. So which one of those big games are you most looking forward to? First of all, the 121st World Series begins with Game 1 tonight and Game 2 Saturday night in Toronto. The Dodgers trying to become MLB's first repeat champion since the year 2000. Or will Toronto capture its first ring since 1993 when Joe Carter walked off the Phillies on this day, yesterday, actually, 10/23/93. The Dodgers rotation against the Blue Jays lineup will be really the big thing to watch, not only tonight, but beyond. LA starters have given up just 10 runs in 10 games this season, ERA 1.4. Toronto's hitters, though, have an 878 OPS. That's the sixth highest of any postseason team since 1969. So it's the old something's got to give thing there. Then, of course, there's the KU versus K-State game. That's a big game that you have to pick from in our Twitter question. And for those wondering about our watch party, we've been telling you about that all week long. We're having a watch party. Us, Una Vida Tequila, and the Depot are all teaming up to give you a chance to watch the KU K-State game at Union Station, right next to the Depot. Now, there's been some concern about the weather. Yes, we're aware of the weather, but rain or shine, we're going to watch football. All right. So if you think that the rain is going to wash this thing completely out, you're wrong. So if you plan on coming out and watching with us, still do that. All right. We're going to do it one way or the other. The weather forecast does not look great, but we will do it one way or another. And so come check us out, say hi, and watch KU and K-State. Again, the party's going to start at 10:30. Kick is at 11. If you can't come, you can always listen to the game right here on the channel with coverage starting at 9:30. But we'd love to see you down at Union Station. And again, if it's pouring down rain and then the weather's crappy, come anyway. We'll be inside at the Depot, hanging out, watching on all their TVs, and enjoying their great food too. So KU K-State World Series starts tonight. I know we got a bunch of OU fans in and around the Wichita area. Ole Miss and Oklahoma, one of the big matchups in the SEC, with apologies to Mizzou and Vandy. That's the other big one. That's where game day is going to be. And then you Chiefs fans, you got the opportunity to vote on the Chiefs-Commanders game. That's Monday Night Football. We will dive in a little bit, in the next segment, actually. We'll dive into some injury issues for all the teams that are playing coming up this Sunday, or all the important teams anyway, with our Midwest Pain Relief Center injury report. Washington, certainly looking forward to having a couple of weapons come back off of the injury report. And so Monday Night Football, it'll be Washington and Kansas City. Those are the four big games that you have to vote for on our Twitter question. So far, 54.5% of you have voted for KU K-State. So that's the biggie. We mentioned the NFL game between the Commanders and Chiefs, Monday Night Football. 6 teams are on a bye, including 4 that are over 500. So it's kind of a light slate when it comes to quote unquote big games, but there are a few, certainly with some backstories. The Packers and Steelers on Monday night or Sunday Night Football should be a dandy, for the simple fact that it's Jordan Love against Aaron Rodgers, 2 guys that used to be teammates, squaring off in Pittsburgh on Sunday Night Football. A game you can hear right here on the channel at 3:25, Cowboys at Broncos. Now, you Chiefs fans obviously will be on high alert for that one, becoming Cowboys fans and hoping that they knock off the Broncos and help out the Chiefs in the meantime. Last night, Thursday Night Football, another AFC West team was in action, and the Chargers bounced back in a big way after their loss to the Colts. I talked a little bit about that. Colts went over the Chargers last weekend. It was similar, but not totally like the Chiefs beating up on the Raiders, but I thought it was close. They always, the Colts had the Chargers at arm's length the entire game. Well, Chargers bounced back on the short week and crushed the Vikings. 37-10 was the final. Justin Herbert, 289 total yards, 3 touchdowns. Kamani Vidal, after a slow start, their running back, 127 total yards and a touchdown. So the Chargers, your move, Kansas City, I suppose, for Chargers fans, and Denver for that matter, because they play before the Chiefs do. They play Cowboys at 3:25, game you can listen to right here on the channel on Sunday. As part of our doubleheader, the Giants and the Eagles play at noon here on ESPN Wichita, and that follows What Are the Chances with Chance Lebo, who you heard here on Red Friday earlier here on the station. He will be back not only tonight on our YouTube channel doing High School Game of the Week, but then on Sunday morning at 11 for What Are the Chances. So he will set us up for that NFL doubleheader that will culminate in the Cowboys visiting the Broncos in Denver. All right, there you go. There's your Twitter question brought to you by Rivet Computers. Again, a reminder, Sunflower game tomorrow, kick at 11. Party starts at 10:30. If you want to come on by and hang out with some of the folks here at ESPN Wichita and the Depot, if the weather's okay, we'll brave it. If it's not, we'll go inside, but we will make the best of it and enjoy KU K-State one way or the other. Some other games to check out besides the ones that we gave you on Twitter. Obviously, number 15, Missouri at number 10, Vanderbilt. That game starts at 2:30. That's where game day is going to be. And another pretty big one in the SEC. Really three big ones. Number 3, Texas A&M against number 20, LSU in Death Valley. Night game at Death Valley. That one's on ABC. Another handful of decent ones. UCLA, Indiana, as Indiana's number 2 in the country, and UCLA has really turned it around. And number 4, Alabama on the road to South Carolina in the Big 12. Number 11, BYU puts its unbeaten string on the line against Iowa State in Ames. So that one coming up this weekend as well. All right, before we get to hour number 2, need to give away $30 in winter cash bonus from the Kansas Lottery. 316-669-4996. Midwest Pain Relief Center injury report on the other side of the break.
Wichita's new sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM, KKGQ, Newton.
It's the rivalry you know and love. The Hawks and Cats do battle on Saturday, October 25th, and ESPN Wichita is putting on an epic watch party. Join us at Union Station for giveaways, drinks, good eats, and the big game on every TV, both big and small. Kickoff is scheduled for 11 a.m., but the event begins at 10:30. It's brought to you by The Depot, Una Vida Tequila, and ESPN Wichita. Join us for the watch party on Saturday in downtown Wichita at Union Station.
You've got options for what you can do with your money. So asking the right banking and investing questions matters. But who you ask is just as important as what you ask. At Commerce Bank, we have 160 years of experience helping people like you get the most out of their money. No matter your questions, we have proven financial solutions and strategies that we can tailor to meet your needs. Working together, we'll find your answers. The only answers that matter. Commerce Bank. Challenge accepted. Member FDIC.
Toppers Plus Truck and RV will get you ready for this season with Rhino linings. Work or play, nothing beats a Rhino, the leader in sprayed-in truck bed liners. Rhino linings outperform plastic drop-in rubber mats and paint-like coatings. Protect your truck bed from damage with this ultra-durable
1 down, 3 to go.
That's right. Rhino linings don't crack, peel, or warp and include a lifetime warranty. Toppers Plus Truck and RV, your platinum Rhino lining applicator at 333 Northwest Street or toppersplusks.com.
Make your truck work for you.
Hey, Shocker fans! Wichita State men's basketball season tickets for the upcoming season are available now at the lowest price in 15 years. For as low as $400, you can become a season ticket holder and experience the excitement of Charles Koch Arena for all 17 games this season. Now is the time to lock in your seats. Visit GoShockers.com/tickets or call 316-978-FANS. That's GoShockers.com/tickets or 316-978-FANS. Go Shockers!
Hey, football fans, break out the Bandito on game day with El Bandito Yankee Tequila. It's an ultra-premium tequila made from 100% Blue Weber agave from the highlands of Jalisco, Mexico. There's no fake colorings or flavors in their verified additive-free Blanco, Reposado, and Añejo. Pick it up at your local store or ask for it at your favorite restaurant or bar. Always win with the undefeated flavor of El Bandito Yankee, the official tequila of game day. And you can go to elbanditoyankee.com to learn more.
This Thanksgiving morning, before the turkey and pumpkin pie, join us for a tradition that gives back. Grace Med's Say Grace 5K race. Walk, jog, or run with friends and family through Midtown Wichita, all while supporting Grace Med Health Clinic, bringing affordable care to those who need it most. Register today for the Say Grace Thanksgiving Day 5K presented by Strive Bank and ESPN Wichita. Visit saygracerace.com.
Hey, it's Sean Tarbell with Davis Moore Chevrolet. I'm excited to announce that Chevy Truck Month is extended. That means you get one more chance to save thousands on all new Silverados and Colorados. Right now, save up to $12,000 off MSRP or get 0% financing on a new 2025 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4. Together, let's drive at Davis Moore Chevrolet, located under the big American flag at Kellogg and Tyler, or check us out online at davis-moorechevrolet.com. All offers plus tag, title, tax, and administrative fees expire October 31st, 2025.
Pay heed, all who enter.
A swat on one end, a poster on the other. What a sequence.
Join the Jayhawks all season on the hardwood.
He hit it from way downtown.
The legacy continues right here on your home for Kansas Jayhawk basketball.
The Jayhawks play here all season long. Don't miss Kansas and Louisville tonight at 6:30 on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Red Friday is brought to you by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Bud Light is the official beer sponsor of the Kansas City Chiefs. Please drink responsibly.
I might be too strung out on compliments. Overdose on confidence. Started not to give a fucking stop.
It's his birthday. If you joined us late. Hey, congratulations to Bob. You won the $30 in winter cash bonus for the Kansas Lottery. You can enter holiday scratch tickets into Play On for a chance to win up to $20,000 in winter cash bonus second chance drawings. You can play Kansas Lottery online, too. With Play On, you can play games, purchase Powerball and Mega Millions, and enter drawings and promotions all from your phone or device. Hour number 2, Shane and Jack with you. Time now for the Midwest Pain Relief Center injury report. And that's where we break down the biggest injuries in college and professional sports. We're honing in on the NFL today. But what they mean for your favorite teams. It is brought to you by Midwest Pain Relief Center, your go-to for injury recovery and pain management. Number 1, we will start with a guy that has really been banged up his last couple of years in his very, very illustrious career. And that's Mike Evans with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. It was on this day in 2021. If you follow our socials, maybe you've seen it already, but it was on this day in 2021 that Mike Evans caught Tom Brady's 600th touchdown of Brady's long career. He and Brady had a really good rapport, connection, whatever. But in that game against the Lions, one of the 2 Monday Night Football games last weekend, Mike Evans went down with what looked like a shoulder injury, and he actually was concussed on the play too. But the reports say it's a clavicle injury, the old collarbone, the dreaded collarbone injury. And on that particular play, came down on the outside of the shoulder with his weight, plus the weight of the defensive back, causing the collarbone to break. Most of the time on these injuries, the collarbone will break in the middle third of the bone. I guess if you can kind of feel your own, all the way up to your shoulder, all the way down to your sternum. But in the middle third, that's where the weakest spot of the bone is. And for a guy like Mike Evans, and this is concussion notwithstanding, because he was reported to have been concussed too, but collarbone injury affecting his ability to catch passes whenever he's available to come back. It will, and for those that have had collarbone issues, inability to raise your arm, or in his case, to extend for catches. And it's an important stabilizer of the shoulder. And during the rehab phase, he's going to have a lot of pain and limited range of motion. This, according to Dr. Dops, Midwest Pain Relief Center. You've seen him in studio the last couple of weeks, or 2 out of the last 3 weeks, unable to join us today. But this is Dr. Dops saying that rehab will be critical in restoring range of motion and strength. Now, the range of motion for Evans and others will come from exercise to increase mobility and decrease stiffness, then strengthening exercises to strengthen the shoulder and rotator cuff muscles, and a combination of what Dr. Dopp says both passive and active rehab protocols will be used as well. Now, here's where it gets kind of tricky. And for those, and all football players are tough. Let's not get it twisted. But for those with a higher pain tolerance, that might be a bad thing for somebody rehabbing a clavicle break or a collarbone issue, because in general, pain is not a good indicator of recovery or healing. Pain is usually the last symptom to show up and the first one to leave, according to Dr. Dobbs. And pain tolerance can be tricky because with a player with high pain tolerance could be back before he or she should be, because they can tough it out. They can take it. The important factor is that the bone heals properly, and then the player regains full range of motion and strength in the shoulder joint. Otherwise, the risk of re-injury is much greater. Now, when it comes to us weekend warriors that may have suffered a fall playing tennis, pickleball, or whatever it is us old people do that isn't golf, or maybe fell out of the golf cart. Maybe that could happen. But after the bone heals for us, the folks at Midwest Pain Relief Center would start an active rehab program aimed at regaining full or almost full range of motion, and then start gentle strengthening exercises to the shoulder and rotator cuff muscles to regain the stability and the strength of the shoulder. They would also use laser and shockwave therapy to promote healing and minimize the formation of adhesions or scar tissue. And chiropractic care would be most beneficial after the injury is fully healed. So any of y'all suffering from broken collarbone, there you go. There's your road to recovery. Thanks to Dr. Brian Dops, and thanks to those at Midwest Pain Relief Center. If you're dealing with pain or recovering from an injury, visit them in Wichita, 151 North Ridge Road, Suite 6 in Wichita. That's the Midwest Pain Relief Center injury report. Speaking of injuries, let's go around the league, shall we? NFL Week 8. Again, it's a kind of a light slate, but there are some important injuries to check into and keep our eyeballs on. Just this past week, several big names knocked out of games, including Jaden Daniels, who won't play in the Monday Night Football game, Carolina Panthers quarterback Bryce Young, Mike Evans, who we just talked about, and also a handful of teams could have some guys back in the fairly near future. The Vikings and Chargers already played last night, and J.J. McCarthy did not play. Carson Wentz played yet again. Kevin O'Connell already declared that Wentz would be the starting quarterback, with J.J. McCarthy still recovering from his ankle sprain. Elsewhere around the league, you got Buffalo and Carolina. Buffalo's had a couple of veterans limited at practice on Wednesday, including Curtis Samuel and Dalton Kincaid. Oft injured Matt Milano, linebacker. He's dealing with a pec issue. And Josh Palmer, their deep threat, Buffalo's, dealing with an ankle injury. He did not practice on Wednesday, so that puts his availability this weekend in some peril. Giants and Eagles going at it at noon. You can hear that game right here on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. Giants have 3 of their top defenders day to day. Brian Burns, a pass rusher with a foot injury. Also, regular kicker Graham Gano slated to make his return from injured reserve. Bears and Ravens, big one there, of course, is Lamar Jackson. He returned to practice on Wednesday. He was a limited participant, but the fact that he participated at all suggests he might be on the right track to suiting up for the first time since exiting the Week 4 loss in Kansas City. With a hamstring injury, Ravens are 0-2 without him. Jets-Bengals. Aaron Glenn, head coach for the Jets, yet to formally announce Jets starting quarterback. But Tyrod Taylor, who's dealing with knee issues, should be good to go if he is officially given the keys over Justin Fields. Garrett Wilson, their top wideout, considered day-to-day with his own knee issue. Only really one injury issue in the Browns-Patriots game. David Njoku set to practice despite a knee injury this past week. Harold Fannin Jr. has emerged as pretty good backup for Njoku at the tight end spot. 49ers and the Texans, C.J. Stroud might be without both Nico Collins, he's in concussion protocol, and Christian Kirk, who missed the last game with a lingering hamstring injury. So 2 skill guys to keep your eye on, and if you're a fantasy football player, I guess, and you own one of these guys, so maybe this will help you out too. If you own Darren Waller, you know he's out indefinitely. They placed him on IR. The Dolphins did with a pectoral issue. The Dolphins play the Falcons this weekend. Buccaneers, aforementioned Bucks. Of course, Mike Evans suffered a concussion and a collarbone all in the same play in week 7. They'll also be without Bucky Irving, Chris Godwin, Godwin with a leg issue, Bucky Irving with a foot and shoulder issue, and Hassan Reddick, one of their biggest pass rushers. He's got an ankle and a knee issue, also likely to be out as well. Tennessee and Indianapolis, Colts huge favorites to win again. Titans number 1 cover man, L'Jarius Sneed, remember him? Quad issue, also uncertain whether he's going to come back in that game. And then the game we talked about a little bit earlier, the revenge game for Aaron Rodgers. It's Packers and the Steelers. Dontavion Wicks did not suit up for Wednesday's practice for the Packers. He's one of their wideouts. Jaden Reed remains on injured reserve. So only Romeo Doubs and Matthew Golden are their top healthy pass catchers alongside their tight end Tucker Kraft. And we come to the Commanders in Kansas City. Monday Night Football. Jaden Daniels returned from a knee sprain not too long ago. Now he's back on the shelf again. He'll sit out week 8 with that hamstring issue. Dan Quinn told reporters all week that the new injury is not serious, but they are being cautious. So that means Marcus Mariota will be tasked with trying to upset the Chiefs. He should have, we'll see, Terry McLaurin and or Deebo Samuel back. McLaurin with a quad issue and Deebo Samuel back in the fold coming off a heel issue. All right, there you go. The Midwest Pain Relief Center injury report, getting you set for all the action in the NFL coming up this weekend. Speaking of this weekend, and I guess we're going to have to talk about it on Monday too, because they play a Monday Night Football. We want to give away some Real Life Kitchen spices and rubs. And how we do that every week is have you predict the score of the Chiefs game. This one has to do with the Chiefs and Commanders. We'll ask you to do it again Monday. So if you forget over the weekend, you can do it on Monday too. But if you got nothing going on right now, text us a score of the Chiefs Commanders game on Monday Night Football. If you get the winning team and you're close enough to the actual final score, then you'll get a bucket of rubs and spices from Mike and Real Life Kitchen. So text us. What's the score going to be Monday Night Football? Who's going to win? And the final score, 316-247-0923. Some Real Life Kitchen spices and rubs on the line. If you get closest to the final score of Monday Night Football and you get the correct team winning, don't just text the score. You got to let us know who's going to win and what the final score is going to be. All right, it's 1:17 when we return. Our stories of the week might be reruns because it was a big week in stories off the field in court, but we will rewind that coming up here in just a little bit. It's brought to you by Farhall Roofing. When storms hit, don't let your roof take the damage. Farhall Roofing is here to restore and protect your home with expert repairs and top quality materials. After the storm, call the best. Farhall Roofing, we rise above the rest. Story of the week, next.
The Shane Dennis Show will be right back on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
School is back. Are you tech ready? Rivet Computers has everything you need. Laptops, custom desktops, fast repairs, and affordable accessories for kids of all ages. Visit us in West Wichita, East Wichita, or Derby. Our local team makes tech simple. No gimmicks, just great service and great prices. Start the school year smarter at Rivet Computers.
Hey, it's Sean Tarbell with Davis Moore Chevrolet. I'm excited to announce that Chevy Truck Month is extended. That means you get one more chance to save thousands on all new Silverados and Colorados. Drive off in the all-new 2025 Chevy Colorado Z71 4x4 and save up to $5,300 off MSRP or get 3.9% financing for 60 months. Together, let's drive at Davis Moore Chevrolet, located under the big American flag at Kellogg and Tyler, or check us out online at davis-moorechevrolet.com. All offers plus tag, title, tax, and administrative fees expire October 31st, 2025.
Hey, AK, it's me, TK.
What's up, TK? It's me, AK, Andy from Andy's Frozen Custard. Travis, if you could tell people how to support your charity, what would you say?
Grab my 87 and running concrete at Andy's.
87 and Running is such a wonderful charity that we created a special treat just for the cause. It has the world's finest vanilla frozen custard, Oreos, cookie dough, caramel, and the best part, a portion of the proceeds from every one sold helps 87 and Running.
It's a cool way to support our vulnerable youth in Kansas City and beyond.
What do people with blindness or low vision need to live to the fullest? Just ask them. It's skill development, scientific breakthroughs, knowledge-based jobs, and the same opportunities as everyone else. When you give to Envision, whether it be your time, donations, or your engagement, you make it all possible. That's because at Envision, they don't focus on the disability. They value the ability. They choose not to envision a world without sight, but to envision a world where people who are blind or visually impaired are empowered to reach their full potential. Learn more at envisionus.com.
Caring for parents as they age is a big responsibility. Kansas PACE makes it easier by coordinating everything: doctor visits, medications, transportation, therapies, and daily support. Their friendly PACE centers are filled with activities and new friends. With Kansas PACE, your loved one gets expert care while you get the space to keep up your own life. For men and women balancing careers, family, and caregiving, Kansas PACE is the partner you need. Discover how they can help at kansaspace.org.
When storms hit, you need more than just a roofer. You need the biggest and most reliable name in the Midwest, Shamrock Roofing. Shamrock Roofing has grown into the largest roofing company in the region, with local crews right here to serve you. For nearly 50 years, we've proven our strength,
Jack, you go first.
Our size, and our promise to you to be here for every repair and roof replacement. And every roof is backed by our lifetime craftsmanship warranty. One call does it all. Visit shamrockroofer.com.
Sunday on Compass Media Network's coverage of the NFL. It's a Week 8 interconference battle from the Mile High City as the Dallas Cowboys take on the Denver Broncos. Hi, this is Ted Emmerich. Join Steve Berline and me for all the action as Dak Prescott and the explosive Cowboys offense take on Bo Nix and the red-hot Broncos. If it's the NFL, it's right here. Wichita's home for the Dallas Cowboys. ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Oh man, oh man, oh man, not again. Yeah, I learned the game from William Wesley. You can never check me. Back to back for the that didn't get the
Drake
message.
born day.
Back to back like I'm on the
All
cover
Drake all the
of
time.
Weapon. Back to back like I'm Jordan 96.
Apparently. I think. 122. Time for our stories of the week, brought to you by Farha Roofing. Jack, I'll let you go first. Mine is, again, it's regurgitated. It's a little predictable, but it's undeniable. But I'll give you the floor first. What's your story of the week?
Well, first and foremost, because I have two if need be. But the first one, I was actually going to talk about Trey Yesevich going into tonight. Was that yours?
It was not. So take it away.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if many people know this about Trey Yesevich, but going into tonight, he will be the second youngest pitcher ever to make a start in Game 1 of the World Series, behind only, and I had it pulled up
Brett
earlier.
Saberhagen?
So, no, actually not Saberhagen. It was a Dodger. I think it was
Fernando?
Hold on.
Kershaw?
I got the I had it on only.com a second ago, but now it's not pulling up. But anyways,
wait. What's the category? What was the question again?
Ralph Branca.
Whoa.
Is who he yeah. So
the youngest? Is that what we're talking about?
Youngest to start a World Series Game 1. He's the second youngest. So Branca did it in 1947 at 21 years old and 267 days, or 21 years and 267 days old. Yasevich is going into tonight's game as the game 1 starter in Toronto at 22 years and 88 days old. He's also the youngest player, period, right now in the 2025 postseason. So due to the Blue Jays rotation and how they've had to battle through a couple of elimination games, of course, had to go into 7 with Seattle. They are turning to him tonight to face Blake Snell, who, let's call it as it is, he's been the best pitcher so far in the postseason. He's 3-0 with a 0.86 ERA. But I know you know this, Shane, and I know that our guest Mike Rooney definitely knew this earlier in the episode today. He was pitching, I want to say, just over a year ago, still at East Carolina.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Actually was starting games for them in the middle of last year. Then gets drafted, progresses rather quickly, debuts a little bit later on in the year, and now to get this nod. And for me, it's starting to get, I guess, a little bit unique in how I watch sports because, not that I'm old by any means, but when, I'm 26, I'll be 27 in March. And it's wild to think that this cat is 4 years younger than me, going on the biggest stage you can possibly go on other than Game 7 of the World Series. But he's going to be going out there pitching against somebody who, has already pitched in the World Series. He'll be facing the greatest player to walk the earth right now, and Shohei Ohtani. He'll have to go through 3 MVP winners in the first 4 guys in the lineup for the Los Angeles Dodgers. And Toronto is trying to win the World Series for the first time in 3+ decades. But it shows you the confidence they have in him. And I always love these stories in baseball because I'm not sure we give enough credit to guys the age of Trey Savage, or even, think about the pedestal we put Bobby Witt Jr. on.
Yep.
Right. And his abilities to perform, and he's got to lead the team. He's 24, 25 years old.
Yep.
Like, you talk about, what were you doing at 24 and 25 years old? I'm not speaking necessarily to you, but to anybody listening out there. Imagine that being put on your plate, right? Imagine being 22. For me, I was in my first year out of college. I was living in an apartment and I was working a job for not much money. And you want to talk about any pressure I would have gotten there, it certainly can't even begin to be put in the same category as what he's going to be going through tonight. But I'm again, going back to that point, I'm not sure we give these kids enough credit for the mentality they have, how they're able to block it out. I've never been able to understand that, like how you can go into a game like that and sure feel nerves, be anxious. I have no doubt in my mind he's got butterflies as I'm speaking right now. I mean, it'd be impossible not to, but still to be able to go out there and take the ball. He's got to run out there in the top of the first inning to a standing ovation, a crowd at full throat, and look in to his catcher, which will probably be Alejandro Kirk in this one, and then see somebody by the likes of Shohei Ohtani step into that batter's box. And the whole crowd's going to be chanting. And you think that this kid was taking college classes a year ago, and now you are in the World Series.
I'll do you one better if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
So going into the American Conference tournament last year, he, of course, expected to be taken in the first round, which he was. He was in the hospital with a partially collapsed lung. He didn't even pitch in the conference tournament because he was dealing with chest discomfort. And then the Friday, the last week before the conference tournament, Clearwater went through the normal protocol of recovery after throwing. And then on the next Saturday, he was having some discomfort in his right chest area. It got worse on Monday. They went down to Clearwater. He went with the team. They sent him to get an x-ray. Partially collapsed lung. Didn't pitch at all. And ended up coming back and throwing a little bit in the regional, I believe. But you talk about seeing your baseball life flash before your eyes. A collapsed lung, didn't even pitch in the conference tournament. But as it turned out, he landed on his feet. So not only was he in college a year ago, he was dealing with a pretty scary chest issue too.
Yeah, I mean, that's something I didn't even factor in, and that's wild to think about. But, man, I mean, you go back to April, right? You go back to April of this year. We're talking 6 months, probably. I'd say exactly 6 months. And he's playing in the Florida State League. He's making starts in front of maybe a few hundred, maybe 1,000, maybe 2,000, a little bit more than that. He's pitching for their A-ball affiliate. And he just went through the levels this year, Shane.
Yep.
He pitched in A-ball. He pitched in Vancouver in high A. He pitched in New Hampshire in double A. And he pitched in Buffalo. So, by the way, he pitches in Florida, then goes to Vancouver, then goes to New Hampshire, then goes to Buffalo, then goes to Toronto. And could you imagine? That's what I think is so fascinating and so awesome about baseball. Could you imagine being from the future, like us right now, being able to time travel back and to interview him after his first A-ball start and go, what would you do if I told you you're starting game 1 of the World Series?
Oh, my God. Exactly. That is a great point.
I mean, seriously, in his wildest dreams, he probably thought that wouldn't be possible.
No.
And you certainly can have your confidence, but these kids aren't stupid either, right?
Mm-hmm.
They know that that's just not how pro ball works, even if you are in an organization that fast tracks you to the big leagues. But he's going, well, I'm not sure we had World Series expectations coming into the year, but that'd be pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, damn, he's 22 years old, and he's going to be making a start in the World Series, and so will Max Scherzer. Max Scherzer was, I believe, a rookie or maybe in his first year in the league when he was born. Like, that's got to be wild for Max Scherzer as well. But this is a part in this sport that I love, because in the past it used to be you draft this guy, let him spend a year in A-ball, let him spend, the next year in double A and triple A. If you're good enough, and this is why I believe scouts are getting much better at their job, same with front office personnel. If you feel somebody can really help you, especially these college guys, I would say there is a fair chunk of them that can play in the big leagues. Now, can you dominate? I'm not going to say that he has dominated so far, but he's thrown some big games before. He had to go out there against that Yankees lineup and struck out like 12 of the first 14, 15 guys he faced.
Yep.
And to lock in that moment, to be dialed in, I can't even imagine what type of zone you go in.
Well, remember what we used to think, like even 5 years ago, like of all the guys picked in the first round, who's the one guy that's most big league ready?
Oh, yeah.
Now there's like 4 or 5 of them, that are within the year going to be in the big leagues. Yeah.
And it's great for the sport. It is absolutely phenomenal for the sport, because you know what it does? It adds excitement and anticipation for the Major League Baseball draft. In the past, I mean, it wasn't even televised, because you go, all right, you took somebody who I won't see for 5 years. Great. Get back to me in a while. It's like those, when they always tease movies coming out. It's like they've just started production for, Beverly Hills Cop 5 that comes out in 2029. It's like, why do I care? Tell me when it's going to come out in like the next month or two. That's when I really am interested by it. So with the draft, it's obviously not the same as the NFL, because the NFL, those guys play day one. NBA, those guys play day one, and some are stars from day one. In baseball, it was always different, but then you get these stories where you'll have some scouts and some analysts say, hey, this guy can actually start some games for you this year. I mean, the Royals had Jack Caglione, and though he didn't shine and clearly wasn't ready for big league ball, he was one of those guys.
Yeah,
they said,
at the very least, this dude can help you in the 8th inning this year.
Yeah. Think about Nick Kurtz.
Yeah. Oh,
not only do they draft him, they go, oh, by the way, he's going to win a Silver Slugger award at first base, and he's going to be one of the top hitters in all of baseball. This guy's facing college arms. It also shows how talented college baseball is getting, too. I mean, that's another great sign here, where it used to be, man, that is a significant jump for these dudes to go from even the SEC to double A. I mean, you're facing professionals. And now to the big leagues. I love it. I believe it is so good for the lifeblood of this sport. I cannot wait to tune into tonight's game, because he will be able to tell everybody for the rest of his life, I was technically tabbed as the ace of the series. Like, I was the game 1 starter in the World Series. I mean, if he goes out there and shoves tonight, which I'm rooting for.
I am too.
I cannot imagine what type of cloud you're floating on after the game. If he goes out there and throws 5 shutout and strikes out 7 or 8, and he leaves up 2-0. I mean, can you imagine? He probably feels like he's floating to the dugout when they pull him off the mound.
And you talk about standing ovations. Everybody be on their feet for that. Oh my God, I can't. Goosebumps.
You can't imagine
hair
it.
on the back. Yeah, all that.
You cannot imagine it. And I remember in 2014, of course, the late Yordano Ventura getting the start in Game 6 against the Giants, and he's 23 years old, but he had also pitched all year.
Mhm.
He had debuted the year before that.
Yeah.
But you see those moments now, and I look back and you talk about the age of some of these guys. And he was 23 and threw 7 shutout innings in Game 6, an elimination game to force a Game 7. It gives you goosebumps. It gives you chills, because to be that locked in the moment where, as to quote Zach Greinke, you just block out the noise. You don't even know you're pitching in front of people. That's what he's going to have to do tonight, because he's going to have to calm down everything about his mentality. He's going to have to calm down his brain. He's going to have to slow down his mechanics, and he's got to slow down his breathing and breathe through his eyelids, as they tell you to. Because you talk about the challenge. It'd be one thing to do this in July when you're at Dodger Stadium against Blake Snell. This is damn Game 1 of the World Series on Fox. Absolutely cannot wait.
That's a good story, man. That is a really, really good story. Mine, unfortunately, is a rerun from yesterday. It's Heat guard Terry Rozier and Trailblazers head coach Chauncey Billups among 34 people arrested by the FBI yesterday in connection with 2 different criminal cases. They've been indicted on charges of wire fraud, money laundering, conspiracy, and have both been placed on immediate leave from their teams. Jack, have you heard the 2 separate sting names by the FBI, what they named them?
I have not, actually.
It's not funny, but Operation Nothing But Net. That was the one where Rozier was one of 6 people, along with another former player and coach Damon Jones, named in that case for allegedly passing along insider information on players' props, the unders, December 2022 and March, between 2022 and March 2024, including a game in which Rozier left early with a fake injury to win thousands worth of prop bets on his unders. The other was called Operation Royal Flush. That was the one where Billups was among the 31 people named in a case involving rigged poker games dating back to 2019, in which the mafia was involved. Billups and Jones was involved in both of these, was used to lure unsuspecting players into these rigged games. Billups, though not named in the sports betting indictment, matches the description of a conspirator. The scandal also comes on the heels, we didn't mention this yesterday, on the heels of the Kawhi Leonard alleged no-show sponsorship deal. Unrelated, we think, but still another black eye on the NBA. And it comes at a time of increased gambling scandals in the sport after Jonte Porter was banned from the sport. All the NBA has openly embraced partnerships with gambling companies, and the brand new, I think it's called the same thing. I actually watched Inside the NBA last night on ESPN. Ernie, Shaq, Kenny, and Charles. And I was happy is not the right word, but satisfied to see them lead with this coverage. Now, they went to Shams first. He gave all the particulars. Ernie and him went back and forth a little bit. And then Shaq, Kenny, and Charles all weighed in on what they thought of this thing. And it was interesting, and I'm paraphrasing here, of course, but Kenny Smith warned against the perils of sports gambling, brought up the fact that it's an addiction. It's not unlike drug use in that there's a high that you get. There is a rush that you get for being right and winning money, no matter how much it is. And nobody, I'll tell you Charles's dissenting opinion here in a minute, but nobody brought up really the mafia effect in all this. That if you believe what you hear, and I don't know why you wouldn't believe it, but once the mafia gets the hooks in you, then you're theirs. They own you. Like, you'll do, number one, anything you have to do to pay off your debts if that's the case. But what's your recourse once the mafia has you? Who are you going to tell? Nobody. You're going to do everything you can to, number one, keep the mafia at bay when it comes to paying your debts or whatever you owe them. And number two, protecting your livelihood, your job, your family. In Chauncey Billups' case, if he's guilty, and the trial's a long way away if he ever goes to trial, but to protect his legacy, his job, if he wants to coach until he's old and gray, you do everything you can to keep the wolves away from the doorstep in the mafia and in the FBI. So there are a lot of tentacles to this thing, but Kenny Smith was pointed out wisely that gambling, if you get in too deep, can be an addiction, just about like anything else. And I'm not going to compare it to alcoholism necessarily, but I would say that it's somewhat apples to apples in some ways, not all the way across the board. But Charles Barkley's counter was, no, that's not it. It's just stupidity. And not surprisingly, because Charles Barkley is pretty abrasive, called Chauncey Billups and Terry Rozier stupid for getting involved in the rings that one was involved in and Rozier was involved in the other. And Damon Jones was involved with both. But stupid decision-making is what Charles was hanging his hat on. And Kenny Smith was talking about the addiction that gambling can bring. But nobody talked about the mafia aspect of all this, that once you dabble in this and the mafia and the families, the quote unquote families that get involved, you don't just walk away from the mafia. We've seen enough movies to know that. And then you're really in deep once you cross that particular line, assuming this is connecting some dots, assuming that Chauncey Billups crossed that line and assuming that Terry Rozier crossed that line. I don't know this yet, but the fact that the mafia is involved in this story would lead you to believe that it's not impossible to think that the mafia was controlling what Chauncey Billups, Terry Rozier, and others were doing. Not that it did happen, but since they're part of the story, that's a possibility. And that's something that I don't think enough people are talking about. Yeah, shame on you for getting involved to begin with. But once you get into a certain level, there ain't no going back. And I have no idea how this story of the week is going to end. When we return, it's time for I'm Old Jack Young. And on Fridays, it's brought to you by Rockin' Brews, a quick road trip south of Wichita to Bremen, just off of exit 231 in Bremen, Oklahoma. Rockin' Brews Casino, eat, win, rock on. For more details, go to rockinbrewscasinobremen.com. IOJY. Next.
You're listening to The Shane Dennis Show on ESPN Wichita.
For over 55 years and 2 generations, the Southwestern Remodeling Professionals have been providing homeowners in the Wichita area with a truly unique luxury remodeling experience. From the initial consultation through project design and production, our team provides concierge-style service with a true focus on the best quality products and professional installation. Are you ready to experience something truly different? Give us a call today at 263-1239 or visit southwesternremodeling.com.
Dirty exterior? Don't scrub it. Wet it and forget it. Wet and Forget, the easy outdoor cleaner. Wet and Forget works overtime with Mother Nature to eliminate unsightly black and green stains on the exterior of your home with no scrubbing, power washing, or bleach. Use Wet and Forget on all your outdoor surfaces, including decks, siding, roofs, and patios. Wet and Forget's available in a concentrate or extreme reach hose end. Purchase Wet and Forget in store or online at Lowe's, Menards, Ace, or Walmart.
This Thanksgiving morning, before the turkey and pumpkin pie, join us for a tradition that gives back. Grace Med's Say Grace 5K race. Walk, jog, or run with friends and family through Midtown Wichita, all while supporting Grace Med Health Clinic, bringing affordable care to those who need it most. Register today for the Say Grace Thanksgiving Day 5K presented by Stride Bank and ESPN Wichita. Visit saygracerace.com.
What do people with blindness or low vision need to live to the fullest? Just ask them. It's skill development, scientific breakthroughs, knowledge-based jobs, and the same opportunities as everyone else. When you give to Envision, whether it be your time, donations, or your engagement, you make it all possible. That's because at Envision, they don't focus on the disability. They value the ability. They choose not to envision a world without sight, but to envision a world where people who are blind or visually impaired are empowered to reach their full potential. Learn more at envisionus.com.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
Since 1886, it's been the two words we live by and the chant we live to cheer. Be here all season as the Jayhawks hit the turf.
Touchdown, Kansas!
Join us this Saturday as the Jayhawks face off with Kansas State in the Sunflower Showdown. Our coverage begins at 9:30 on your home for Kansas Jayhawk football.
The Jayhawks play here. ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Couple on the corner would just get a room. Seems like everyone around me's on their honeymoon. I'd love to take a pin to a heart-shaped balloon. Everybody's got somebody to meet. Well, I don't know how I landed on this movie set. It's like a casting call for Romeo and Juliet. I never would have noticed if we'd never met, but everybody's got somebody to meet.
I'm old Jack Young. He's kind of catchy.
Very.
The Pulse is coming up next. Here in 17 minutes. It'll be more of the same, if you hadn't heard.
I'm a good slow dancer, but you never know, because everybody's got somebody with me. Yeah, they do.
This is some combination of Jason Mraz.
Hey, there's one.
Whoa.
Nice job.
For real?
I didn't expect you. Yeah, he is featured in this song,
I was just
but he's
talking,
not the main guy.
Talking out of my you-know-what. And I was going to say this is some cross between him, Michael Bublé, and Rascal Flatts.
That's actually a really good comparison. I'm not going to dock you any points if you don't get this guy because he wasn't really in your wheelhouse. He made a couple of big hits and then just disappeared.
Seems like even Cupid don't know what to do. Everybody's got somebody with me. Yeah, I don't know if I ever find another you.
I give up. Who is it?
But everybody,
It is Hunter Hayes. If that name rings a bell. He had a couple of big hits. And
Not a country guy. It sounds like a country name.
he's a little twangy. I'm sure it goes down under country, but more of like, I don't even know how to describe it really. It's not pop country either. It's pretty much all of his songs are like this. But it's him and Jason Mraz.
Okay.
Everybody's got somebody but me.
Okay. All right, there you go. Coming up next, again, if you're expecting Pat and the Pulse, you'll get half of it. You'll get the Pulse, but you won't get Pat. I'm in for Pat today. It'll be me and Jack tag teaming. And for a lot of the stuff that you didn't hear from noon to now, we got you in the 2 and 3 o'clock hours. We'll talk a little college basketball exhibition games. We'll talk to Fat Jack, of course, like he normally does. And we'll have all of our staples, play of the week. We'll have coming up in the 3 o'clock hour, the athlete of the week, drive to a victory or keys to the victory, whichever you like, courtesy of Davis Moore. We'll have all that stuff and get you ready for the weekend and get you ready for the KU and K-State coming up tomorrow. Kick at 11, coverage here on the channel at 9:30. Party starts at Union Station at 10:30. If you want to come out and hang out with us and watch the games. Again, weather permitting outside, but one way or another, we're going to party down there and watch KU and K-State. So come on down and be a part of it. We'd love to see you. All right, Born Day today. Turning 20. My math escaping me again. 29. Jaylen Brown.
Former Cal Golden Bear, Boston Celtic, and if I remember correctly, he entered the draft representing himself as an agent.
Impressive
Got
on
that
all
Cal
accounts.
Berkeley education, I
Yeah.
know.
And originally from Atlanta. Born in Atlanta, Georgia. Also a born day, another Jalen. Jalen Ramsey, 31.
Remember those Chiefs trade rumor sweepstakes?
Sure do.
Back in like 2019 or whatever it was.
Yep.
But sadly was never a Chief. Probably never will be, but he was a Florida State Seminole. He was an LA Ram, Jacksonville Jaguar, of course, and now he's on the Steelers. He was a Dolphin as well.
Has he ever been a shutdown corner?
Early on, I think he was the best cornerback in football, when he was in Jacksonville.
Okay.
So physical
Fair.
and, pretty much locked down everybody.
Yeah, ball skills, all that stuff. Turning 50 today, Corey Dillon.
Clock killing Corey Dillon.
And it's just me and you in here to enjoy that. Nobody else.
So great.
They're all going to be mad. Born in Seattle. Yes.
By the way, I like the style of which we're doing the pulse. I lead a segment, you lead a segment.
Yeah.
I lead a segment, you lead a segment. Let's have fun. It's a Friday.
It will. Let's
make it
have
weird.
fun. Yeah.
Let's get weird.
That's right. It's a pulse unlike any you'll ever hear.
Oh, man.
Pat Williams, a tricky one. Pat Williams, 53.
I'll go football.
Yes. Defensive tackle for the Buffalo Bills. That, Pat Williams. Arthur Rhodes, 56.
Hey, baseball lefty.
No word on whether he could still get an out or not, but probably could.
I'd imagine at least one.
Right. Get a tough lefty out. F.P. Santangelo, 59.
Got to be baseball.
That's right. Former Expo. I believe his former Miami Hurricane also back in the day. Ooh, here's a good one. Jay Novacek, 63.
I'm pretty sure that's football.
That's right. Former tight end for the Cowboys. Rafael Belliard, 64. It's a tester for you.
See, but I'm pretty sure I should nail this. This is baseball. And Shane, I may be mistaken in this. But I'm pretty sure he was a coach at some point in some capacity for maybe the Royals, or I could be misremembering it. It's somebody else I'm thinking of.
It is baseball. I cannot confirm nor deny
Yeah.
if Rafael Belliard ever was sitting on
I'm not
anybody's
going to ask you
bench.
to either.
But
I just want to say, I
can
feel like
see
I
it.
remember one of the years that he was listed, and they always, when they gave you the little full roster layout and the
Yeah.
coaching staff, gosh, I remember Belliard, a name, but it could be a different Belliard. I don't know.
Well, he had a brother, Ronnie, was more my age. I played against Ronnie Belliard. They were both infielders, though. Rafael was a Atlanta Brave. I wish you were my age if for the only reason coming home from school to watch the Cubs on WGN and the Braves on TBS. That's all
Might
you
have-
got.
Yeah.
You didn't get this every damn night of the week. We got to watch whatever team we wanted. Nope.
Be a sad world.
Yeah,
at
it
least
was.
for me. I mean, gosh, I pretty much have MLB Network on 24/7.
Yeah.
In somewhere, it's on somewhere, either be on a computer or somewhere in one of the TVs in my house.
Yeah, it was Harry Carey and Steve Stone, which was worth it, even if you didn't like the Cubs.
Hi.
Hey.
Hi, everybody. Hi,
Hey,
Rick Carey
That's
here.
pretty good. Yeah, Texture says, I remember those channels. That's right. You wanted baseball. That's what you were stuck with. Ron Gardenhire, 68.
Former Twins manager.
That's right. I think he's in the
Already.
I think he's in the Twins
He's an
Hall of Fame.
organization now.
Is he still there?
I feel he's still working. Might be like some executive role.
I'm sure.
he came back, remember? He was manager of them mid-2000s into late 2000s.
Did he
left,
bounce
and I'm pretty sure
and
he
go
came
somewhere
back.
else?
If I'm not mistaken, he managed them before Rocco was hired.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Like he left, but he wasn't there from like the mid-2000s to maybe he was. Hang on. Manager record of Ron Gardenhire.
Let me. Did we go Tom Kelly,
that was
Ron Gardenhire, Rocco
It was
Baldelli?
Detroit.
Oh.
It was Detroit. Sorry. Yeah, he went to Detroit, lost 114 games in 2019. He was let go, or it was the COVID year. That was his last year. Yeah, he was not successful in Detroit whatsoever.
Okay, forgot that.
Lost 241 games in 3 years.
Yikes. Raleigh Eastwick, 75. Not Raleigh Fingers. No.
If it's Raleigh, I'll just go baseball.
Yeah, he was a former pitcher. Yes. Born on this day, now dead. Y.A. Tittle.
I do know this one.
You should.
Yeah, no, I really should. This is football.
Quarterback.
Right?
Yep.
Oh, thank God.
Former
I was like, it's baseball or football.
Now, he was a former Giants and a couple other teams. Well, he was the
Okay.
MVP of the league in 1963. He's very prematurely bald. And Google Y.A. Tittle images.
Yeah, I know he looks old as hell, but you
Yes.
want to know what YA stands for? You talk about an old.
Wait.
Yeah, yep. You got Yelburton.
So, I used to know Yelburton.
Not as outlandish as Yelburton.
What's the
for
A?
the A name? Abraham. Yelburton Abraham Tittle.
Texter said Gardenhire had relatives in Wichita. I think he married a Wichita girl. Texter. Old Gardy did. We got one going out the door here. Yeah, it's 1:55. I guess we're going to wrap it up. All right, we'll end on that one. All right. There you go for the Shane Dennis Show. But coming up next, it's yours truly and Jack. We're going to bring you the Pulse from 2 to 4. So let's hear from you on the text line, 316-247-0923. Some exhibition basketball talk when we come back at the top of the hour.
Wichita's news
I open
sports
with,
leader.
welcome into the Pulse.
Hi.
2.3 FM.
Hi, everybody.
Newton.
It's ESPN Wichita.
News sports leader. ESPN Wichita.
God. That caught me off
92.3
guard. That's good.
FM.
We have a lot of weapons. We have a lot of guys, and they all love each other, and they all want each other.
Oh, also, I have all the reads.
I do too.
I think you were CC'd on. Okay, yeah. So one way or the other, we'll get everybody taken care of.
I can do the, since I'm looking at the log, I can do the live reads when they pop up.
Okay.
For like the segment ones, you can take the ones that you'll lead.
ESPN Wichita. 92.3 FM.
Hey, it's Sean Tarbell with Davis Moore Chevrolet. I'm excited to announce that Chevy Truck Month is extended. That means you get one more chance to save thousands on all new Silverados and Colorados. Right now, save up to $12,000 off MSRP or get 0% financing on a new 2025 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4. Together, let's drive at Davis Moore Chevrolet, located under the big American flag at Kellogg and Tyler, or check us out online at davis-moorechevrolet.com. All offers plus tag, title, tax, and administrative fees.
I so badly want to do the fake Bill Self bit.
Hey, this is Fat Jack. It's
We can. There's nothing stopping us.
I'm dying
This
to.
year, the football season's building profit. UFC going this weekend, soccer, and much more. Are you ready to make money betting on
We can
sports?
start it as
Go to
early as
Fat
Monday
Jack.
because they'll have a game to talk about.
It's $99 a week when you sign up long term. Add all these sports. The plays are emailed to you. They're on a personal portal, and they will build you profit betting on the games. FatJackSports.com. Go to the results tab. You'll see all of our results. Get signed up today at FatJackSports.com.
Hey, AK, it's me, TK.
What's up, TK? It's me, AK, Andy from Andy's Frozen Custard. Travis, if you could tell people how to support your charity, what would you say?
Grab my 87 and running concrete at Andy's.
87 and Running is such a wonderful charity that we created a special treat just for the cause. It has the world's finest vanilla frozen custard, Oreos, cookie dough, caramel, and the best part, a portion of the proceeds from everyone sold helps 87 and Running.
It's a cool way to support our vulnerable youth in Kansas City and beyond.
Caring for aging parents can feel like a second full-time job. Kansas PACE eases the burden by taking care of all your parents' medical needs, including dental, vision, and hearing. And Kansas PACE does the driving to appointments, even provides help at home with reliable home care aides. Their welcoming PACE centers add social activities and a safe place your parent will look forward to, while they receive expert
I got one a
care
parlay
to
for the
focus
first
on
break.
your own family, work, and life without guilt. Kansas PACE is your partner in caregiving. See how they can help your family today at kansaspace.org. Why choose AR Roofing? For over 30 years, they've been serving Wichita families with roofs built to last. While other companies come and go, AR Roofing is here to stay. Right off Kellogg and West Street. They're not just building stronger roofs. They're protecting safer homes and giving you peace of mind. AR Roofing. On your side today, tomorrow, and for decades to come. Check them out online at arroofing.com. AR Roofing. Stronger roofs, safer homes. Always here in Wichita.
It's the rivalry you know and love. The Hawks and Cats do battle on Saturday, October 25th, and ESPN Wichita is putting on an epic watch party. Join us at Union Station for giveaways, drinks, good eats, and the big game on every TV, both big and small. Kickoff is scheduled for 11 a.m., but the event begins at 10:30. It's brought to you by The Depot, Una Vida Tequila, and ESPN Wichita. Join us for the watch party on Saturday in downtown Wichita at Union Station.
Red Friday is brought to you by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Bud Light is the official beer sponsor of the Kansas City Chiefs. Please drink responsibly.
You're listening to The Pulse with Pat Strathman on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Small town, big dreams, and a young boy the age of 15 had a premonition his city would get seen. Now I'm winning, get Sheen in the city of the home of our hero.
We keep things rolling here on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. I'm your host, co-host, and producer today, Jack Johnson. Shane Dennis, he's sticking around. Of course, you just heard him on the Shane Dennis Show, of course. Already got those podcasts uploaded, and we're going to have some fun here for the next 2 hours of this show. But if you were hoping for Pat, if you were hoping for Chance, well, you don't have to wait that long on hearing from Chance again. You can always check him out on the YouTube stream later on, High School Game of the Week. We also have some Kansas basketball tonight. They'll be in Louisville taking on the Cardinals in an exhibition matchup. We are just weeks away from the start of the college basketball season. I already have some betting lines out as well. So we know that we're entering that perfect time, the sports equinox, as Shane likes to call it. We got college football, we've got NFL, we've got college basketball, we've got World Series action, and I promise you that in today's show, we're going to cover just about anything. So to kick things off, we'll be talking about not just one, but two exhibition games tonight. Of course, KU and Louisville. You can hear the pregame show with Brian Haney, Greg Gurley. Actually, not Brian Haney. I take that back. He is not able to make the trip because of that quick turnaround. Yeah, I forgot to bring that up because KU and K-State, which we will talk about in the second hour today, he's got that at 11 a.m. So that's a pretty quick turnaround going from Louisville back to Lawrence. Since it's an exhibition game as well, you can let the other folks up there handle it. But still, you'll get your first glimpse at Darren Peterson, Flory Badunga, Trey White, Cole Rosario, of course, who everybody's been raving about. But Jayhawks and Cardinals, that'll be later on tonight on ESPN Wichita. Also, K-State and Missouri. For whatever reason, and Shane, I don't know why you would do this, but I guess if you want to gear up for an all-day bender for Missouri and Vanderbilt, Missouri and K-State are tipping off post 9 o'clock for their exhibition game in Columbia. For whatever reason, I don't know. But if you are a Missouri student, I know we don't have many Missouri listeners, if any, but that would be a fun college night if we're able to roll in that party from the exhibition game taking on K-State all the way into college game day where the Tigers will be in Nashville against Vanderbilt. But we know on this station you're more so focused about the Wildcats, so we'll break down that game as well here in the opening statement. In about 20 minutes or so, we're going to make our weekend picks with Fat Jack. We'll ask him how he did last week, who he's going with for the Fab 5 picks this week. Of course, we'll cover KU and K-State. No, he's an Oklahoma guy. We'll have that Ole Miss and Sooners game, and then we will have 3 NFL games to cover as well. So stop losing money. Definitely go to Fat Jack if you want to get the right picks going into this weekend. At 2:45, we will have the 24-karat gold play of the week. Shane and I both will give you the play that stood out, whether that be exhibition games in college basketball, whether that be college football during the week, Thursday night football, maybe it could even be NBA. You'll just have to wait about 40 minutes to get our picks on that. At 1 o'clock, we'll have the drive to victory. We'll give the keys to victory for both KU and K-State. Probably sneak in the Chiefs as well, as they will take on the Washington Commanders on Monday Night Football. And then at, I think I said 1 o'clock.
You did.
I had to say 3 o'clock. Yeah, that just shows you it's a Friday.
Yep.
You know, we don't need to go back in time here. That'll be 3 o'clock. Then at 3:25, we'll play the interviews, the high school athletes of the week with Chance Lebo. And then to close out our week, we will do some buy or sell. But Shane Dennis, he's going to stick around here. And I got to tell you, Shane, it beats the hell out of sitting in this hot, stuffy room for 2 hours talking into this mic by myself.
It's the first thing that crossed my mind. I said, look, if Pat can't answer the bell, Chance got high school football. It's what we do around here. We're a team. And it's Friday. I mean, so
it was a Monday. I don't know if I'd ask you to do that. Nobody wants to start their week like that.
But it's also 2 is better than 1. And, you kind of see the finish line. I know you got weekend plans. I don't really, but I'm looking forward to going to the KU K-State watch party tomorrow, whether it rains or not. Hang out at the depot, have some eats and drinks. So, yeah, fired up and looking forward to it.
And even if there is poor weather tomorrow, which it seems like everywhere in the country, we've got some poor weather. It's going to be rainy. It's going to be cold. It's definitely going to be that up in Lawrence. So if you're heading up to Lawrence for the game, be sure to bring a poncho just to be preparing for that, because there's nothing worse. Let's be honest. There's nothing worse than being cold and wet in the rain-soaked environment. But for football, and especially at football watch parties, just prepare yourself and you'll be just fine. That sounds like an absolute blast. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be down there to that watch party. But if the last 2 years or anything, Shane, you're going to get another thrilling outcome in tomorrow's game between KU and K-State. Like I said, we'll be talking about that at 3 o'clock, the drive to victory. The big news, of course, coming out of this game, Dylan Edwards, he is not going to be active in this one. So healthy dosage, I'd imagine, for Joe Jackson going into this one. K-State's going to need to establish the run. If they can't do that for the first time in many, many years, 16 to be exact, KU might be able to pull that one out in Lawrence to move to 5-3 on the season and put K-State at 3-5. But we'll save that talk for the next hour of today's show. Let's kick things off talking some college basketball. And it's so exciting to know that we're right around the corner. We are approaching one of the best times of the year, where you basically have your team playing every other day, right? If you're a KU fan, you got KU basketball most of the time twice a week. You still have football going on. You got the Chiefs, K-State, same thing there. Wichita State, you're going to have multiple games a week, and I'm sure a lot of Chiefs and Cowboys fans will still be thoroughly invested into their teams as well. So you'll get about 3 sports games a week. And if you're still tuning in to the World Series, which I know we got our Dodgers fan on the text line, you'll have something exciting to look forward to. But these exhibition games, first thing I want to ask you, Shane, are you a big fan of these where, usually in the past, your exhibition game, which KU will still have this and K-State will as well, where you play your Washburn, your Emporia State, your Fort Hays State. But now across college basketball, you are seeing more of this where you've got ranked team versus ranked team going to certain venues, environments, and they're selling out the place. And even though it's an exhibition game, kind of feels like a great test for every team to have before they open up their season.
Well, if you're certain schools or programs in the top 25, you're probably going to fill up your arena when you play your exhibition game, regardless of who it is. But it just kind of occurred to me when I knew we were going to talk about this. Why hasn't this happened before?
I thought the same thing.
I mean, it just, you reserve the exhibition match for some rummy that you're going to beat, and you can play everybody. And whether somebody's going to redshirt or not, there's your opportunity to get a look at them under the lights and in front of people. But The one thing I want to focus on, maybe more than anything, I know we're home of the Jayhawks and the coverage starts at 6, but how about how quickly Louisville rose from the ashes? They're ranked. They're higher ranked than Kansas. I don't know who's exactly responsible for that. I know it's a collaborative effort, the AD and the coaching staff and the players, but Louisville's no joke. And it wasn't long ago they 3-28.
Oh,
I mean,
awful.
just dreadful. Yeah. So the game tonight at the Yum Center in Louisville, 6:30 first tip. By the way, you need to listen to it here because you probably don't have the ACC network because that's where it's going to be. Dave O'Brien and Seth Greenberg calling the action. But KU coming off 21-13, you already hit on all the new guys that we're looking forward to either hearing about or watching if you're watching it on TV. But how does Bill Self, I know this is just the exhibition, but how does he bounce back in his 23rd season at Kansas? This is going to be a competitive game, you would think, as Kansas is ranked 19th in the country and Louisville, depending on which poll you favor, 10 or 11 or thereabouts. I don't know why teams haven't done this before. Schedule a couple, one like this, and I think KU's got Fort Hays State. I think you brought that up, but some of the returners like Flory, who Pat talked to the other day, on Marco Jackson, how do they meld with Darren Peterson, a top rated recruit in the nation, and then 4 transfers who we've gotten used to that, Trey White being one of them. I don't really know how this is going to turn out tonight, Jack, but there can't, unless somebody gets hurt, there can't be anything bad being taken out of this exhibition when it's like a iron sharpens iron kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. This is a perfect chance to take some young guys. It is a relatively young roster into a tough environment where I'm sure a lot of students and alumni, they're excited that they get to go watch their Cardinal for the first time, or Cardinals, I should say, not my beloved Stanford Cardinal, but they get to go watch their team, Pat Kelsey, who's one of the more underrated coaches in all of college basketball. You get to welcome Kansas and Bill Self, maybe the number 1 NBA pick going into the draft next year, and Darren Peterson. This is what we're going to probably see, because the last 2 years, Kansas went to Champaign. They played Illinois in an exhibition matchup. That was actually when Coleman Hawkins, the former K-State Wildcat, was still at Illinois. They had that scheduled last year. That was actually John Calipari's first game as head coach of Arkansas. Kansas went in and played there, but they didn't have Hunter Dickinson did not play in that game. And I want to say maybe it was like DeJuan Harris or somebody. They had multiple guys out.
Right.
So
that's right.
It wasn't as enjoyable of a game. But what I can guarantee you is this. You're not going to see Kansas coach this the way they usually would. You are going to see numerous guys play that usually don't. And the last couple of years, even when KU was healthy against Illinois, it's almost this platoon rotation. Like, you're going to see guys that might get a minute or two on average this season, play some meaningful minutes in this game. And I'd imagine Louisville is going to do the exact same thing. Now, last year, you definitely could tell with Arkansas having this new life injected into the basketball program with Calipari, there was that extra need, I guess, to, play their one and dones out there, and they crushed KU. I mean, I want to say they won by 15 to 20 points, but it still was a good test for that Kansas team. Now, in the end, it didn't really matter, but I think for this team, this Kansas team specifically, it's good for them to have, because the second game of the year here in 2 weeks, they will be going to Chapel Hill to take on North Carolina in a sold-out Dean Dome. They also will have Duke in the Champions Classic. They'll have to go to Raleigh and take on NC State. They get Missouri at the T-Mobile Center. They got the Players Era tournament in Vegas. I mean, it is a loaded non-con. But the most exciting part, if you're a Kansas fan, I'd imagine, and watching tonight's game, is the style of play. I feel that what you saw last year is not going to be replicated in the style of which they play. I don't know about the overall output, right? Because last year I felt confident that team was going to be really good. It ended up being the worst team that Bill Self's ever had. And they had some of the most talent they've ever had, too. They didn't mesh well together. And a big reason they didn't mesh well together is the entire focus of that offense was you want to play through Hunter Dickinson. And as a KU fan, coming off a year where you didn't really have, or I guess 2 years ago, You didn't have that big man, the pre-Hunter Dickinson era. I mean, KJ Adams was the 5. But you saw a group last year that ran it back with 3 starters. They brought in Zeke Mayo. They had Rylan Griffin. They had A.J. Storr. They had all these guys that could score. They could put the ball in the hoop. Where that team really struggled was defensively.
Yeah.
And I want to say I brought this up on both shows this week. Where you could exploit Kansas time and time and again was the high pick and roll.
Mark
right?
Neely brought it up at media days too.
Yeah. I mean,
you know,
and there was nothing they really could do to counteract it because, Hunter Dickinson either sagged back and then you would have somebody just have the pick and pop. There's a wide open 3 and you nail it. Or you do bring Hunter Dickinson out high and he's not quick enough to recover and you got a wide open layup because you don't really have that post presence because KJ Adams was 6'7" on a good day and you started either Zeke Mayo or Rylan Griffin, and those guys weren't great defensively either. What is going to be a refreshing change is not just the new faces, but your point guard is going to go from DeJuan Harris, who was never really a threat to score the basketball, to maybe the best freshman that's ever played at KU. And that's including Andrew Wiggins. That's including Joel Embiid. I mean, you're going to have a 6'5" scoring point guard that could very well play in the NBA and average double digits right now. That's a huge change for your backcourt. Then you have Melvin Council and Trey White, Jaden Dawson, your 3 transfers, but also 3 transfers that I believe fit more of the Kansas mold. There's more scrappiness. There's more of a defensive mentality. These guys are not going to care if they put up 6 points. Now, you want more than that, of course, but I feel last year there was more than one guy that was not happy or wasn't going to defend if they weren't getting the ball or they weren't getting shots up. I mean, there was countless guys that would just disappear on that side of the floor. But going back to that high pick and roll and how Flory Badunga changes that over Hunter Dickinson, I mean, Flory Badunga, despite being 6'8", 6'9", he was this team's rim protector last year. He is the second best player on this roster behind Darren Peterson, and he's going to have the speed and length to cover that pick and roll, which most KU big men have been able to do. Some of those great defensive teams. Now, Udoka Azubuike was still there on that last great defensive Kansas team, but when you're 7-1, you just hunker down in the post and you let the guards handle all that, those defensive lapses and those defensive miscues. You just wait back there and say, I dare you to come inside. Well, with this Kansas team, they're definitely going to have that length, that athleticism, but wanting to get out and run. And that team last year just didn't have enough quick guys out there. They had some good scorers, and if I had to poke some holes in this current team, there's a lot of unknown. You don't know how Melvin Council coming from St. Bonaventure is going to look at this level. You don't know how Jaden Dawson is going to, coming over from Loyola Chicago. Darren Peterson's still a freshman, and freshmen are going to have freshman mistakes. Flory Badunga has never really been that everyday post guy that you can, play through. And if you play at Kansas and you play under Bill Self, you're going to have the ball in your hands a lot. But what was a nice surprise to hear was that he's gotten a better for his playmaking abilities. He was so raw last year where he wasn't as clean in certain areas. He wasn't as clean defensively. That's going to have to be a big jump for him. Is not getting in foul trouble. They do have Paul Mbaya coming over from overseas as their backup big. He's got some ridiculous, I want to say a 9-foot wingspan, basically. I know I'm exaggerating there. But they've got some size, they've got some athleticism, and tonight, even though it's not going to be, the full attack of what you expect Kansas to be, it will be a different style of play. And so going back to the poking holes in that roster, I don't believe they have a great three-point shooter. It might be Cole Rosario, the kid who reclassified, and he's going to be starting tonight. So KU will have 2 freshmen starting and a sophomore who's 19 years old in that starting 5. But if you're a Kansas fan, it feels like a welcome change because you've had the same group the last 2 years, basically. You've had a lot of the same faces and guys that have been with the program for 4, 5, 6 years. And when you've got the new blood, there always brings that excitement there. So whether KU wins or loses tonight, as we say all the time in preseason stuff, exhibition stuff, get out healthy. I really don't care what the box score says. I'm going to be excited to watch some college basketball. It'll be on the ACC network. I'll be driving, though, down to the lake, so I'll probably have to listen to Sean Kellerman, who's filling in for Brian Haney, Greg Gurley on the call for that. Should be a lot of fun. And to know that we're about to have college football and college basketball going on at the same time, I absolutely love it. Now, if you are – go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to bring up K-State, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I was just about to pivot over there to the Wildcats.
Yeah, let's touch on them before we get to Fat Jack. This Mizzou game, intrigued for similar reasons for KU and Louisville, simply because it's two big boys going at it. But I'm looking forward, maybe more so than this particular game. I'm looking at that K-State schedule, Jack, and they have another exhibition game like Kansas does too. K-State plays Newman on Halloween night. But man, that schedule early on, don't be a bit surprised if K-State is a lot and going into, if not Assembly Hall in Indianapolis, but going to Omaha to take on Creighton December the 13th. There are a lot of wins and a lot of home games in this early portion of the K-State basketball schedule. And I'm not trying to compare them to Wichita State at all, but in a bounce back type of year that K-State fans are hoping for, similar to Wichita State fans, a lot of home games, a lot of W's. UNC Greensboro on opening night. Bellarmine on November the 8th. Cal comes to Bramlage on November 13th. Another home game against Tulsa. Mississippi State in the T-Mobile Center at the Hall of Fame Classic. Not a home game, but not really a road game either. Then they go the Tuesday of Thanksgiving week to Assembly Hall to play Indiana. Can't pretend to tell you I know all about Indiana basketball, but I wouldn't be a bit surprised if that was a toss-up pick'em game that K-State could go on the road and win. Then they come back home to take on Bowling Green to open up December. Seton Hall comes to Bramlage, then Mississippi Valley State, then they go to Creighton. That's a lot of W's. And if they could steal that Creighton game, South Dakota at home, and Louisiana Monroe at home, and then you go to January, and then you go to the Big 12. So, yeah, this tune-up against Mizzou coming up tonight will be interesting, if for no other reason than it's at 9:00. And to see how Jerome Tang, shuffles the deck in the first exhibition, first of two, Missouri tonight, and then a week from tonight, Newman at Bramlage. But that schedule, that pre-Big 12 schedule, lots of home games and lots of potential wins for Jerome Tang in let's be honest, he could use all the W's he could get coming up this year for K-State.
No doubt. Last year, that's what bit them, is that they had a relatively soft non-con, but they weren't racking up the wins. They had some ugly losses, even at Bramlage. And that just sets you back because you know how talented the Big 12 is. It's the most loaded conference in college basketball. And the only concern I would have, because, Jerome Tang now entering year 4 in Manhattan, he's missed the postseason the last 2 years. He missed the tournament. And I remember 2 years ago, he was upset that K-State was left out of the tournament. He felt they had a good enough record, and just playing in the Big 12, they should have gotten the nod. And they were playing better basketball toward the back half of the season. But the committee looks at this, and they look at the non-conference slate, even if you are a Big 12 team. And K-State, pretty much, as you said, Shane, there's a lot of W's there. They got to run the table. They got to be able to win a lot of these games. Because if you win a lot of these games, then in the end, it's not going to matter. Because you go out there and, let's say you go 10-2, maybe 10-1, however the number of games there are in the non-conference slate, and then you go into Big 12 play, man, win 10 more. Win 10 games. You have some cupcakes at the bottom half of the schedule. Take care of business there. Pull off an upset or two. You get in with 20 wins. You absolutely do get in with 20 wins if you play in the Big 12. But if you get out of your non-conference slate with losses to, Indiana and then losses to Creighton, like you lose all of the toss-up games, the ones that could look good on your resume, that's where the committee's going to go back to if you're average in Big 12 play and go, well, they have half of their wins from a really soft non-conference slate. But I will say this, because the Marquise Noel, Keontae Johnson team, the Desi Sills team, I believe it was, they had a relatively soft non-conference schedule. They ran the table, and it was good to have that team run the table because they were preseason last in the Big 12, if I'm not mistaken. So they set themselves up, had the confidence, pulled off 2 huge upsets to open up conference play. And then we know the history of that K-State team. They got all the way to the Elite 8, led by, I want to say, 6 or 8 points with, 6 minutes to go against Florida Atlantic, but then coughed that game up. But they were a few more possessions away, closing that game out from being in the Final Four in year one under Jerome Tang. And I guess my big question for this K-State team from a roster construction standpoint, you got P.J. Haggerty. This is a guy that can be an All-American. He can be one of the best guards that K-State's ever had. To me, it's about that supporting cast. And I don't feel you have to look that far in comparing this K-State team to who? Oh, just to the team that P.J. Haggerty played on last year in Memphis.
Yeah.
If P.J. Haggerty gives you 22 points a game, that's a steal. That feels like it's worth the money. But how do those 22 points a game come to you? Is it a sluggish offense where he's just getting to the free throw line and nobody else is really involved? Is, he taking 25 shots a night where he knocks down 8 or 9 of them and nobody else is getting looks? That's what I'm going to be fascinated in seeing, because those Memphis teams, as you are fully aware, Shane, with your Wichita State coverage, those Memphis teams were talented. They had a lot of talent, a lot of scores, but sometimes those kids, as I brought up with KU as well, if you got one guy that's doing all the scoring, you might have somebody else that wants to do a lot of scoring as well. I mean, they've got 2 excellent guards in Haggerty and Abdi Bashir Jr. He scored a lot too at Monmouth.
Yeah, he did.
So how do you complement each other? I guess we'll find out, but should be a lot of fun as K-State takes on Missouri and Columbia, a Missouri team that had a 5 seed, I believe, last year, but lost to Ben McCollum and the Drake Bulldogs. And that was a game that really caught everybody off guard up here. This K-State team looking to return back to the tournament for the first time since year 1 under Jerome Tang. All right, let's take our first break of the show. When we come back, we'll make our weekend picks with Fat Jack on the Pulse on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
The heartbeat of Wichita sports fans. The Pulse on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Hey friends, Jack Johnson here. Football season is back, and there's only one place that I'm placing my daily parlays, and that's Wanna Parlay, the newest daily fantasy sports app with the absolute largest payout on parlays, and it's spelled WANNA Parlay. For my picks, let's go game 1 in the World Series. I'm going to take the over on innings pitched for Blake Snell in this one. I'm going to take the over on total bases for George Springer, and I'm going to take the over on RBI for Shohei Ohtani. Here's what you need to do. Download the Wanna Parlay app, click around, and get in on the action by using promo code JACK for a 100% deposit match for up to $250. Put in $20, they'll give you 20 more. So download the Wanna Parlay app, use promo code JACK, and let's play the world's richest parlay today. That's promo code JACK. Must be 18 or older to play. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER today.
When storms hit,
sounds good on the sounder too.
You need the biggest and most reliable name in the Midwest. Shamrock Roofing. Shamrock Roofing has grown into the largest roofing company in the region, with local crews right here to serve you. For nearly 50 years, we've proven our strength, our size, and our promise to you to be here for every repair and roof replacement. And every roof is backed by our lifetime craftsmanship warranty. One call does it all. Visit shamrockroofer.com.
Hey, football fans, break out the Bandito on game day with El Bandito Yankee Tequila. It's an ultra-premium tequila made from 100% Blue Weber agave from the highlands of Jalisco, Mexico. There's no fake colorings or flavors in their verified additive-free Blanco, Reposado, and Añejo. Pick it up at your local store or ask for it at your favorite restaurant or bar. Always win with the undefeated flavor of El Bandito Yankee.
And we'll have a Grace Med read after this break. Do you want to do that?
ElBanditoYankee.com to learn more.
Hey, it's Sean Tarbell with Davis Moore Chevrolet. I'm
Can you hear me?
excited to announce that Chevy Truck Month is extended. That means you get one more chance to save thousands on all new Silverados and Colorados. Drive off in the all-new 2025 Chevy Colorado Z71 4x4 and save up to $5,300 off MSRP or get 3.9% financing for 60 months. Together, let's drive at Davis Moore Chevrolet, located under the Big American flag at Kellogg and Tyler, or check us out online at davis-moorechevrolet.com. All offers plus tag, title, tax, and administrative fees expire October 31st, 2025.
Hey, AK, it's me, TK.
What's up, TK? It's me, AK, Andy from Andy's Frozen Custard. Travis, if you could tell people how to support your charity, what would you say?
Grab my 87 and running concrete at Andy's.
87 and Running is such a wonderful charity that we created a special treat just for the cause. It has the world's finest vanilla frozen custard, Oreos, cookie dough, caramel, and the best part, a portion of the proceeds from everyone sold helps 87 and Running.
It's a cool way to support our vulnerable youth in Kansas City and beyond.
Pay heed, all who enter.
A swat on one end. a poster on the other. What a sequence.
Join the Jayhawks all season on the hardwood.
He hit it from way downtown.
The legacy continues right here on your home for Kansas Jayhawk basketball.
The Jayhawks play here all season long. Don't miss Kansas and Louisville tonight at 6:30 on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Back here on the Pulse on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. I am your host and producer today, Jack Johnson. Shane Dennis sticking around from the first part of today. You can always go back and check out the Shane Dennis Show on the podcast page as he goes live from 12 to 2. But as we do every single Friday here on the Pulse, we're going to be joined by Fat Jack for our Fab Five, Fat Jack at fatjacksports.com. Well, Fat Jack, I guess we can just start off by saying, how did your weekend go last week, and how have you been doing lately with all your picks?
So if you didn't win last week, and you haven't won so far this year, most people have not won so far this year. You've been losing week after week after week because it's been a very difficult year for the general public and a really pretty easy year for guys that know how to handicap games and, frankly, the sports books. This last week, we had the exact flip, all right? So similar to last year we had a bunch of different games or a bunch of different weeks that the general public did pretty well. And that was kind of how Sunday went this last week. So 7-0 against the spread were the favorites in the early games. They were 9-3 overall against the spread on Sunday. They went 2-0. The favorites went 2-0 against the spread on Monday. They won again last night. So if you're a general public guy, you just like playing the better teams, you should have had a really good week. And we did not have a really good week, is really my point to all this. We had our first losing Saturday the entire season, so it's now almost Halloween. We finally had a losing Saturday. The players' props more than made up for the correction that we had in football. They won another 9 games of profit. Soccer won again. So it really depends on whether you're getting all the plays or just football. But I guess the litmus test here for the average gambler is if you're in Kansas and you're gambling on these games, and you've had kind of a tough start to the year, that makes perfectly good sense because it's tough for the general public. But if you also didn't win this last week, you should quit gambling, or definitely just go to fatjacksports.com, get signed up, and join us, which we're winning. When the books win, we win, which has been every week this year except one. But you at least want to be able to enjoy in those few weeks that the general public wins if you're betting. So if you figured out a way not to win last week, that's really a bad sign. So all in all, really good start to the year. All in all, football's great. Basketball's now here. Soccer's actually going right now for today. So excited about the weekend and great deals to get all the plays at fatjacksports.com.
Well, you heard the man there. Go to fatjacksports.com and start winning today. Well, let's kick things off here with the Sunflower Showdown in Lawrence. It'll be the Kansas Jayhawks at home against the Kansas State Wildcats. Kansas State, of course, has won 16 in a row over KU, but the Jayhawks are favored in this one by 3.5. So, Fat Jack, we'll start things with you here. Are the Jayhawks going to snap the streak, or will it be 17 in a row for the Wildcats?
Normally we start with you, Jack. Are you going to give picks? I mean, are you?
Oh, I will, yeah. You'll go you, go me, then Shane.
You go, and then I'll go last. That way, with the end of this. This is why they don't let you drive the bus full time. Because Pat knows to go third. That way, when we're done, we're right into the small pitch at the end to get people on board. Whereas if I go first, you guys have to go through your stuff, and then I have to one at the end.
That's right. I guess
so. You guys,
we'll go first then.
This is not a stick shift, all right? Just stay with the plan here. Is it Kansas State one more time, or can the Jayhawks finally get it done?
Exactly. Okay. Well, we'll start out with me, then we'll go Shane, then we'll go you, so you can bring the hammer at the very end. I am going to go with Kansas in this one. The big news out of this game was that Dylan Edwards, who really hasn't been available all season long, he's going to be out in this one. Kansas has been awful in stopping the run all season long. K-State being down their most dynamic runner certainly will have an impact in this one. I know, Fat Jack, every time we've talked about Kansas, you've mentioned that passing attack, and K-State does give up a lot of big plays, so I'd expect Kansas to take some shots down the field. I believe that the streak is going to come to an end tomorrow afternoon. Now, Shane, what say you? Are you going to go with Kansas or are you going to go with Kansas State?
Well, I've been saying around the office, if not now, when for Kansas, especially with Dylan Edwards being out for K-State. I would imagine that Avery Johnson's going to have to run a little bit more to supplement that run game because it took Joe Jackson, 27 carries to get a little over 100 yards in their last game. But I like Kansas here. I'll lay the number. If for no other reason besides they're due, although that's not very good betting analysis, K-State hasn't been a very good team in the rain over the last couple of years, and it's supposed to rain starting at halftime. So I'll take KU and lay the 3.5.
All right, and finally, now we'll get your thoughts, Fat Jack. Where are you going to go in this game?
Yeah, it's funny. The if not now when was really the theme. I go on to Kansas City with the great guys up there, and it's same type of thing. If not now when. I mean, this is their year. Kansas State not been consistent, which is the whole thing. Kansas, you know what you're getting, right? You're going to get a team that gives up some points, but they're also going to score some points. And Kansas State 4-9 against the spread their last 13 games, but they've owned this spot. So it is kind of a if not now when game in a team that should match up pretty well. Kansas, if they don't turn the ball over, should be able to score points, should be able to take advantage of some passes down the field. If they do that, you're asking Kansas State to keep up. That's not what they're going to be. Even if they were consistent, that's not what they're good at. They're not in the you score now, we're score type team. They get stops. They stay ahead of the chains. They win time of possession. That's kind of how they do things at K-State. Bad matchup for them. Yeah, there's a reason why Kansas is favored, even though when you said betting to their due, one of the number one rules in sports gambling is do not bet for streaks to end. That's not a good way to do things. So if you're factoring in their due or we're betting on a streak to end, it's really a bad place to start. But I do think, coincidentally, the streak should end simply based on the matchups here. So, yeah, give me the Jayhawks minus the points.
All right, so all three of us going with KU. Kickoff will be at 11 a.m. tomorrow in Lawrence. Check out the pregame show and the postgame show, for that matter, tomorrow on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. Let's jump over to the SEC here. Ole Miss coming off their loss in Athens against Georgia. They will be in Norman taking on Oklahoma, who is a 5.5-point favorite. Now, I'm very curious where both you guys go with this one. I would have thought with the showing that Ole Miss had on the road against Georgia and that defense that they wouldn't be an underdog in this one. But Oklahoma was so dominant all year long until that game in the Red River rivalry against Texas. They were completely shut down by that Longhorns defense. But still, really, since the quarterback injury happened, you haven't been able to see the same explosive attack by the Sooners. Probably more of a sure thing now going into this game, but always a tough environment there in Norman. They'll be ready for Ole Miss. But I got to tell you, I still was so impressed with what Ole Miss was able to do offensively. They have a lot of explosive plays. They move up and down the field. And to go from Athens, which I would say is tougher to win at, and then go to Norman, I mean, to have that game right before this one feels like it would be a good sign for Ole Miss and Lane Kiffin. So I'm actually going to take Ole Miss plus the points here in Norman. What say you, Shane?
I'm going to go with Oklahoma and lay it. Back-to-back road games, especially as grueling as that one in Georgia was. I think maybe Ole Miss runs out of gas at the end of the game. It's an early kick time, too. Weather's going to be an issue in Oklahoma as well. So all those things thrown together, give me Oklahoma, and I'll lay the 5.5.
What about you, Fat Jack?
Yeah, Oklahoma's definitely a better team at home than they are on the road. South Carolina was a good win for them, but this is a team that is comfortable at home. Where you should start with picking the side in this, as far as what Vegas is thinking, is this total's up in the mid-50s. All right. This is an OU team that's had totals in the 40s against every competitive opponent, and they have gone under every single game. So their defense has been able to impose their will on the opponent's offense, and vice versa. Their offense has been stagnant. They haven't run the ball effectively, and so it's kept scoring down. Vegas believes that is not going to be the case on Saturday, that the weather will have nothing to do with it, that Oklahoma will be able to execute against that Ole Miss defense that had really started the year really strong. And because of that, their offense is successful. When it's successful, Ole Miss will have to open up their offense to be able to score. So expect more points in this one of a team that's gone under every single game this year on the Sooners. Because of that, I'm not sure Ole Miss is going to be able to keep up on the road. If it turns into a score fest, Brent Venables' defense is for real. top 5 in the country for sure. And again, they're at home, which is a huge advantage for the Sooners. So I'll go ahead and lay the number and play OU.
All right, I'm going Ole Miss. Shane and Fat Jack are going to go with the Sooners, who are favored by 5.5. Let's go over to the NFL here. Round 2 between the Giants and the Eagles. You just go back a few weeks, and New York pounded Philadelphia on that Thursday night game. Surprised a lot of people, but I remember you saying this, Fat Jack, about Philadelphia, because I went on to say, well, I just don't think that Philadelphia is this bad, right? They cannot be losing to teams like this. But you said they've been outgained in every single game so far, and they've been lucky in some of those close calls at the very end. And I'm going to use a little bit of that logic here, where even against Minnesota, once again, they were outgained. And this isn't like they played the Giants 5 weeks ago or 6 weeks ago. They only saw them a handful of weeks ago, and I'm not sure that much has changed other than the Giants having that catastrophic collapse last weekend against the Broncos. So with that big line at 7.5, I am going to take the Giants to keep it close here. I feel that offense has had a little bit of a spark with Jackson Dart, of course, and Cam Scattaboo. So I like them to keep it close, still have Philly winning, but 7.5 is too large for me. I'm going to go with the Giants in the point. Shane, what say you?
The same with me. I like the hook there, and I think the Giants can keep it close. The Eagles really haven't seemed to hit on all cylinders since the Super Bowl, offensively anyway. And so I like the Giants. I don't mind that. I'll take the 7.5.
All right, Fat Jack, where are you going with this game?
So from a cover standpoint, the Giants have been really bad. Even recently, 3-16 against the spread their last 19 games covering. But this is not, 22 games ago for the Giants is not the same team we're seeing now. I mean, you're right. Jackson Dart, Scattaboo, they have totally transformed at least the offensive side of this team. The collapse on defense, I mean, what happened if they win that game? What's this number? I mean, if they just play decent defense and get it done and win by 10 at Denver, what's this number? You're getting value because they gave up the big loss. And I think the average fan thinks, well, there will be a hangover from that. In the NFL, you normally don't get hangovers like that. And to your point, Philly has not been great offensively. They have not outgained people. Jalen Hurts has been under his total in passing yards most every game this season. This has not been a team, unless they get A.J. Brown involved, who's been able to consistently put up yards and put up points, and that's a lot of points. Philly's been good against the spread over the last 20, but recently not as good. So I'm with you guys. Let's take the underdog. Right now, losing gamblers long-term will bet on how teams are playing now, and they won't. And winning gamblers bet on how teams should be and how they're going to be over the next 2 or 3 weeks. And you have a lot of data right now where you can kick some holes in some of these records, and that is one of them. Philly's lack of offensive production leads you to believe they're a little bit overvalued. So I'm with you guys. Let's play the Giants plus the points.
All right, all three of us going with New York to cover that 7.5-point spread. 2 more to go here on the Fab 5 picks with Fat Jack of FatJackSports.com. Dallas on the road in Mile High against Denver. We just talked about that Giants game. If they just play a little bit of defense, I have to wonder what this spread would have been if the Giants did play defense and hold on for a double-digit win against Bo Nix and the Denver Broncos. Every single week, we find a way to praise this Dallas offense. Dak Prescott is playing at a high level. I have been so pleased with what George Pickens is able to do in that offense, and it's a Javonte Williams revenge game here. So I'm going to take Dallas and that offense to cover the 3.5. If Dallas jumps out early, maybe 14-3, maybe 17-7, something like that, I don't know if Denver's defense, though top 10, is going to be able to slow them down enough for another comeback victory. I feel Denver's going to come back down to earth a little bit in this one. So I'm going to roll with the Cowboys to win and cover that spread. What say you, Shane?
Stole my thunder with the Javonte Williams thing. He's been a really good running back, fantasy and otherwise. And plus, Brandon Aubrey might set an NFL record for the longest field goal in the game. So I'll take the Cowboys, and I will take the 3.5.
All right, so Shane and I going with Dallas. Fat Jack, to wrap us up for this game, are you going with Dallas to cover or the Broncos to move to 6-2?
Yeah, this is a tough one. I mean, Bo Nix is really good as the favorite at home. He's 7-2 against the spread and 9-0 straight up at home. CeeDee Lamb clearly has a big impact on this Dallas offense, though. And don't look now, but their defense wasn't half bad against Washington. They held them to 7 second-half points. And Dallas outgained the Commanders 409 to 341 yards, and Prescott threw for 264 and 3 touchdowns and no interceptions. So a really good efficient offensive output, and against Washington. And Denver, we know, nothing consistent about what they did. The Cowboys 14-5 against the spread their last 19 October games, and Denver's on a 2-6 against the spread run. And even though they pulled a miracle last week, they didn't cover. So I'll lean toward Dallas. Better play on the over. But yeah, Dallas plus the points probably the right side here.
All right. So all three of us agreeing again here. We're going to take Dallas and the points. And lastly, Monday Night Football, the Washington Commanders on the road at Arrowhead against the Chiefs, who are now over 500. The Chiefs are a 12.5-point favorite, very similar to the spread we discussed last week when the Raiders were in town. It was a double-digit spread around that 12.5 to 13. We thought that maybe that Raiders defense would be good enough to keep it close, maybe a backdoor cover with Geno Smith, that offense, but they didn't have any healthy receivers. Kind of the same story here with Washington. Not only are they out a couple of receivers, they're out their quarterback. Marcus Mariota going to be the starting quarterback in this one instead of Jaden Daniels. At the beginning of this year, this looked like a phenomenal matchup. Jaden Daniels versus Patrick Mahomes. Unfortunately, we're not going to get that. But if you are a Chiefs fan, you're loving that fact. You're loving that big spread. I'm not going to overthink this one too much. Washington's defense is poor. They're too banged up offensively. Backup quarterback with the way the Chiefs offense has been playing and that defense pitching the shutout last week. I see the game going pretty similar to what happened last week. Give me the Chiefs to win and cover.
Well, if Deebo Samuel and Terry McLaurin come back, and if I were able to wait until Monday, I would take the 12.5, and I think I will anyway. I'll go out on the limb. I think that Mariota plays just well enough to keep it within the 12.5, so I'll take the Commanders and I'll take the points.
Fat Jack, you wrap us up here with the final pick of the day.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. When you talk about it, we'll know more on Monday, right? I mean, here's the thing. Either two of these three teams are going to cover this weekend. Tennessee, Washington, and the Jets. So go ahead and pick you two of those. Two of those three are going to cover. I mean, we're not going to have a favorite run like we did last Sunday against the number. So you're going to get two of those three cover. It's hard to know before the game which one to walk up to the window and say, yeah, sign me up for that. But Washington makes the most sense. And it does because Kansas City does not do a good job covering big numbers over a touchdown. You get the recency bias for how easy things were last week. Heck, they're kneeling down the ball. Felt like with 5 minutes to go. And that game was over. That was the mercy rule. I thought I was watching 2A high school football at one point. But that type of thing, it's a regression back to the mean. You're not as good or not as bad as you appear one week to the next. I don't think Kansas City is in any danger of losing, but there's no value when you get up to 12 or 13 and you did what you did last week. Everybody knows the starting quarterback's out for Washington. We haven't touched on any information that the general public doesn't already know. So that is already factored into the line. Better play on Washington. If you're going to make me play it now, it's Washington plus the points. But guys, there's so many good spots this weekend. Free winners only get you so far. You don't go to Costco and eat dinner on the free samples. Don't take these free samples and rest your hard-earned money on them. Go to fatjacksports.com. You get everything emailed to you. It's on a private personal portal on the website. You get a recommended betting guide to tell you exactly what to do with those plays. Follow our system, and you're going to consistently make money betting on the games. And the results are all posted and documented under the results tab. $169 for football through Monday, or get the longer packages to get all the plays. You'll get soccer, you'll get UFC, you'll get the Players Prop that made another 10 games last week. All of that for about $150, $160 a week. Bet $50 a game on them. You're going to make money. FatJackSports.com. Sign up today and win this weekend.
All right, Fat Jack. Well, great stuff as always, and we'll talk to you next week.
Guys, good luck to you. Have a great weekend. I'll see you soon.
All right,
Jack,
there he goes. That's Fat Jack of FatJackSports.com, always giving us the insight before we kick things off for the weekend. Let's take a quick break here. When we come back, we have our 24-karat gold play of the week. That's next on the Pulse on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
This is
Live
the
read.
Pulse on Wichita's new sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
You know, this Thanksgiving morning, before the turkey goes in the oven, gather your friends, your family, and your running shoes, because Wichita's favorite holiday tradition is back. Grace Med's Say Grace Thanksgiving Day 5K race. Run, jog, or walk through Midtown Wichita and kick off the holiday with joy, gratitude, and community spirit. Whether you're a seasoned runner chasing a personal best, or you're just out for a stroll with the kids and stroller, Say Grace is for everyone. And here's what makes it even more meaningful. Every step you take helps Grace Med Health Clinic provide affordable health care to families across Kansas. So while you're giving thanks at the table, you'll know you've given back too. Start your Thanksgiving day with something that feels good, does good, and makes room for that second slice of pie. Register today for the Say Grace Thanksgiving Day 5K. Visit saygracerace.com because health, hope, and healing start with grace.
Eaton Roofing and Exteriors loves being a part of the Kansas landscape. Since 1993, they've repaired or installed residential roofing on thousands of Kansas homes. And whether you've had storm damage or you're ready for a new, current, weather-hardy roof, you can trust Eaton Roofing and Exteriors for expert advice about the right roof for your performance needs, budget, and neighborhood covenants. Call the local Eaton experts today at 316-943-0600 or visit EatonRoofing.com.
Eaton Roofing and Exteriors.
We ride.
You got the 24 karat gold read as well.
I got it. I'll take it.
It's not just a hobby. It's a part of who we are. We also know how quickly things can change.
Do not eat dinner
One
at
careless
Costco,
driver
Jack.
and life looks different.
Why?
At
That's
Prochaska
what Fat
Law,
Jack just
we're
said.
not just lawyers.
Oh.
Don't be
We
eating
are
dinner
riders
at
too.
Costco.
We
Don't take these free
understand what
samples.
you're facing.
Yeah.
And we'll ride with you every step of the way. This month, give riders the space and the respect we all deserve.
Booth Creek Wagyu invites you to an evening of Wagyu brought to you by Booth Creek, bringing Wagyu to the Wichita community event happening Thursday, October 30th from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. at their Wichita store, 9747 East 21st Street.
I mean, we technically can if we want to, but we just break whenever.
$100 gift card. All right. And don't forget your costume.
That's only if we want to do Sports Center.
Okay, I just want to make sure we hit our cues here. That's Thursday, October 30th from
Only time we need to hit it is at the very end of the show.
Yeah, okay. Wagyu in Wichita. Elevate your beef.
Caring for parents as they age is a big responsibility. Kansas Pace makes it easier by coordinating everything. Doctor visits, medications,
Feel like a wizard pushing these buttons back here.
therapies, and daily
And
support.
talking.
Their friendly Pace centers are filled with activities and new friends. With Kansas Pace, your loved one gets expert care while you get the space to keep up your own life. For men and women balancing careers, family, and caregiving, Kansas Pace is the partner you need. Discover how they can help at kansaspace.org.
Are you tired of living with chronic pain? At Midwest Pain Relief Center, we provide cutting-edge, drug-free therapies to help you live a more active, full life right here in Wichita and the surrounding communities. We're Kansas' top integrated medical clinic focused on finding and treating the root cause for your pain with personalized care. No prescriptions, no unnecessary surgeries. Call 316-295-3662 today or visit MidwestPainReliefCenter.com or drop by 151 North Ridge, Suite 6 in Wichita. Midwest Pain Relief Center. Stop hurting, start healing.
Sunday on Compass Media Network's coverage of the NFL. It's a Week 8 interconference battle from the Mile High City as the Dallas Cowboys take on the Denver Broncos. Hi, this is Ted Emmerich. Join Steve Berline and me for all the action as Dak Prescott and the explosive Cowboys offense take on Bo Nix and the red-hot Broncos. If it's the NFL, it's right here.
Wichita's home for the Dallas Cowboys. ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
All right, you leave it there.
Oh, yeah. Welcome back to the Pulse. Shane and Jack with you here for another hour or so. Filling in for Pat today. It's time now for our 24 karat gold play of the week. It's brought to you by Phil's Coins and Bullion. If you're searching for a timeless investment in these unpredictable times, look no further than Phil's Coins and Bullion. They're at 9344 West Central here in Wichita. In a world of uncertainty, invest with confidence. Experience the trust and reliability at Phil's Coins. My play of the week seems like an arbitrary one, but for those Cowboy fans that we have out here, and of course being the home of the Dallas Cowboys, how nice must it have been or felt for he himself to do this, but for Cowboys fans to listen to it and watch it. And that is CeeDee Lamb's 74-yard touchdown catch with George Pickens giving him a convoy on the way to the end zone against the Commanders. 44-22 was the final. But not only, and I suppose you could honorable mention it with George Pickens because he's been good since CeeDee Lamb has been out, but Dak Prescott threw for 3 touchdowns, including that long one to Lamb, 74 yards, as Dallas got out 17-8 in the first quarter. They're up 27-15 at half, and we know all the rest. Jaden Daniels got injured, but on the first play of a first quarter possession, Lamb ran a deep cross and was basically all by himself when Prescott hit him in stride. He broke free just as he caught the ball, and Pickens gave him a convoy into the end zone. And at that point, Lamb probably knew he was back. He had over 100 yards in receiving, and we've talked about this at length, even though we don't talk about the Cowboys a lot. Their defense is making headlines for all the wrong reasons, Jack, but this Cowboys offense is no joke, man. And I don't know if it's because of Javonte Williams is a more than capable running back, and they somehow survived offensively multiple games without CeeDee Lamb. But Dak Prescott, and I know some people kind of whisper about him being a sneaky MVP candidate, and if it wasn't for their crappy defense, maybe he would be one. But that play to CeeDee Lamb had to make Cowboy fans really happy all the way across the country.
Yeah, I mean, they just need to have a middle-of-the-pack defense, and this is a playoff team. I firmly do believe that, and Dak Prescott's got to stay healthy, that's for sure as well. When you've got a 1-2 punch like that with CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens, and I, for one, did not expect it to work that well with George Pickens.
And it may not last, let's be honest. Yeah.
But I honestly thought with the way he acted in Pittsburgh, which was, I'm pissed I'm not the number one target, I thought that was going to carry over into Dallas because I didn't expect Dallas to be winning a bunch of games after they traded Micah Parsons. You know, he's not getting the ball as often. He's going to throw some temper tantrums. He's thriving there. He is absolutely thriving. That is an underrated move that Jerry Jones, of all people, put together. And then you have Javonte Williams, another sneaky pickup they had in the offseason. It's a damn good offense. They just need that defense to show up. For my 24-karat gold play of the week, how can I not go with George Springer in Game 7? How can I not pick that go-ahead home run in the 7th inning? Not necessarily the shot heard round the world, but certainly the shot heard round Canada, because that was up there with Joe Carter. It's up there with Jose Bautista. It's probably the second biggest home run in Toronto history. It has to be behind Joe Carter. You walk off a game in the World Series, yeah, you're going to get that nod there. But the difference was that game was tied. You know, when Jose Bautista hit the home run, game was tied. If George Springer doesn't come through there, I don't believe the Blue Jays win that game. I don't see them coming back off of Andres Munoz in the last 2 innings. I firmly believe that the Mariners were going to be able to pull away there. But that home run, I mean, off the bat, he knew it. It didn't clear it in the same way that it did with Bautista, where it hit the facing in the second deck, which still to this day, I mean, I really didn't like Jose Bautista. The Royals went on to eliminate him, so it made the disdain for him a little less. I didn't have as much ill will toward him because he also torched the Royals in that series, had like 3 or 4 bombs. But that is one of the coolest home runs I've seen live before. I wasn't at the game, of course, but I was watching on TV, and to tag a ball like that, man. But the way George Springer did it, the roof was about to cave in there at the Rogers Center. That was so awesome to watch. That's what playoff baseball is about. He obviously is going to get honors for my 24-karat gold play of the week.
Yeah, and I don't want to say if he wouldn't have done it, nobody would have. But the later that game got, you know how it is. You start to press, and Springer's a veteran. He's 36 years old. And I know later on, Vladdy would have gotten a chance 2 batters later, and so maybe he would have done it, but not in that situation. So I'm with you. All right, Jack, before we get completely off of the Cowboys or the Chiefs and the Commanders Monday Night Football, how about you fire up that sounder and we'll qualify somebody? There it is. Here we go. Text the words Bud Light to 316-247-0923. Text now and be entered to win a Kansas City Chiefs Bud Light sign. It's brought to you by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Kansas City Chiefs. You got to be 21 years old or older to enter. That's Bud Light to 316-247-0923. That'll be the 3rd one that we've given away, courtesy of Bud Light. And maybe I'm misremembering, but this seems like it's the biggest of the 3. It's a really handsome sign. And all you got to do to qualify to win it is text Bud Light, 316-247-0923. Text now. good luck. All right, hour number 2 is upon us here on the Pulse. Shane and Jack setting in for Pat today. Coming up next, or coming up in the second hour, we'll have our Drive to the Victory, brought to you by Davis Moore Chevrolet. And we're going to hone in on the KU and K-State game. We've already talked about it with Fat Jack, fatjacksports.com, who we think is going to cover. But what are the reasons why? We'll give a couple of them, courtesy of Davis Moore. That's coming up on the other side of the break. And also, we will check in with Chance Lebo. He's got our Athletes of the Week, brought to you by Distinct Inc. We've got a cross-country runner from Capon. We've got a volleyball player from Andover Central. We'll hear from Chance interviewing those two guys and gals. Actually, that's Daniel Enriquez from Capon and Olivia Lewis from Andover Central. So we'll hear from them in hour number 2. And then Jack will wrap it up. He'll fire up a buy or sell segment coming up at approximately 3:45. And we'll officially bow out and hand you off to the weekend. The Pulse continues. Hour number 2 is next.
Wichita's news sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM, KKGQ, Newton.
Since 1886, it's been the 2 words we live by and the chant we live to cheer. Season as the Jayhawks hit the turf.
Touchdown, Kansas!
Join us this
So you lead
Saturday
in this
as the
coming out of the break?
Yeah, I'll take it.
State in the
Okay.
Sunflower Showdown. Our coverage begins at 9:30 on your home for Kansas Jayhawk football.
The Jayhawks play here. ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Hey, it's Sean Tarbell with Davis Moore Chevrolet. I'm excited to announce that Chevy Truck Month is extended. That means you get one more chance to save thousands on all new Silverados and Colorados. Right now, save up to $12,000 off MSRP or get 0% financing on a new 2025 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4. Together, let's drive at Davis Moore Chevrolet, located under the big American flag at Kellogg and Tyler, or check us out online at davis-moorechevrolet.com. All offers plus tag, title, tax, and administrative fees expire October 31st, 2025.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack. It's mid-October. Basketball season is here. The football season's building profit. UFC going this weekend, soccer, and much more. Are you ready to?
There's a
make money
Kansas
betting
pace
on
read
sports? Go
after
to
our first segment. I can handle that one.
It's
Okay.
as little as $99 a week when you sign up long term at all these sports.
And that
plays.
is our last
Email
read
to
of
you.
the day
They're on a
anyway.
personal
Okay.
portal, and they will build you profit betting on the games. FatJackSports.com. Go to the results tab. You'll see all of our results. Get signed up today at FatJackSports.com.
Protect your playbook and your business with Red Axe Shredding. From paper to hard drives, they securely destroy it all. From home offices to large businesses, Red Axe offers secure on-site and off-site shredding you can trust. Fast, affordable, and 100% confidential. Call Red Axe Shredding today at 316-869-2215 or visit redaxe.co. Trust the pros. Shred with Red Axe.
Hey, Shocker fans! Wichita State men's basketball season tickets for the upcoming season are available now at the lowest price in 15 years. For as low as $400, you can become a season ticket holder and experience the excitement of Charles Koch Arena for all 17 games this season. Now is the time to lock in your seats. Visit GoShockers.com/tickets or call 316-978-FANS. That's GoShockers.com/tickets or 316-978-FANS. Go Shockers!
Davis Liquor Outlet is proud to call Wichita home. With over 50 years of experience, our knowledgeable staff is here to help. Davis Liquor can help you with our large selection, from bourbon and tequilas to wine and THC products. Have you signed up for our app yet? Visit the App Store and download it today. You can view our inventory, compare pricing, and even order online for curbside pickup. And don't forget, you can save 20% every day when you buy liquor and wine by the case. Davis Liquor Outlet, Wichita proud. Neighborhood locations with superstore pricing. Each store independently owned and operated.
It's the rivalry you know and love. The Hawks and Cats do battle on Saturday, October 25th, and ESPN Wichita is putting on an epic watch party. Join us at Union Station for giveaways, drinks, good eats, and the big game on every TV, both big and small. Kickoff is scheduled for 11 a.m., but the event begins at 10:30. It's brought to you by The Depot, Una Vida Tequila, and ESPN Wichita. Join us for the watch party on Saturday in downtown Wichita at Union Station.
Red Friday is brought to you by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Bud Light is the official beer sponsor of the Kansas City Chiefs. Please drink responsibly.
It's just a public service announcement sponsored by Just Blaze and the good folks at Rockefeller Records.
Fellow Americans, it is with the utmost pride and sincerity that I present this recording as a living testament and recollection of history in the making during our generation.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Ho, H to the O-V.
We don't have a sister station to send Pat down to do a rehab assignment on. So we can only assume that he'll be ready to retake the reins at 2 o'clock on Monday. Bless his little heart as he tries to recoup and be back and better than ever coming up on Monday. Shane and Jack with you here on the Pulse here on a Friday, hour number 2. We've got our Drive to a Victory that's coming up here directly. Also, Athletes of the Week. We got a boy and a girl in the high school ranks for our Athletes of the Week. Chance Lebo got a chance to catch up with yesterday. We'll hear from them coming up here in hour number 2. A little buy or sell with Jack as we wrap up the show, wrap up the week, and hand you off to the weekend. And we get ready for the KU State game coming up on Saturday at 11 o'clock. We're going to party at the Depot, though. 10:30 is when that party starts. Una Vida Tequila, the Depot, and us here at ESPN Wichita hosting a watch party down there at Union Station. We hope you'll come by. The Drive to a Victory brought to you by Davis Moore. Speaking of Kansas and Kansas State, Chevy Truck Month has been extended. That means you get one more chance to save thousands on all new Silverados and Colorados. Right now, save up to $12,000 off MSRP or get 0% financing on new 2025 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4s, or drive off in the all-new 2025 Chevy Colorado Z71 4x4 and save up to $5,345 off MSRP or get 3.9% financing for 60 months. Together, let's drive to Davis Moore Chevrolet, located under the big American flag at Kellogg and Tyler, or visit us online at davis-moorechevrolet.com. Jack, Fat Jack kind of stole my thunder about what I think drives Kansas to a victory. Fairly simple and maybe a little bit boring. But if KU holds on to the ball, that's maybe not foolproof. That's a heck of a way to start if you're talking about KU trying to snap that, get off the schneid to snap that streak to K-State and that voodoo that they have over them. Sometimes it comes down to just blocking and tackling and hang on to the ball. And ball security when it's raining too. Let's be honest, it's fairly important. I think both of these quarterbacks are capable of being catalysts on the ground as being a key to victory, but I don't necessarily think it's mandatory for KU as opposed to K-State. I think Avery Johnson's going to have to run in order to keep K-State in this game, especially if they turn it over to Kansas. Again, we didn't really hit on this too much, but if you dig deep enough online, you see under Chris Kleiman, the K-State is not exactly a bunch of mutters. They don't play well in the rain. The performances haven't been very good in the rain. And all you have to do is go back. Was it last year, Jack, where they went down to Houston? Yeah. It seems like
torrential downpour.
Seems like longer ago, but it's just run the ball. And Houston's different than this year's Kansas. I get that, but it's like just play to your strengths and let's not overthink this. And I feel like that they did. And that was a big reason why they couldn't escape Houston with a victory when they probably should have. So and I'll get back to K-State more in a minute, but my key or drive to a victory for Kansas is no turnovers. I think if they have no turnovers, you got a better than puncher's chance to win the game. What about you? What's your drive to a victory for Kansas exclusively?
Well, I want to make sure I use my words carefully here, because I'm not going to go as far to say that, KU should have won these last two football games in Lawrence and then in Manhattan. But the theme of this rivalry over the last 16 times, and now, of course, K-State blew KU out in 13 of those. I mean, they weren't even close. But specifically in those last two, the theme has been just make the routine plays. Mm-hmm. You make the routine plays, you win those football games. You go back to, which, by the way, and I feel both KU and K-State fans know this, if Cole Ballard, who at the time was a walk-on true freshman quarterback, would have won that football game over Kansas State, it would have almost made up for KU's fans' misery in the previous 14 matchups, because the guy to snap it was your third-string quarterback. Like, that's how you get it done. I mean, that's tough to come up off the mat. That was a K-State team, by the way, that, if I'm not mistaken, got 9 or 10 wins that year. Like, if Cole Ballard and company were going to be able to get that done, that would have been crazy to think about. But in that game, Shane, KU was up 11. Rich Miller drops the most tailor-made pick six you could ever see on a football field.
That's right.
I mean, it was lobbed by Will Howard, and he just was looking ahead before he got, he brought in the ball. I mean, it was in the numbers, in the chest, and I get it. You say, hey, linebackers don't have the best of hands. I'm not exaggerating when I say this ball was lollipopped. It was not thrown hard. It was right there, and if he picks it off, you're up 3 scores with a quarter and a half left to play, and Lawrence is going crazy. The stadium's about to collapse, not just because the infrastructure at that point of the stadium, but due to the noise. But that was a game you go, man, you just make the routine plays, the plays you should make. You win that football game. Last year, a Kansas team that was 2-5 going into Manhattan, you have the ball up 2 with less than 3 minutes to go, and Jalen Daniels makes this mistake you can't have in that moment, which is fumbling the ball on your side of the field.
He reminded me of a young Josh Allen on that drive.
Yeah, absolutely. It was, this year, which is what he's been so good about, what he probably does? He slides or he throws the ball away. And I feel it's the last couple of years, it's that mental strain of just dreading, oh no, when is it going to happen? And I guarantee you, even if KU wins this game, there will be a point tomorrow where every KU fan goes, oh no, not again. It'll be a drop pass, a wide open touchdown. It will be a turnover. It'll be a missed kick. It'll be a busted coverage play. I'm already preparing myself to happen. But when you look at these last 2 games, you have noticed that KU has been much closer than they've ever been in a decade plus in knocking off Kansas State. And if we're just playing the hypothetical game, which I hate to do, but if KU just did what they've done all year long this year, which is not turn it over, they're on a 2-game winning streak going into this football game. But that's in the past, and you can't control that anymore. I thought it was very interesting in a fantastic interview that Chance did with Brian Haney yesterday. They've been playing on loop the last 5 minutes of last year's football game in the complex. Like, just every TV over and over again to let them know you should have won that game. You should have won that game, and you collapsed. And that's what you've done the last handful of years. But going into tomorrow, what I thought was interesting about Fat Jack's point was we know what we're going to get from KU. You don't know what you're going to get from K-State.
Yeah, right.
We know KU scores a lot of points. They have a lot of big plays. They love to throw the ball. Jalen Daniels has been one of the most efficient quarterbacks in the country. Running back room, I mean, they're going to have Daniel Highshaw. Le'Shawn Williams is questionable, but they have their collection of receivers that are all healthy. Their defense has gotten healthier. And whereas if you were going on the K-State side, if Dylan Edwards is playing, as I said a couple days ago, I would have picked K-State to win because I don't know how KU's rushing defense would have slowed him down. Joe Jackson's a different style of running back. I thought Chance, when we were hanging out on Tuesday, brought it up pretty well. He said he's kind of Kareem Hunt.
Yeah, he is.
He'll get you those 4 yards, but he's not going to break free for 25 or 30.
4.2 yards per carry is good in the NFL. It's kind of meh in college, and that's what he is.
In KU, just this is what blew me away as well, because this is what I don't want to take your point of taking care of the football. I feel that KU's definitely going to have to do that. You can't give K-State short field. You can't shoot yourself in the foot. To me, it simply has to come down to stopping the run in this game. If KU can stop the run, I'll take my chances, Jalen Daniels versus Avery Johnson, with the way these two guys have looked this season. And K-State, when they're rolling, when their offense does look good, it's because they get that running game going. And for Kansas, if you can bottle that team up and make Avery Johnson beat you, they'll take their shots from time to time. He's got a great connection with Jace Brown. KU's going to have to make sure they have him bottled up and they know where he is at any given point. Every snap, you got to know where he is. You got to get a hat to a hat, basically. But for Kansas, I look at the teams they faced so far in running the football. Would it baffle you, and I mean floor you, if I told you that K-State has the lowest rushing offense of the teams they played so far, the lowest ranked? Would that surprise you?
In my mind's eye, I guess not, but I would have thought there would have been somebody else worse.
Yeah. I would have thought so too. And so I look back at the 3 games KU's lost, which is Missouri, who's top 20 in the country in rushing. They've got Ahmad Hardy, one of the best running backs in the country. Cincinnati, dual threat quarterback in Sorsby, but also had a good collection of running backs in that game. And Texas Tech, they didn't have a great rushing attack going into that one. And then you have a guy erupt for 240 plus yards.
Right.
KU's got to avoid that. I mean, they just simply cannot have Joe Jackson run for over 100 yards in this game. You keep him under 100. I'm not sure K-State's shown enough this year to go, all right, we're going to go toe-to-toe. 35 or 40 points is going to decide this one. KU has been able to do that. KU has been able to put up 40-plus points. And even though there's this mental thing that's hanging over them, and truthfully, Shane, it ain't ever going away as long as this streak stays alive.
That's right.
But if KU can knock them off, look at what it did for K-State in basketball. When KU won, I think, 28 in a row in Bramlage, and then they beat them in 2008 with Michael Beasley and Bill Walker. And that was a Kansas team that went on to win the national championship. They've now won it. Well, they've won it 3 straight years in Manhattan, I believe, but they've also won it periodically over this last 15 to 20-year stretch because they got that mental block out of the way. If you're Kansas, there simply is no other way tomorrow. You have to win. If you don't lose this one, as you said, as I said, as I believe even Fat Jack said, when are you going to? When are you take this Kansas State team who's 3-4, I'm sure they're going to be better next year. This is your time to strike. You have to get it done. You're favored for a reason. You take care of the football. You stop the run. You probably snap that losing streak tomorrow afternoon.
Okay, so now what do we call a drive to victory for K-State? I'll start with Avery Johnson. Think back, are there any games this year that Avery Johnson was the problem? I'll probably give you Arizona. He was 13 of 29 for 88 yards in that just weird game in Tucson that they lost on that Friday night. Pretty much all the rest of the games, even the Army game, they just didn't have the ball. All the rest of the games and certainly the ones that they lost, Avery Johnson was not the problem. Certainly in the 35-34 game against Baylor, where he threw for 344. I think a drive to victory for K-State, and Avery Johnson's going to have a Baylor-type game where he went for over 300 yards, runs when he has to. I think he has to be the best player on the field for K-State. Their receiving core has been up and down and injured, not injured, depending on if you're talking about the wideouts. Garrett Oakley's been good as tight end. I think he's found something with him. But it might surprise you to know that Avery's only thrown 2 picks this year. Now, he hasn't consistently thrown for 280, 290, 300, but that hasn't always been necessary, and certainly wasn't against TCU. He kind of managed the game and made some big plays when he had to. But I think he needs to have maybe his best game ever to help K-State beat Kansas tomorrow morning. 13 touchdowns and 2 picks. Those are nice numbers. He's done a nice job of running the offense. But I think tomorrow it might be necessary for him to be not only the best player on the field for K-State, but maybe the best player in the game. Like have a Herculean effort and make it, whoa, that was Avery Johnson's game in the Sunflower Showdown. That's my drive to victory for K-State. What's it going to take for you?
Yeah, a few things here for Kansas State. And, I just would say from what we've seen so far through these 7 games, it's not the best Kansas team they've faced. That probably has to go back to the 2023 squad that was ranked, but had injured quarterbacks in Jalen Daniels and Jason Bean. But what this Kansas team has done is, and I'll knock on wood as a Kansas guy, but they've shored up their special teams and they've shored up their playmaking paired with not turning the ball over. So the last couple of years, K-State's almost been able to go into every single game going, they're going to make a mistake at some point, guys. It's a matter of when they make that mistake. Mm-hmm. So if you're Kansas State, I feel you do have to shift your focus. Not saying you can't turn Kansas over, because I absolutely believe they can. Tough weather, windy, cold, rainy. Somebody could have a ball punched out. There's an interception, a mistimed route. That all is certainly possible. But for an actual plan of attack, I feel K-State really wants to control the time of possession. What K-State is not an explosive offense.
That's true.
And I feel that at attacking this Kansas defense, You want them on the field as long as possible. You want to keep that fast striking offense in Kansas off the field, because once they get going, it is tough to stop them. But for this Kansas defense, they have not done anything this season that has truly impressed me. Their big trademark game was against West Virginia, who sucks, who is terrible. So what they did defensively in that game really doesn't matter to me at all. But here's what you can point out about Kansas's 3 losses this year. So along with time of possession for K-State, which this will be tough to do, time of possession and finishing in the red zone. The 3 losses Kansas has had this year. Now, Texas Tech, let's put an asterisk by that, because Tech didn't need to score 42.
Right.
They could have theoretically won with 20 points, right? But the previous 2, Cincinnati and Missouri, they gave up 37 and 42. So what does this tell you if you're Kansas State? You're probably not going to beat them 21-14 or 21-17. You're going to have to score a lot of points. And here is the output for Kansas at home this season. They've only had 4 home games. So they've had 4 home games, 3 road games. They scored 31 against Fresno. Throw that out. Wagner, 46. And then, of course, Cincinnati, 34. Or West Virginia, 41. So that's another one that you got to bring up here. So their lowest output was in that week 0 game against Fresno State. I'm also factoring in competition here, but they've scored over 30 in all 4 home games. And traditionally, Kansas has been very good at home in putting up points. Defensively, it doesn't really matter where they are. Although you can bring up that they have held 3 of those opponents, though they're all 3 terrible opponents, to 7-7-10, and that's where Cincinnati got 37 to snap that streak. So you're probably going to expect Kansas to score. How do you limit that? Keep that offense on the sideline. You keep the ball. You have those 4-yard plays, 5-yard plays. And it's baffling me, Shane, to even talk about a K-State team going, you're going to need to keep the ball away from Kansas because you don't want them to have the ball. Because for so many years it was, just do whatever you want. KU's going to shoot themselves in the foot at some point.
Right.
But truthfully, from what we've seen, and this K-State roster, which has been so inconsistent this year, I mean, K-State is 104th in the country in scoring. They're averaging less than 30 a game. They're 143rd in scoring defense. They're 149th in yards per game. They're 138th in passing yards a game. They're 159th in rushing yards a game. They're 152nd in third down efficiency. So it's a different K-State team than we're accustomed to. So when you are that not as powerful team, it's about playing to your skill set, playing to your strengths, taking care of the football, and keeping it away from a high-powered offense. Because if Kansas is forcing those 3 and outs and getting the ball back and they get some momentum, what's going to happen? Oh, that crowd's going to get into it. And you know what? I didn't even factor in either, Shane. This K-State team really hasn't played in the true road environment yet this year. They played in Tucson against Arizona, and there was 17 people and a couple of parking attendees there. They played at Waco. For whatever reason, nobody was at that game either. And so now this is a sold-out environment. And, yes, there will be a large portion of K-State fans there, but it's a tough environment to walk into.
And there
tomorrow.
might be communication issues for the first time.
Absolutely. And it's going to be a fired-up crowd. Certainly, multiple KU students that weren't really functioning children the last time KU won. I mean, they were 2 years old or whatever. They'd be 3 years old. So they've known nothing other than K-State victories on that field the last decade plus. So for one, what I will say, a pleading Jayhawk fan, my goodness, stop the bleeding. Stop the bleeding. But if you're a K-State fan, I don't blame you one bit listening going, no, twist the knife. Ruin their year, get our season back on track, and we'll take it back to Manhattan to make it 18 in a row next year. But if you're K-State, since you're not that explosive offense, keep the ball for a long time, run it efficiently, and don't, have those 3 and outs. You got to limit the amount of 3 and outs you have in this one because KU at home is able to put up a large portion of points.
Grease up the goalpost if KU wins. Keep those.
I would expect that.
Keep those guys off the field. Don't let them climb up.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. There you go. There are drives to victory, courtesy of our good friends at Davis Moore Chevrolet. When we come back, it's our high school athletes of the week. We got somebody from Capon. We got somebody from Andover Central, brought to you by Distinct Inc. Chance Lebo will bring you those next.
You're
All right, I got
to
to
the
read.
Pulse on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Hey, Wichita, it's Jack again. Kansas's longest-running Thanksgiving race is almost here. The 50th annual Wichita Turkey Trot, presented by Dillon's, takes place Saturday, November 22nd, featuring a 10-mile run, 2-mile fun run/walk, and Tiny Turkey Trot. The first 2,000 registrants receive a $10 voucher toward the purchase of a whole turkey at Dillon's. All food and financial donations collected during the event will benefit the Kansas Food Bank, which provides hunger relief to individuals and families in need in 85 counties. For more information or to register for the 50th annual Wichita Turkey Trot presented by Dillon's on November 22nd, head to wichitasports.com.
Tricked out, check us out. Truck Stuff.
You've probably already heard that Truck
And
Stuff is the
Enriquez
place to go to lift,
is
level, or
801
lower
and
your
Olivia
truck.
Lewis
And of
is
course, we have
513.
an enormous
Perfect.
in-stock selection of bed covers, running boards, and floor mats. But did
So
you
you can
know
disregard
that we
that
do wheels
that I
and
just said.
tires, gear swaps, and spray and bed liners? Stop by today to deck out your ride at Truck Stuff at the corner of Central and Washington.
Perfect.
Check us out. Truck Stuff.
When storms hit, you need more than just a roofer. You need the biggest and most reliable name in the Midwest, Shamrock Roofing. Shamrock Roofing has grown into the largest roofing company in the region, with local crews right here to serve you. For nearly 50 years, we've proven our strength, our size, and our promise to you to be here for every repair and roof replacement. And every roof is backed by our lifetime craftsmanship warranty. One call does it all. Visit shamrockroofer.com.
Getting
Hey,
started
it's Jeff
before
from
me.
American Shaman. People ask, how are you still here? We're here because we believe life is beautiful. We believe in wellness and natural solutions. And
We
we
burned
believe
through
your
this.
life
What a
is better
day.
with the Fed.
Yeah.
If you agree, come see us at American Shaman in
is
Wichita and
possible.
Derby and online at yourcbd.pro.
Twin Peaks is the
They
best
deserve
in the
our
game.
flowers.
Here,
Right,
it's
we
bigger
sure do.
game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
For over 55 years and 2 generations, the Southwestern Remodeling Professionals have been providing homeowners in the Wichita area with a truly unique
So is
luxury
Pat at work
remodeling
today?
experience. From
He
the initial
was. I don't know if he is
consultation
right this
through
second,
project
but yeah, he
design
was
and
up.
production,
He was upstairs.
Our team provides concierge-style
Gotcha.
service with a true focus on the best quality products and professional installation.
He's
Are you
generally
ready to
fine, he
experience
just
something
can't talk.
truly different? Give us a call today at
Is he sick?
263-1249.
I mean, I don't
or
know
visit
exactly what it is, but
southwesternremodeling.com.
I think he just lost his voice. I didn't ask him
Yeah.
exactly how he felt,
Ribbit
but
Computer
he can barely
Services
talk.
has expanded to 2100 North Rock Road, bringing expert phone repairs and top-tier tech support to your neighborhood. Cracked screen, battery issues, water damage, we fix it all. Fast, affordable, and reliable. Our newest location is ready to handle iPhones, Androids, and more. Don't let phone trouble slow you down. Stop by Ribbit and Derby today and see why we're the go-to tech experts for all your repair needs.
Wichita's new sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
That position, you got to know the pass game, the run game, and then you have these protections. And he's hung right in there.
It's hard, especially for that running back position, because you have to do so many things as far as running, catching, blocking, all the different things. And he's been a sponge, man. He's been learning a ton.
Wichita's home for Chiefs coverage. ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
All right, welcome back. It's Pulse. Shane and Jack sitting in for Pat today. Happy Friday, everybody. It's 3:26 time for our High School Athletes of the Week, brought to you in part by Distinct Ink. Get noticed with the Distinct Ink when it comes to quality apparel and promotional items. Trust our good friends at Distinct Ink. Powering Distinct Locker, we're dedicated to helping you and your brand shine with top-notch products, unmatched service for gear that makes a statement and a partner you can depend on. Choose Distinct Ink. Be unforgettable. Contact them today. Okay, we start with our male athlete of the week, and it's Daniel Enriquez. He's from Cape and he's a cross-country runner, and all he did was break the Kansas State record in the 5K this weekend. Our very own Chance Lebo caught up with him yesterday. This is how that sounded. Daniel Enriquez, our high school athlete of the week.
Right here at Cape and Mount Carmel High School, joined by our male high school athlete of the week, a guy we had last year during the track season, but he has set the Kansas State record in the 5K, I believe. It's Daniel Enriquez for the Cape and Mount Carmel cross-country team. Daniel, kind of talk about what it means to be a record holder in such a prestigious event.
I mean, yeah, it means a lot to be fastest in Kansas over 5K. You know, I love
cross country. And honestly, a lot of people ask me whether I have a preference in cross country and track, but to me, it's all just running, and I just love the sport so much. So yeah, it means a lot to me to have that record.
Yeah, and we talked to you, I believe, near the tail end of the track season. Kind of talk about what has happened for you, where you feel like you've grown the most since the last time we talked to you, with the summer to grow a little bit.
I mean, I know we had a pretty long summer, a lot of time to just build a nice aerobic base, and I think just logging all those miles in summer, and as tedious as it kind of can get at times, yeah, I think that aerobic base really has helped me a lot, especially over such long distance. So
yeah, and kind of talk about how the year has gone for the team so far, because it's a pretty new team, some new faces on the team. Kind of talk about how the year's gone for you guys.
I mean, yeah, the year's gone great. I mean, our opening meet wasn't so quick. It was a pretty muddy day, but then we headed to Missouri Southern and had a great show out there, a bunch of PRs there, and then ended up going to Rimrock for the Classic, and ended up winning that one pretty big too. So against great competition, and the competition we'll be seeing at state. So it means a lot to be so good at so early in the season. So yeah.
And what was kind of going well for you in the meet? What was kind of clicking for you?
I think what was really clicking is just my aerobic strength, you know, especially with all the hills on Rimrock. It's a lot of times just how quick you can recover off those hills and push in between on the straights. And I think, you know, just my ability to make up ground in that time really helped me a lot. So yeah.
And how have you kind of stayed motivated here in this last week of practice, you know, having that in your back pocket as well? But obviously the season isn't over yet.
I mean, I know a big goal of ours this year is to hopefully make it out of NXR and hopefully make it at NXN. So I know, like, my team's going to be counting on me to, you know, show up and do my best that I can come around for NXR. So yeah.
And kind of talk about what's up next for you guys. What do you guys have next on the schedule, and how are you kind of pacing yourself getting ready for postseason?
Next up is regionals this weekend, and you know, the plan isn't to go out too hard. Just, you know, mainly conserve and just make sure we qualify for state, and then state, obviously, you know, win it big time, get our championship, since we haven't in the past 44 years, I'm pretty sure. And then after state, NXR, and, you know, hopefully qualify for nationals.
Yeah, absolutely. And kind of talk about how your leadership role has grown this season as one of the upperclassmen on the team. How have you been able to take some of the younger players kind of under your wing a little bit?
I mean, yeah, a big thing I try to do before and after each practice is just try and talk to all the freshmen and sophomores as well, especially just check up on them, make sure, you know, they're being smart about things, listening to their bodies, especially like getting used to the sport. You know, sometimes you'll shrug off an acre of pain when really you need to be very proactive about it, especially in the sport. So yeah.
Yeah. What does a pre-meet routine look like for you? How do you like to prepare for a meet? Is it, you know, snacks, drinks? Like how do you like to prepare?
I mean, normally I just get a big pasta meal, especially get some good carbs going and make sure I got some protein in there. So I love my my mom's spaghetti and meatballs is a classic for pre-meet. So
yeah, absolutely. And kind of talk about how you got into cross country and track and field, because it's a very niche sport, and how you got your start here.
Yeah, so I really got my start back in middle school after seeing my brother start running, because he's 5 years older than me. So I got to see him run in high school, like right before I got into middle school. And I saw him, you know, winning meets and doing big things. So I just thought, man, I want to do exactly that and get into the sport. So I started in 6th grade, and then I've just been running ever since. So yeah.
Yeah. When did things kind of click for you starting running?
I mean, I would probably say 8th grade, because I remember I went to the mile split state meet for Kansas, and I just had remembered I had been trying to break 11 minutes all season for the 2 mile. And then finally at meet, I was able to do it and push through a barrier that had seemed impossible for so long. So
yeah.
I'd say,
and you talk about feeling possible. Did this ever feel possible, being the all-time 5K leader in the state of Kansas? Did that ever feel possible? And when did it feel possible for you?
I mean, I think this season is really when it has felt possible, but I knew I always had the potential for it. You know, it's a lot about just doing everything that you can in the present, because you never know what's going to come in the future. So yeah.
Yeah. And I'm sure that you've received a lot of texts and calls and compliments and stuff like that. How's the celebrity life been?
It's been good. I love getting to hear from family and friends and who celebrate and are super happy to see me succeed. So it means a lot to me.
And we talk a lot about goals. I remember asking you about it last year. Was this a goal of yours, or was it something that you set out? I know you talked about being a state champion. That's what you want. But at the end of the day, was this one of your goals you had?
Yeah, it was definitely a goal for me. It's just, I definitely want to be the best in Kansas because I think now it's definitely seems like a more achievable goal. It was always a dream of mine, but now I've put the plan into action. So
yeah. And in talking to you in the past, running is something that you do enjoy. But why do you enjoy it? What do you enjoy the most about running?
I think just especially the competition against yourself. Like what I love so much about it is being able to push yourself beyond what you thought was ever possible for you.
Yeah.
So,
What is Coach Garcia and the staff kind of telling you guys heading into these last couple of weeks? What are some of the coaching points they've been giving you?
Big things have been, make sure we're hydrating and sleeping, especially we have a couple guys sick right now. So just making sure we're recovering good and feeling good off that sickness. And then also just, he always tells us this, but dream big, it's a great joy to be able to have success in the sport. And it's always a good thing to push yourself beyond what you think is possible. So,
Yeah, absolutely. How much water do you drink in a day?
Oh, that's a good question. I haven't tracked, but I probably drink like 5 little 40 fluid ounce bottles or something. Yeah.
Gotcha. I thought you were about to say 5 gallons. That's a lot. That's a lot for a little guy like you, Daniel. But kind of talk about how excited you are for the opportunity to compete at the highest level here in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, I'm super excited, and I mean, it's a great joy to be able to race against competition, especially like last meet I didn't really have anyone around me, but now to really push myself against the best, it's a great opportunity. So got to make the most of it.
Yeah. And what do you like to do for fun outside of running, which I'm sure you love more than anything? But what do you like to do for fun?
I love hanging out with friends and playing video games and stuff. So
yeah. What's your favorite video game? What are you playing right now?
Ooh, I've been playing a lot of Minecraft actually. With my friends.
Okay. Yeah. Well, Danny. Classic. Yeah, classic. Well, Danny, congratulations on a great season so far and being the record holder in the 5K in the state of Kansas. Best of luck at regionals and state.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you.
Wow, congratulations, Daniel. Very well-spoken young man and a Kansas State record holder in the 5K. So Daniel Enriquez, our male athlete of the week. Our female athlete of the week is brought to you by Great Clips with 18 salons in Wichita's metro area, El Dorado, Hutch, and Wichita, including one less than a mile from our studio right here. Check in online by downloading the Great Clips app. Our female athlete of the week is Olivia Lewis, a sophomore at Andover Central. All she did was break the single season record for assists, and she's only a sophomore at AC. Here's Chance and Olivia Lewis from Andover Central.
Right here at Andover Central High School with our female high school athlete of the week. It is Olivia Lewis of the Jaguar volleyball team. She's on pace to break the single season assist record as just a sophomore. Olivia, kind of talk about how fun this sophomore year has been for you.
It's been a lot of fun. We've made a lot of connections. I have mostly, and getting to know everybody on the team and getting to play in these intense matches has been really fun.
Yeah, and for you, making that leap, a lot of people, when they're making their biggest improvements, especially on the volleyball side, it's from their freshman year to their sophomore year. Where do you feel like you've grown the most since last year?
I feel like this season I have, it's been a lot. I've gotten a lot of reps, staying after practice and, just getting as many reps as you can is probably the biggest thing that I did.
And what do you feel like you've improved the most on?
My location, definitely.
Gotcha.
And, pace and tempo and stuff.
And this has been a great year in terms of assists for you, setting up the single season assist record. Kind of talk about some of the other players in the team that have, it obviously takes two to tango. When you've got those assists, they've got to kill it. Kind of talk about what you've, seen from some of your teammates this year that have really helped you out.
Sydney McGinnis has definitely been one of the biggest ones. She's grown. She's gotten so good. And, I can always rely on her no matter what. And so same with Amy Capeline, too.
Yeah, and this year, kind of talk about what you guys, the journey you guys have been on. What's been the biggest improvement from practice number 1 until now?
Probably our communication. We've gotten more intense and always talking and a lot of a lot of the stuff that we've been doing is like gotten better and like more intense, and like we've just been doing better.
Yeah. And what's it like being a sophomore? It's a pretty young team. A sophomore on this year's team. What kind of leadership role have you kind of taken on as one of the table setters for this year's team?
I think I've taken on a big leadership role, and like even though I'm not a captain, like it's still been me on the court and like helping out everybody else, doing whatever I can to help.
Yeah. What's it like playing for Coach Wider? What's it like playing for her and this program? What has she meant to you?
She's meant a lot to me. She's helped me out so much, and like that setter coach connection has helped, and like getting to know her a lot. And like this is my first year on varsity, and like it's been nice to get to know her and like have her help me.
Yeah. Has it been kind of a whiplash in terms of the speed of the game from JV last year to varsity, or do you feel like you've settled in pretty well?
I feel like I've settled in pretty well because I played club, and like that's kind of the same pace as it has been. And yeah.
Yeah. And for you, when did you get your start playing volleyball?
I started in 5th grade for a rec team, and yeah.
Yeah. And what do you enjoy the most about playing volleyball?
All the girls and like having those connections, and like it's like kind of like a family.
Yeah. And what do you feel like you enjoy? Or sorry, I already asked that question. But for volleyball, I mean, where do you feel like you've grown the most? Like, what do you feel like when did you feel like you kind of clicked? When did you feel like things started to get more comfortable for you out on the court?
Probably this year it's kind of clicked, and like my nerves have gotten better, and like my mental whatever like on the court has been really good this year.
And who have been some of the seniors that have kind of helped you out? I'm sure there's been some mentorship, and especially even last year with some seniors that probably graduated. Who's kind of helped you and mentored you this year?
Last year Bella Holcomb really helped me out, and she was our senior setter that I was kind of behind, and like it was nice to see her, and like that kind of set me up for this year. And
Yeah. What do you like to do before a game to prepare yourself and get in the right headspace for a game?
Me and my friend always go to Subway, and we always get a sandwich, and then we have like a little dance party like for home games in our locker room.
Gotcha. Who's on the aux cord? Who controls the music?
Avery Unruh.
And what's the lucky sandwich order?
A turkey sandwich.
Okay. Okay. And then
yeah.
And for you and the team, kind of talk about what's next for you guys, because the season is winding down. What do you guys have up next on the schedule?
Up next, we're going to Arc City on Tuesday, and that'll be an exciting game. And then we have Sub-State on Saturday, and that'll be even more exciting. I'm excited to see all those players.
Yeah. What's been the most exciting part and the most fun part about this? Is there a memory or anything this year that has stood out to you as been the most exciting and most enjoyable for you?
Beating Andover on our senior night was probably the most exciting place. Yeah.
And what are some of the final coaching points that the coaching staff is giving you guys heading into this these final couple days of practice before Sub-State?
Just like calming yourself and like not getting too anxious, and like we like to like speed things up, and like we do better when things are slower and we're getting ready. So.
Yeah. And what do you like to do for fun? What do you like to do outside of volleyball?
I like to hang out with my friends and like just going to football games and stuff like that.
And what would be a fun fact about you that somebody may not know about you?
My first team for the YMCA rec was the Pickles. That was our team name.
Okay.
And it was just me and my friends. It was, yeah.
Did you guys pick that name?
Yes, we did.
Congratulations on a great season so far, and best of luck the rest of the way, Olivia.
Thank you.
All right, good job, Chance, and good job, Daniel and Olivia, our high school athletes of the week. All right, Shane and Jack with you. One more segment for you. We got buy or sell. What's on tap is coming up. Filling in for Pat and the Pulse today here on a Friday. When we come back, it is What's on Tap and Buy or Sell. It's brought to you by Busch Lights 341.
The heartbeat of Wichita sports fans. The Pulse on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Hey, it's Sean Tarbell with Davis Moore Chevrolet. I'm excited to announce that Chevy Truck Month is extended. That means you get one more chance to save thousands on all new Silverados and Colorados. Drive off in the all-new 2025 Chevy Colorado Z71 4x4 and save up to $5,300 off MSRP, or get 3.9% financing for 60 months. Together, let's drive at Davis Moore Chevrolet, located under the Big American flag at Kellogg and Tyler, or check us out online at davis-moorechevrolet.com. All offers plus tag, title, tax, and administrative fees expire October 31st, 2025.
Every day is a great day at the Fairfield Inn & Suites, Wichita downtown. With over 1,000 Fairfields worldwide, they rank in the top 20% for cleanliness and service. Located at Kellogg and Main in the Waterwalk District, They are centrally located. Providing exceptional service is their thing. And make sure to enjoy a hot breakfast buffet with every stay. Let them be your home away from home. Fairfield Inn and Suites, Wichita, downtown by Marriott. Wichita's hidden gem.
Why choose AR Roofing? For over 30 years, they've been serving Wichita families with roofs built to last. While other companies come and go, AR Roofing is here to stay. Right off Kellogg and West Street. They're not just building stronger roofs. They're protecting safer homes and giving you peace of mind. AR Roofing. On your side today, tomorrow, and for decades to come. Check them out online at arroofing.com. AR Roofing. Stronger roofs, safer homes. Always here in Wichita.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack. It's mid-October. Basketball season is here. The football season's building profit. UFC going this weekend, soccer, and much more. Are you ready to make money betting on sports? Go to fatjacksports.com. It's as little as $99 a week when you sign up long-term. Add all these sports. The plays are emailed to you. They're on a personal portal, and they will build you profit betting on the games. Fatjacksports.com. Go to the results tab. You'll see all of our results. Get signed up today at fatjacksports.com.
Get ready for takeoff. Your taste buds are in for a ride at Tanker Barbecue Company. From fall-off-the-bone ribs to juicy brisket and house-made sides, they're serving food with big flavor and slow-smoked to perfection. Check out mouth-watering specials like bacon-wrapped meatloaf, Slider Saturday, beef ribs, pork green chili, and so much more. Stop by today at 620 West Maple. Open Tuesday through Saturday from 11 to 7. Refuel your tank with Tanker Barbecue.
ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM, your radio home of the Kansas Jayhawks.
I said we got an unbelievable team. From the bigs, from the guards, from the forwards. I feel like we have everything. I feel like it's time to show everybody. Our main goal is winning and showing everybody, excited to prove everybody wrong.
The quality of the coaches is 5-star, platinum level when you look across the league. I think all of that leads to the Big 12 being one of the best basketball conferences in the country.
The Jayhawks play here. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Rubbing on that Italian leather and convict jeans on. You ready? Yeah.
Wrapping up the week with What's on Tap and Buy or Sell on the Pulse on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. I am your host, co-host, producer today, whatever you want to call me, Jack Johnson. Shane Dennis has done a phenomenal job sticking around after his show. And if you missed any of the Shane Dennis show, you can always check it out on the podcast page right now. Actually, it's up there. It's already uploaded. I'll be sure to get everything up there from today's episode of The Pulse before the weekend. And what a weekend it will be for our listeners, for ESPN Wichita ourselves. We've got the watch party down there. Shane, Pat, and Chance will have you covered. Should be an absolute blast, whatever the weather turns out to be. But for What's on Tap, let's tell you that it's brought to you by Busch Light. Whether you're in the woods before sunrise, in the stands on game day, or front row with your crew screaming every word at a concert, Busch Light is the beer that's always game. And for what's going on this weekend, well, surprise, surprise, you've got the Sunflower Showdown. But for later on this evening, you can listen to the program beginning here in about 15 minutes, or at least our simulcast will begin in about 15 minutes. Then we'll take you to Kansas pregame. It'll be Sean Kellerman filling in for Brian Haney. Greg Gurley out there as Kansas will take on Louisville in their exhibition matchup. That'll tip off at 6:30. That'll have Kansas postgame right after that at 8:30, and then we'll join World Series Game 1 in progress around 9 p.m., and then ESPN following that for some of you that love to listen overnight. Tomorrow, we'll kick things off with College Game Day at 9 a.m. Then we'll have Kansas pregame at 9:30. You'll have KU and K-State kicking off at 11. Postgame around 2:30. ESPN primetime at 4. World Series pregame at 6:30. And World Series Game 2 at 7. And then on Sunday, we've got Chiefs tailgate at 8 a.m. ESPN from 9 to 11. What are the chances with our very own Chance Lebo at 11 a.m.? Then we'll take you to the Giants and Eagles at noon. After that, it'll be your Dallas Cowboys against the Denver Broncos at 3:25. And then we'll wrap things up for the weekend with ESPN beginning around 7. Let's go with buy or sell to close out the week. I will ask the questions to Shane, and he will either buy it or he will sell it. So question number 1, Shane, buy or sell, Kansas will be the first team to score tomorrow.
Wow, that's a arbitrary and random buy or sell. Regardless of who it is, kind of a wishy-washy answer, but regardless of who it is, I think it'll come off of a turnover. So I will say I'll sell it. And I think that K-State, is this a touchdown or just a score?
Let's go with the score. Give me a field goal or touchdown.
I think K-State kicks a field goal to start the scoring tomorrow. They lead 3-0. So I'll sell it. I think K-State scores first.
Buy or sell, Kansas basketball, Kansas State basketball, and Wichita State basketball all make the NCAA tournament in 2026.
Well, I'll say this about Wichita State to begin with. We'll start there. There are, and I highlighted K-State's non-conference basketball schedule. Wichita State's isn't that dissimilar. They got a few tests in there in the battle for Atlantis. If they win a couple down there and take care of their business in the non-con, come January 1st, they're going to have a lot of wins. Same with K-State. I'm not concerned about Kansas, so I'll put them in the NCAA tournament. I'm less concerned about K-State with all the wins potentially on their schedule. Plus, they are predicted to finish 9th, according to one of the preseason polls. If they finish 9th in the Big 10, or Big 12, I think they get in. So I'll buy them, but this is a package deal. And this is a huge year for Paul Mills. Man, it all depends, and it all comes down to, and almost every school can say this, how well do these guys gel in their first year together? It's not Paul Mills' first year, but it's all their guys' first year together. I think it's close, and I think there is a scenario in at least one of the bracketology reveals fairly late in the season that Wichita State is on the bubble, but I think they just miss. So I'm going to sell that they all make the NCAA tournament, but I think they all, I'll go this far, all of them will improve on what they did last year win-wise. How's that?
That's a fine answer by me. Buy or sell, the Kansas City Chiefs will be the number 1 seed in the AFC.
I'll buy that. I think I'm not going to call New England fool's gold. And I will admit, Jack, that I liked Drake May a lot less than you all did. Chance loved him. Still does.
I was with you. I did
Were
not
you a little
buy
on the
too
fence
much
with
of
him?
Drake May. Yeah, I got to give Chance his flowers. He was the man on the island with that.
Yeah, okay. Well, not that he's a fraud, but I don't think he's all pro either. So I think there's somewhere in between. And there is something to coaching after all, because Mike Vrabel has coached those guys up incredibly. And they have taken advantage of some bad teams. But that's what better teams do against bad teams. So I don't think it's going to be them. If it's going to be anybody, it'll be the Bills. And if Lamar Jackson hadn't gotten hurt, I probably would have been pretty bullish on them, because I'm pretty sure they wouldn't be a 1-win team if he'd been healthy all these weeks. I think the Chiefs will just miss out on the top seed in the AFC. So I'm going to sell it, but not by much.
All right, let's jump back over to the Sunflower Showdown. Buy or sell, Lance Leipold will either retire, be fired, or leave for another job sooner than Chris Kleiman.
Sell. Considering what he has now, money-wise, resource-wise, I think he's there for the long haul. Now, wins and losses will play into that equation as well, but I think it'll be close. But I think I will sell that he will be out in one way or the other before his in-state counterpart. Let me ask you a quick question while I still got you here. What do you think the final score is going to be tomorrow? By the time 2 o'clock rolls around and it's 0-0, what's the score going to be?
My final prediction will be 35-30 Kansas. I just whatever K-State's been saving up offensively, I still feel they're going to be able to score a handful of points. What I'm curious of, though, Shane, and this has been sitting with me, the last couple of years, you've seen almost a trading off of who starts hot. In 2022, K-State started hot. 2023, K-State started hot. 2024, KU started hot. I'm curious if Kansas fans will feel better if it's like, both teams are trading points here, or if there will be that uneasiness if KU jumps out 14-0, right? If they jump out 14-0,
uneasiness
it's like,
for who?
KU fans. I really do feel that way.
You guys are so scarred, aren't you?
Absolutely, and have every right to be. I mean, K-State has owned KU in football for over a decade and a half. If they score, I'm not even kidding with this, if KU scored in 5 plays or less on their first 2 drives and K-State went 3 and out, I still will be holding my breath for how that game ends. It will have to be, I'm not exaggerating, it'll have to be a 20-point game with under 10 minutes to go. I would probably say. I feel to be able to sit back, we call it the rocking chair game, it would have to be a 20-point blowout with under 10 to go for me to firmly believe Kansas will hang on. Because if it was 14, I guess it depends on who has the football. Right. If KU has the football and they've been moving all day, I'm sure I'd have confidence. But if K-State has the ball down 2 scores with less than 10 minutes to go, like if it's at 9:30 or something, I'm waiting for a busted coverage play, a touchdown, KU to fumble the kickoff, and then K-State punches it in. It's just the way it goes.
I know.
It's the way it goes in Lawrence if you're a KU fan. So for the KU fans listening, crack open a beer and get liquored up for tomorrow. Start early because you're going to need that liquid courage all afternoon long to get through that football game.
All right, didn't mean to derail the segment. Got any more buy or sell?
Let's do one more here.
Okay.
Buy or sell. We talked about Trey Yesevich. Trey Yesevich beats Blake Snell tonight.
Man, I got to sell just for common sense purposes, although they are in Toronto. So there's that. And I earlier upstairs with the Windsurge folk, I made an appearance on TikTok, Jack. I made my debut on TikTok.
How about that?
Yeah. The question was, who's going to win the World Series? And I said the Dodgers in 6. So I do think that the Blue Jays got a little something for them. And if they're going to win 2, which Dodgers in 6 equals 2, you would think one of them is going to be in Toronto. But I can't, man, you really have to squint to see that the Yesevich greater than sign Snell. I think he pitches okay, but I don't think he wins. So I'll sell that. I'll say that Snell outdoes Yesevich, but I'm with you. I don't know exactly what's going to happen, but I'm pulling for him simply because of the whirlwind tour that he went through in 2025. So I'll sell it, but not by much.
I think I'm going to sell it as well. Blake Snell's just been too good for the Dodgers in the postseason. And that rotation, the entire postseason, has been so damn dominant. Shane, you went overtime today. You did the extra work. Thanks so much for helping me out.
My pleasure, buddy. Have a great weekend.
Same to you. And same to all the listeners out there. Be sure to show up for the watch party tomorrow. KU and K-State should be an absolute blast. You missed any of the show today, you can check it out right now on our podcast page. All of them are uploaded. You'll be good to go. So if you want to tune into something before Kansas pregame tonight, KU and Louisville, go and check it out right now. But as for us, have a great weekend, and we'll talk to you on Monday, Wichita. Good stuff, Shane. Have a good weekend.
See you, bye now.